get to Sesame Street. Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street? Bye, neighbor. See you later. Have a good day at work. Good morning. 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 I hope everyone's having a good day. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Good morning, GP. Good evening, GP. How are you? How are you? I'm good. Ready for this sentencing. I'm ready. I'm ready for something. For me money. I'm ready for me money. That was SpongeBob. I'm ready. Anyway, yeah, happy Thursday. Big filing. Big filing there. Big filing, yep. Mm-hmm. Sure is. I think what I'm going to do is go over some of the analyses first of the document because it's 168 pages, so it's probably better to avail of the beautiful work. Which filing? I'm so sorry, GP. Forgive me. So yesterday, here in the U.S., Jack Smith, who is the special counsel assigned to adjudicate or investigate Trump, etc., he filed what the Supreme Court had asked for, which is, okay, Jack Smith, you tell the judge down in D.C. why you think you have such a strong case, and then she can decide if within your case you have enough that isn't based on official acts that he can be tried. Because if everything he's done in your investigation is an official act, he's immune from prosecution. So Jack Smith said, challenge accepted. And he created a document that was within the lines of what the Supreme Court said he could talk about, unofficial acts or acts as a candidate, right? So as a candidate, he is subject to more, he doesn't have immunity as a candidate. He has more immunity as a sitting president. So that's why it's a really big distinction between what he did as president and what he did as candidate. That matters. The Constitution is very specific about official acts. So Jack Smith has spent time creating a document, 168 pages, that basically tells the story of what evidence they have that he should be on trial for these things, that he is not immune from some of these acts or from legal entanglements. I have the keys. Yeah, I printed out some keys. So this document was chock full of descriptions of how Jack Smith feels, or what the law says that Trump broke. And hey, Paulina and Neil and Max, hello. Yeah, the keys to the redaction appeared within hours. Yeah, well, that's, yeah. So that, I think, this document lays out evidence, if you will, of Trump's actions and those around him, actually. Quite a number of people are referred to in this document, about 50, I think, as far as I could tell. More, maybe more. And so, it's kind of a case of be careful what you wish for, right? because Trump was like, oh, okay, well, the Supreme Court said I was immune, so see. And Jack Smith said, hold my beer, and basically created a document that showed how not immune he was and how many things he did as candidate that were illegal. So it's actually more than it's just it's an incredibly rich document of these things. Now they've redacted it, meaning they've taken out the names and things like that. But as Max referred to, there's people on the internet who have done a really amazing job of identifying who's who in the document, despite the redactions. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. Yeah. And then in a couple of hours, Tina Peters is going to be sentenced, so we'll watch that, which will be great. But first, I'm just going to take a minute and just kind of relax before I get into like all the analyses and stuff like that. I actually would like to read an article unrelated to elections. Well, related but unrelated, if that makes any sense. Actually, quite related, but not specifically to this topic. And yeah, I wanted to read it from ProPublica, which is the it's like an organization that works with independent journalists who meet standards, and then they report for ProPublica. So yeah, really good, really good. Yes, there are scorecards online to identify the redacted names. Yeah, I took some pictures of some because it might be helpful. What's interesting to me is the guy who said make them riot was Mike Roman. And you know how we were all like, oh, Mike Roman, oh, who the hell's Mike Roman? And Tina, of course, our Tina, knows all about Mike Roman. She's looked into him for a couple of years now. Literally. So it's kind of interesting to see. It's interesting to see the work that I've seen these women work on, like Gal and Tina and Clay and Jay Rance. I've watched them work these names for the last couple of years and like, wait, so and so did thus and such. And just to see them almost vindicated is kind of nice. Yeah. Anyway, I want to read this one article. It's a little serious, but it's an important article in kind of stealing our resolve, I think, and identifying how this world is, dangerously unsafe for people, and this is not the stuff that necessarily gets the big headlines, right? So I want to read this article. Let me get it straight here. Yeah. So let me do that. Okay. All right. This is an article actually from June 2022. But it came up on my timeline. How about Smelania came out in favor of abortion rights in her memoir? What? She's like a fucking distraction, and I hate her. I'm done. I can't stand all the little noisy fuckwads. I know. I didn't even read. I didn't even. I did see that she was speaking to one of the Fox people, and I'm like, I can't listen to that. I can't listen to that bullshit. I wonder whether Martha Stewart has a good toilet wine recipe for Tina Peters. I hope she does. I'm telling you. Pinot Grigio in a toilet. I don't know. I'm thinking it's not good. No, I think she's going to get probation. If I'm a betting woman, that bitch is probably going to get probation because she's so very white. I can't imagine Trump would have permitted. Yeah, but what does she care? They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. They can say whatever they want one way and do another. They have no moral compass. Commode Chardonnay. Neil, that's it. Commode Chardonnay. You win. You win today, Neil. That's a good one. Commode Chardonnay. Oh my gosh. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I hope so. I hope she gets the appropriate sentence and like a sentence. Like and I hate to say this. Oh my gosh, do I hate to say this. I don't think anyone should be an example of anything, first of all. People are independently alive. However, this this election denial and this kind of willingness to engage in illegal activity because of your election denial or whatever has got to be shown to be something that is actually not legal. And I will die on the hill that says the reason we can't have nice things right now is because of people like Mike Lindell and his merry band of fuckers. And I know that seems like, oh, come on, they're not that important. I think I've been proven right. I think they are that important. And I think they were that important back when I was screaming, hey, you guys, look at these guys are fucking with election and, like erection integrity. And I'm not bitter about it. I'm just like, God damn it. Why didn't we do something about these fucking disinformation Barbies 2 years ago when we had the chance? Why? What is Merrick Garland actually doing? Did they not break the law? Am I crazy? And then in the document yesterday, there's no mention of, well, there's kind of I don't know if Bannon's in there, but Flynn's apparently not really. Aren't they nice? Yeah, they came nice. It looks nice. I like them. I like the setup. Thanks, GP. So, I don't know. I just like, let's focus on the dumb stuff. Yeah, but abortion is like a major plank of their excuse of a platform since forever, and the candidate's wife comes out. Yeah, but nobody's reading it. Nobody's reading it. Nobody cares. They don't even care. They don't even care. You honestly think, Max, do you honestly think that her saying that she supports abortion rights has fuck all? They don't care. The base doesn't care. He could come out tomorrow and say, I'm fully in charge of mass amnesty. And they would be like, huh? Okay. Like this is literally the base. That is literally the base. It doesn't matter. They don't care. They don't care. All right. I'm just like, wah, wah. In April of 2021, Cicella Lewis had returned to Maryland from a house hunting trip in Georgia when she received the first red flag about her new job. The trip itself had gone well. Oops, let me make it bigger. Oops, maybe not. Maybe I won't. Okay. Oops. Lewis and her husband had settled on a rental home in Woodstock, a small city with a charming downtown and a regular presence on best places to live lists. Turns out the WWE crowd is gullible. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Carla. I wouldn't be surprised if Melania's ghostwriter slipped it in and no one noticed before it went. That I could totally imagine. I could totally imagine that. Let's see here. A small city with a charming downtown, It was a short drive to her soon-to-be office at the Cherokee County School District and less than a half hour to her husband's new corporate assignment. While the North Georgia County was new to the couple, the Atlanta area was not. They'd visited several times in recent years to see their son, who attended Georgia Tech. Lewis, a middle school principal, initially applied for a position that would bring her closer to the classroom as a coach for teachers. But district leaders were so impressed by her interview that they encouraged her to apply instead for a new opening they'd created. Their first administrator focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. DEI focused positions were becoming more common in districts across the country following the 2020 protests over the killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery. The purpose of such jobs typically is to provide a more direct path for addressing disparities stemming from race, economics, disabilities, and other factors. At first, the scope of the role gave Lewis pause. In her current district, these responsibilities were split among several people, and she'd never held a position dedicated to anything as specific as that before. But she had served on the district equity leadership team in her Maryland county and felt prepared for this new challenge. She believed the job would allow her, as she put it, to analyze the district's systemic and instructional practices in order to better support the whole child. We're so excited to add Cecilia to the CCSD family, Superintendent Brian Hightower said in the district's March 2021 announcement about all of its new hires. The announcement noted that the creation of the DEI administrator role stems from input from parents, employees, and students of color who are serving on Dr. Hightower's ad hoc committees formed this school year to focus on the topic. Hightower acknowledged both her impressive credentials and enthusiasm for the role and pointed out that in 4 days she had a DEI action plan for us. During her early visits, Lewis found Cherokee County to be a welcoming place. It reminded her of her community in southern Maryland where everyone knew one another. But leaving a place where she'd been raised and where, aside from her undergrad years at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, she'd spent most of her adult life, wasn't going to be easy. Before her last day as principal of her middle school, her staff created a legacy wall in her honor, plastering a phrase above student lockers that Lewis would say to the in the morning messages each day. If no one's told you they care about you today, know that I do, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. Lewis was beginning to prepare for her move south, spending as much time with friends and family as possible, when she got a strange call from an official in her new school district. The person on the line, I know, right? The person on the line, Lewis won't say who, asked if she had ever heard of CRT. Lewis responded, yes, culturally responsive teaching. She was thinking of the philosophy that connects a child's cultural background to what they learn in school. For Lewis, who'd studied Japanese and Russian in college, and more recently traveled to Ghana with the Fulbright Hayes Seminars Abroad program for teachers, language and culture were essential to understanding anyone's experience. At that point, she wasn't even familiar with the other CRT, critical race theory, which maintains that racial bias is embedded in America's laws and institutions and has caused disproportionate harm to people of color. In a speech in the previous fall, then President Donald Trump condemned CRT as toxic propaganda and ideological poison. The caller then told Lewis that a group of people in a wealthy neighborhood in the northern part of the county were upset about what they believed were her intentions to bring CRT to Cherokee County. But don't worry, the district official said, we just want to keep you updated. The following month, inside a gabled white clubhouse overlooking the hills of a Cherokee County golf course, dozens of parents from across the county had assembled on a Sunday afternoon for a lesson in an emerging form of warfare. School board meetings would be their battlefield. Their enemy was CRT. One of several presenters at the meeting was Rhonda Thomas. Hi, Cash App. A frequent guest on conservative podcasts and the founder of an Atlanta-based Truth in Education, a national nonprofit that aims to educate parents and teachers about radical ideologies being taught in schools. So what is critical race theory? Thomas asked the crowd. It teaches kids that whites are inherently racist and oppressive, perhaps unconsciously, and that all whites are responsible for all historical actions and should feel guilty. She added, I cannot be asked for repentance for something my grandparents did or my ancestors did, right? Thomas stressed that parents should form their own nonprofit groups and cut ties with their school's parent-teacher associations. The PTA supports everything we're against, she told them. Another presenter, a local paralegal named Noel Cahayan, leads the nonprofit Protect Student Health Georgia, which aims to educate on harmful indoctrination, including comprehensive sexuality education and gender ideology. Cahayan emphasized how to grab attention during upcoming school board meetings, identify the best speakers in the group, she told them, adding, "It's okay to be emotional. Be sure to capture video of them addressing the board, or even consider hiring a professional videographer. It's good in case Tucker Carlson wants to put you on air," Cahan said. "It really helps." She then briefed them on how to file grievances about school board members' teaching licenses and on their right to request school board members' cell phone records. And she advised them on the benefit of collaborating with outside forces to file open records requests to school systems for employee emails and curriculum plans that could provide evidence of inappropriate material being taught in the classroom. Doing so would allow those outsiders to take some of the heat. But there was one agenda item that would inspire the crowd to take more urgent action than any other. They had to figure out what to do about the Cherokee County School District's decision to hire a woman named Cecilia Lewis. And when I got a text message from somebody saying that this person was hired, I immediately was like, "Oh my goodness, where are my people?" said another speaker, Mandy Hayda, a Cherokee County GOP precinct chair who introduced herself as a parent of 4 students in the district. Thomas, Cahan, and Hayda did not respond to multiple requests for comment or to a list of questions detailing the points they raised at the clubhouse meeting and elsewhere. After asking the crowd to look at the Maryland district where Lewis was coming from, Hayda wondered how Lewis could leave that at the border. She didn't elaborate on what that was, and how the longtime educator could come to Cherokee County and not want to change us. Like Cherokee, the district where Lewis was principal serves a majority white county that voted for Trump in 2020, though Hayda and others in the clubhouse seemed unaware of this. Good morning. Hi, Peace Love. Hi, Kathy. How you doing? A man interjected, saying he'd contacted the Cherokee County School District to find out how they arrived at the choice to hire Lewis. Hadn't there been any local candidates, he asked. "You cannot tell me, that you can't find somebody else qualified," Hedda responded. "And if you're looking for her to be black, that's fine. But that's not what this is about. This is not about the color of her skin. It's about what she's going to bring into our district and what she's going to teach our children." Another person in the crowd later asked if the arrival of Lewis was a done deal. Several confirmed that it was. "We don't have to accept it, right?" Another man asked, the crowd's energy rising in response with a collective yes. "We can change that, right?" "In some way, shape, or form," another woman vowed. The May 2021 Clubhouse meeting, a recording of which was provided to ProPublica by a parent who attended, provides a window into the ways in which conservative groups quickly and efficiently train communities to take on school districts in the name of concepts that aren't even being taught in classrooms. And student news, while the Atlanta-based Education Veritas and Cahan's project Protect Student Health Georgia provide portals for anonymously reporting educators supposedly sympathetic to CRT, DEI, and other so-called controversial learning concepts. Hi, Easily. How are you? In the wake of 2020's Summer of Racial Reckoning, as the work of anti-racist authors shot to the top of bestseller lists and corporations expressed renewed commitments to diversity initiatives, conservatives mounted a counteroffensive against what they viewed as an anti-white, anti-American, woke liberal agenda. And with that effort came a renewed vilification of CRT, a 4-decade-old theory that, contrary to its opponents' accusations, is rarely, if ever, taught in K-12 school systems. It typically is taught in graduate-level college and law school courses. That effort quickly snowballed into complaints about what used to be basic history lessons involving race and slavery, which organized groups began conflating with CRT and campaigning for their removal from curriculums. Nearly 900 school districts across the country have been targeted by anti-CRT efforts from September 2020 to August 2021, researchers at UCLA and San Diego found. Teachers and district equity officers surveyed and interviewed for the report often described feeling attacked and at risk for discussing issues of race or racism at all, or promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion in any way. Equity officers told us that at times they feared for their personal safety. The report also stated only one equity officer described a year free of anti-CRT conflict. "It makes me very sad for my colleagues," said Cicely Bingener, one of the UCLA researchers and a longtime elementary school educator. Using local media coverage and lawsuits, ProPublica has identified at least 14 public school employees across the country, 6 of them black, who were chased out in part by anti-CRT efforts in 2021. Some of the educators resigned or did not have their contracts renewed, while others were fired by school boards, where elections had ushered in more politically extreme members. Since January 2021, legislatures in more than 40 states have proposed or passed bills and resolutions that would restrict teaching CRT or would limit how teachers can discuss racism and sexism. 4 days after the meeting in the golf course clubhouse, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp released a statement solidifying his stance against CRT and asking the State Board of Education to do the same. I urge you to take immediate steps to ensure that critical race theory and its dangerous ideology do not take root in our state standards or curriculum, it read. On June 3, 2021, the Board of Education did just that, joining Utah's as the first such groups to pass resolutions of that kind. Georgia's declared that the United States of America is not a racist country and that the state of Georgia is not a racist state. In predominantly white Cherokee County, 40 miles north of downtown Atlanta, the fight over CRT has led some residents to question whether they still recognize the community they thought they knew. These are our neighbors, said Leanne Etienne, a black mother of 2 Cherokee County students, one of whom served on the superintendent's ad hoc committee that led to the creation of the DEI position. These are people who are the parents of the children my kids go to school with. It's a very uncomfortable feeling. You don't know who to trust. You don't feel safe. After that April call from the school district official, Lewis was confused but remained optimistic. She read up on CRT and determined it had nothing to do with her role. Then came more calls. In one, a district official asked Lewis if she has a social media accounts. Only a LinkedIn, she replied. Lewis barely has a digital footprint. She has never posted anything on social media, nor made any professional statements in regard to CRT or any other controversial topic. The official explained that some of the people upset about her hiring were complaining that a Twitter user with her name was posting Marxist ideology. Oh my God. Around the same time, according to Lewis, several emails and handwritten letters were showing up at her school in Maryland, calling her a, quote, black Yankee and saying her liberal thinking is unwanted. She saved only one with typewriting on the envelope. The return address was just a Cherokee County citizen. They ultimately just said, we don't want you here, and we don't want you to push us to find out what will happen if you come here. And we don't want you to push us to find out what will happen if you come here, Lewis said. On May 18, 2021, 2 days after the meeting at the clubhouse, Cherokee County School Communications Chief and its school board members received the first of approximately 100 form letters that would flood their inboxes over a 48-hour period, demanding that Lewis be fired. And this is the text. Attention CCSD School Board. It has come to my attention that CCSD has its first administrator focused on SEL, social emotional learning. That's what that is. Oh my God, and DEI. Both of these titles and policies have no place in our school system. That's absolutely untrue. I demand that the board immediately rescind the offer to Cecilia Lewis, eliminate the position, amend the blueprint. Although a resolution has been requested to prohibit the implementation of CRT and the 1619 project, this does not address the above issues of SEL, DEI. SEL is social emotional learning is supported and reinforced as the resolution, reinforced in children's thoughts. Reinforced in the resolution, but it needs to be eliminated completely as it promotes ideologies that seek to mold children's thoughts, beliefs, and values. I.e., in other words, critical race, critical gender, etc. We do not want or need the school system indoctrinating our children. Oh my God. Should the school board and superintendent fail to act, do not be mistaken that our voices will be heard when each board member is up for re-election. Oh my God. Humans are terrible. You know why? I pretty much have figured it out. Oops. Humans are terrible. Another parent wrote to a school board member citing Cherokee County's recent census statistics. Did you know that 77.8% of the population is considered white alone? 7.7% are black and 11.1% Hispanic. Are we now in a country that is going to cater to a handful of people? Lewis said she was willing and eager once she arrived in Georgia to speak to concerned parents. I just felt as if there was a misunderstanding, she said, and as soon as I would have an opportunity to get there and really speak on my own behalf, then it was going to be okay. She also felt comforted by the fact that the school district officials were regularly checking in with her, offering reassurances that they were monitoring the situation and that everything would be okay once they get to know you. Lewis tends not to talk about racism in terms of her professional life. She said that until she got the Black Yankee email, she had not experienced racial prejudice and was accustomed to learning and working in majority white spaces. She also recalled being surprised when someone from the district pointed out that hiring like hers was rare and that there were not many minority leaders working in the district. I did not think in 2021 that was really a thing, Lewis said, noting the district's proximity to Atlanta with its high concentration of black leadership and affluence. And that was probably just ignorance on my end. And I mean that in the purest form of ignorance, of just not knowing. I didn't know. On May 20th, 2021, one of Lewis's soon-to-be colleagues called to say that the people upset about her hiring were claiming to have spotted her around Cherokee County and were sharing with one another her supposed locations. Lewis, however, was still in Maryland. That same day, following an increase in social media posts, emails, and phone calls complaining about Lewis and CRT, the district installed metal detectors and assigned extra security at the county building where school board meetings are held. Lewis soon received yet another call. Someone from the district leadership asked if she was planning to watch the board meeting that night. She replied that it hadn't been on her radar. "You should watch it," they said. Well before the Cherokee County board meeting 7 p.m. start time, people hoping to get inside were being turned away. The room and the overspill viewing area in the lobby were at capacity. Those who were denied entry gathered outside near the parking lot where they could peek through the windows and glimpse the large screens mounted in the boardroom. Others hung around outside planning to watch the live stream of the meeting on their phones. At home in Maryland, Lewis and her husband sat in their bedroom, the laptop propped between them. Inside, just before the meeting started, mothers in black t-shirts printed with the words, "I don't co-parent with the government," smiled and posed for pictures. A husky man with a deep voice formed the beginning of the large prayer circle that inched towards the dais where district officials, student delegates, and Cherokee County's 7 school board members were seated. The first order of business was introduced by Mike Chapman, a Republican board member who had held his seat for more than 2 decades, a resolution against CRT and the 1619 Project, a Pulitzer Prize-winning New York Times series that aims to reframe the country's history by placing the consequences of slavery and the contributions of Black Americans at the very center of our national narrative. Conservatives have railed against it as racially divisive and have often lumped it together with CRT in an attempt to ban both from schools across the country. What came next caught Lewis off guard. Hightower, the superintendent, read from a statement. While I had initially entertained and publicly spoken to the development of a diversity, equity, and inclusivity DEI plan, I recognize that our intentions have become widely misunderstood in the community and it created division. To that end, I have concluded that there will be no separate DEI plan. To Lewis, it was as if the foundations of everything that I was asked to do have just shifted, and I was not part of the conversation. State Rep. Brad Thomas, a Republican, spoke next. He assured the board that as a father of a Cherokee County student, he'd done his research after fielding complaints about Lewis's hiring. He said he now had a plan of his own in the works. He would be drafting legislation to ensure that teaching CRT in the 1619 Project would be illegal statewide. Hi, Lee. How are you? We've pulled language from Tennessee's bill. We've pulled language from Texas's bill. We've pulled language from Oklahoma's bill. We've pulled language from Idaho's bill. And, he said, and I've put in some of my own language. Hedda, the Cherokee County GOP precinct officer who had spoken at the clubhouse meeting 4 days earlier, also addressed the board. She claimed that the definition of DEI had changed over time and now represents the views held by people with, quote, the same woke political understanding of power dynamics and social positions. We cannot fix racism with institutionalized racism, she said. A neighbor of Hedda's approached the lectern next. The woman, who is black, spoke in favor of the decision to hire Lewis. It was the first time she was mentioned by name. According to one observer, that's when the crowd gathered outside began beating against the building's windows. No, 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 they screamed in unison, the sound reverberating through the lobby as their fists pounded on the glass. A subsequent speaker, a parent named Lori Rainey, was rewarded with applause when she asked the board, "My question for you is, if you vote to do away with the DEI program, does that mean that the new DEI officer has her offer rescinded? Because why do we need to pay $115,000 for somebody who doesn't have a job anymore? At that moment, Lewis recalled, her husband said, "That's it. We're not doing this. You're not going there." He left the bedroom in disgust. Not long after, a volunteer from the campaign of Vernon Jones, a black Republican who at the time was running for governor — Jones later switched it to a run for Congress — read a statement to the school board from the candidate. "Embracing the teaching of critical race theory is a slap in the face of Dr. King's teachings," said the volunteer, Stan Fitzgerald. "Taxpayer-funded anti-white racism is still exactly that, racism." Upon hearing that, Lewis thought about how Martin Luther King Jr. promoted humanity and love, and she was devastated to hear his words used by strangers to attack her. Everything she had just witnessed felt contrary to his ideals. Breaking down in tears, Lewis closed her laptop. She could no longer watch. "That cut me so deeply. It hit the core of who I am as a being." Lewis missed the part when Miranda Wicker, another parent and member of the county's Democratic Party, addressed the board. "Those who want this ban are spouting talking points fed to them by an outside special interest group with a deeply political agenda to keep people riled up against an invisible other," said Wicker, who was interrupted by loud shouts. "Stop the disrespect," School Board Chair Kyla Cromer yelled at the crowd after banging her gavel. "Stop, stop." Cromer threatened to adjourn the meeting early, but ultimately allowed it to continue. The board voted 4-1 with 2 abstentions to pass the anti-CRT and anti-1619 project resolution, but the crowd was still worked up. Cromer moved to take a break. The live stream of the meeting was paused, but the yelling continued. "Hi, gal!" And things spiraled out of control, to the point that Cromer abruptly adjourned the meeting. One man in the crowd screamed, "I'm furious." Another declared, "We're going to hunt you down."
So the meeting is now adjourned. We have now adjourned our meeting.
You get the point. The school district's chief communications officer, Barbara Jacoby, would later say that that's when the students attending the meeting started crying. They had to be rushed out of the room, Jacoby recalled. She went with them and the school board members as security guards ushered the group to a conference room behind the dais. "And then we had to be walked to our cars," she said. "We had to be followed out of the parking lot onto the highway by police officers." In response to questions from ProPublica, the school board provided a statement describing how some members requested school police escorts to their homes where city and county agencies conducted extra patrols. In response to other questions, including ones about anti-CRT letters to the board received, Jacoby responded on its behalf, stating, "The information you note below is correct." Cromer and Hightower declined to comment. Jacoby said the scene felt unreal. "It's certainly not anything anyone who comes to work for a school district expects to be part of their job." Let's do a little bit. I don't know how long this is, but
to me, all of that talk about critical race theory was truly just, I had no idea why it was coming that way. I was truly like, did I miss the memo? Nationwide, educators are so frustrated because we are being attacked and accused of something that has not existed in K-12 education. You know, it just doesn't exist. And if we can't account for people making bad decisions, if there are isolated classroom teachers doing or saying things that align to critical race theory ideas, then you hold them accountable. If they've made a child feel guilty or they've created a divisive culture, that is attacked immediately, directly by leadership. You address it with the individual who's doing something that's not aligned to standards or curriculum or anything. So the whole critical race theory thing, I don't even know why we continue to give life to it, because it's not a part of K-12 education. It's not.
And maybe it should be. That's what I think. Maybe it should be. Well, actually, it should be in concept. Like, we should, not the graduate level concepts, because that would be hard for K-12. But I absolutely think that CRT should inform more of how we educate children, and that they should know the history of their country. There's nothing wrong with that. Not about guilt. It's about knowledge and action. Ugh. All right. Lewis's phone kept ringing that night. People from the district were telling her that this is not who they are, that they're embarrassed by the actions of their neighbors and church members, and that they're sorry she had to witness that. In a phone call the next morning, Hightower apologized to Lewis. He said he still wanted her to come to Cherokee. Another administrator asked if she would consider a different position. But by then she'd made up her mind. She told Hightower, it's just not going to work. I can't say I blame her, Cherokee County School District Chief of Staff Mike McGowan said in an interview with ProPublica. There was so much misinformation about who she was, what she stood for, and what was going on politically. No, there wasn't. There was just unfettered racism. Okay, stop giving people the grace that they are confused. They're not confused. They're racist. Period. There's nothing confused about it. God. I'm really not in a good space this morning, but okay. Here we go. In a response to detailed... Okay. Oh, wait. Wait. I can't say I blame her, but... oh, yeah. In response to a detailed list of questions to the district covering all aspects of Lewis's experience in Cherokee County, Jacoby responded that we have no further comments to add. The following morning, before it was publicly known that Lewis had quit the job she'd never started, a former Cherokee student who'd attended the school board meeting appeared on Fox and Friends and warned that the board was still pursuing CRT under the guise of other concepts. I think they're relying on wordplay to try and confuse Cherokee County representatives or constituents that aren't necessarily completely involved because they're busy with their day-to-day life, the guest, Bailey Katzenstein, said. She claimed that the CRT initiatives would be carried out by someone from Maryland in the form of programs synonymous with CRT, DEI, and SEL, or social emotional learning. Social emotional learning is a decades-old child development concept that emphasizes building self-awareness, teaching kids how to better communicate, foster relationships, and making responsible decisions, according to scholars and researchers. I don't think it's acceptable, Katzenstein said of the school board not banning DEI and SEL along with CRT. They're hiding behind closed doors, and I think it's completely full of cowardice. The Fox host ending the segment said, if you thought this was an elite New York City school problem, Bailey Katzenstein just told you the exact opposite. This is spreading. It's going all over the country, and it's having real impacts. The next day, Cherokee County parents used their private Facebook group to continue to report Lewis sightings. People with access to the group shared screenshots posts with ProPublica. This is one. CCSD GA informed parents. My husband swears he saw Ms. Lewis at Ace yesterday afternoon. She was in a white car driving over from the Advanced Auto towards Ace in Macedonia. He saw the Maryland plates and the driver looked just like her. I believe she is here already and on the payroll. But Lewis was still in Maryland. She hadn't returned to Georgia since the house hunting trip. In a statement quoted to the Cherokee Tribune and Ledger News, a week and a half later, Lewis wrote, I wholeheartedly fell in love with Cherokee County when I came to visit and accepted the position, but somehow I got caught in the crossfire of lies, misinformation, and accusations which have zero basis. When Lewis and her husband actually relocated to Georgia later that summer, the Cherokee parents' private Facebook group lit up. Guess where Cecilia Lewis is possibly landing now, another woman wrote. They figured out her next move. 5 days after Lewis quit her would-be job in Cherokee County, the district's human resources director forwarded her a copy of her resume to the chief academic officer at his former school district, one county over. Great catching up, he wrote. Talk soon. Oh, weird. Sorry about that, Peace. You all right? Officials in the Cobb County School District, the second largest in the state, called Lewis soon after. They wanted to talk to her about an opening they had for a supervisor of social studies, a job title she'd held in another school district earlier in her career. Lewis did not know it, but the position had already been subjected to scrutiny. In the summer of 2020, in the wake of Floyd's killing at the hands of Minneapolis police, the Cobb County School District began to more tightly manage the way racial issues are handled in social studies, teacher training, and more closely yet, the materials trainers and educators could use. According to the records obtained by ProPublica, the previous longtime social studies supervisor had been reprimanded for hosting a district-approved speaker from the State Department of Education. A teacher had complained about the speaker's presentation titled, All Are Welcome. The social studies supervisor boss wrote in the letter that most of the presentation was appropriate. There were just a few issues. The boss wasn't happy with the sensitive content and images and probing questions in the presentation. One slide included a photo of Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin atop Floyd, his knee pinned to Floyd's neck, along with two questions that challenged educators in how they approach lessons about such controversies. What can we share with our black students to help them cope with the bottom? What did the man on top miss out on learning that could have made him a better person? Additionally, the director's letter reminded the social studies supervisor that there had already been discussions about references to the 1619 project, about vetting all presentations, about monitoring social media posts for the messages they send to the greater Cobb County community, and about ensuring that outside organizations the social studies supervisor might partner with would present controversial issues in a manner unacceptable to the school district. In 2021, the social studies supervisor retired. Lewis, who holds a master's degree in teaching the subject, applied to replace her. In June, at around the same time that Lewis got the call from Cobb County to come in for an interview, Cobb's 7-member school board passed its own anti-CRT and anti-1619 project resolution. 3 members, all of them black Democrats, abstained, noting this was not the first time that they'd been blindsided by the addition of a problematic last-minute agenda item. Once a Republican stronghold represented by Newt Gingrich in Congress, Cobb County flipped to blue in 2018 and has remained that way since. By 2020, the county elected its first black sheriff and county commission chair. Though the school district's population is 30% black and 24% Hispanic, the school board majority remains white and conservative. By mid-July, another metropolitan area Atlanta school district was courting Lewis, but by then she was living in Cobb County and decided to follow up with the district there. It had been weeks since she'd gone through multiple rounds of rigorous interviews, during which Cobb officials complimented her on her credentials, saying she'd been an asset in multiple leadership roles, according to Lewis. Lewis recalled that a district official finally called her back toward the end of July to apologize for the delayed response and explain that the superintendent had been involved in vetting her hiring, something that typically doesn't happen for a person who applies for a supervisor role. The district offered Lewis the job on that call, and she accepted. She was asked to report to work the next day, July 20th. By the end of the week, right around the time when Cherokee County parents circulated the tip in the private Facebook group that Lewis might now be headed to Cobb, Lewis got a call from a school district leader. It was someone above her boss, Lewis said. According to Lewis, the person requested an immediate off-site meeting. It was already after 6 p.m. Lewis had just settled in for a manicure and a pedicure. She left her appointment and headed to a nearby Panera, where she and the district official took a seat near the back of the restaurant. The person explained that complaints about her were percolating out of Cherokee into Cobb, according to Lewis, who also remembered the person telling her to be careful. She's an at-will employee, meaning she could be fired at any time for any reason without notice, and the person might not be able to help her. Lewis also recalled the person telling her that she shouldn't have to endure in Cobb what she went through in Cherokee. Lewis was stunned. I did nothing but show up to work, signed a contract, agreed to do what I was asked to do in the job description, she told ProPublica, and yet again, I'm getting attacked. Around the same time, Cobb's 4 Republican school board members, its superintendent, and another district official, John Floresta, were fielding complaints about the decision to hire Lewis. Yeah, they interrupted her mani-pedi. That's terrible. I'm appalled that anyone would advocate. This is a quote. I'm appalled that anyone would advocate for the racist, sexist, and Marxist ideology that is critical race theory, one woman wrote to the group in an email, which ProPublica obtained through an open records request. Her name was redacted. She went on to say, among other things, quote, I insist that you pass real policy reforms that forbid indoctrinating children with CRT in classrooms. Anyone found pushing CRT on CCSD time should be immediately terminated, and make no mistake, press releases and toothless resolutions just won't cut it. I agree with you 100%, Cobb County School Board member Randy Scamhorn responded. Thankfully, the majority of the board did vote on June 10th to ban CRT in 1619 from our schools in Cobb County. We then directed Superintendent Ragsdale to implement the enforcement of this decision, which he readily agreed to do. I'm glad to hear you feel that way, but it certainly seems we need to remain vigilant, the woman replied. Why has Cecilia Lewis been hired by Cobb? She was hired by Cherokee Schools for CRT and was run off because the parents put up such a fight. Now Cobb has quietly hired her. This isn't a good move for the optics that Cobb has supposedly banned CRT. There is no record of an email reply from Scamhorn. In response to ProPublica's request for comment on the email exchange, a spokesperson for the district responded on behalf of Scamhorn. Your assertion that Mr. Scamhorn agreed 100% that anyone pushing CRT on CCS time CCSD time should be immediately terminated is grossly inaccurate and not consistent with the email you're referencing. The Cobb board did pass a resolution which directs the district to focus on keeping schools, not on political distractions. When asked to elaborate on what was inaccurate or inconsistent, the spokesperson did not respond. Floresta responded to a different email complaining about CRT, assuring the sender that it was not allowed to be taught per district policy. The sender then pointed to the hiring in Cobb of Cecilia Lewis, a well-known advocate for CRT and DEI agents who actually resigned from Cherokee County recently because of the pushback from the parents. This is Georgia. How in the heck did Dr. Cecilia Lewis get hired on? The email continued. It is astounding to think that anyone would think this is a good idea. We need answers on this immediately and an explanation of her role within the county. To list her under social studies does not fool any of us. On Lewis's 4th day on the job, she got a message from one of the district secretaries. I received a call from a parent wanting to know if you were the same person hired in Cherokee County. I just told her that someone would give her a call back to address her questions. Lewis's boss soon told her to direct all such messages to her office. She also told Lewis to hold off on responding to any emails regarding her hiring after Lewis replied to a positive note that came in from a supportive parent. The following week, Lewis was supposed to introduce herself to all the social studies teachers in a district-wide training meeting. She said she'd been asked before the Panera meeting to prepare a presentation and share the social studies program vision. Oh, it's Georgia. It's Georgia. Sorry, this is Georgia. This is about it's from 2022, but it's about a teacher who was chased between school districts, or an educator chased between school districts because she's black, basically. Let's see. She said she was asked to shorten the presentation to a simple series of slides, then to one slide. Finally, she learned she wouldn't even be acknowledged at the meeting as the new supervisor of social studies. When the day came, I was told that I had to sit in the back and flip the slides for the presenter, Lewis recalled. I was not introduced at all. Lewis said she didn't receive warm welcomes when she individually introduced herself to teachers, some of whom said they'd heard she'd arrived and wondered when they'd meet her. Not long after the meeting, she recalled other aspects of her job began to change. Her emails to social studies teachers would need to be vetted before she could hit send. Not a single one was approved. And she'd now be on a special project reviewing thousands of resources that had already been approved and adopted by the district. It was pretty much them tucking me away, Lewis said. Every meeting was canceled. Every professional learning opportunity that I was supposed to lead with my team, I couldn't do. Every department meeting with different schools, I was told I can't go. I can't imagine a teacher being treated like this. According to Lewis, the only direct communication she was allowed to have without vetting was other supervisors. They were wasting their money, she said. I'm just sitting here in this room every day looking through resources that have already been approved, which makes no sense, and not given much direction as to what I'm looking for, just making sure they're aligned to standards, which obviously they were. At the end of August, Lewis requested a meeting with her supervisor and the district's chief academic officer. She told them that she would be submitting her 2-week notice. The next day, she got one last email from district leadership. As we discussed, it is never our intention as an organization for an employee to feel anything other than the support and collegiality associated with a positive and professional work environment, the email said. Please know your concerns and feedback as an individual and employee were heard and valued. No, they weren't. ProPublica submitted to the Cobb County School District and its school board a list of detailed questions about the hiring of Lewis, the community blowback, and the changes to her job. A school district spokesperson responded, Cecilia Lewis was employed by the Cobb County School District. Voluntary submitted her so they did that. Lewis's departure from not one but 2 school districts didn't put an end to the efforts of anti-CRT groups. In fact, the groups used Lewis's retreat as a rallying call. In August 2021, Educate Cherokee, a group with now defunct website that identifies itself on Facebook as a local chapter of the national conservative nonprofit No Left Turn in Education, announced that it would be holding an event. According to an online notice about the event, it would be led by Haida, who had spoken at the clubhouse in the school board meetings, and Rainey, who at the school board meeting had called out Lewis's salary. In the notice, the group claimed the elimination of a new DEI administrative position as one of its accomplishments. Bring your ideas, energy, and enthusiasm, the meeting notice said. We need to convert all of it into an effective election effort to eliminate CRT by replacing all of this current school board members up for re-election with new conservatives committed to our cause. In the months to come, 4 school board candidates, Michael Cam Waters, Ray Lynch, Sean Kaufman, and Chris Gregory, established themselves as part of a collective effort to gain a majority on the board, in part by ousting board members who'd come under attack following Lewis's hiring. The candidates dubbed themselves 4 Can Do More and launched a website, the top of which states, in May of 2021, Cherokee County was taken by surprise when it announced that our conservative board voted to bring in Cecilia Lewis as administrator on special assignment, director of diversity, equity, and inclusion. However, her history was riddled with CRT ideologies in her previous school district. Why would the current board vote 7-0 to bring in someone to implement programs not in alignment with the values of our community? Oh, there they are. There's the bitches. Look at them. Oh my God, they just look like evil people. I'm sorry, you do. I really want to look at their website. In March of 2022, 4 Can Do More candidates got a boost. The 1776 Project PAC, founded last year by author and OANN political correspondent Ryan Jerdusky, had been singling out open school board seats across the country and supporting candidates who ran on platforms to ban CRT in the 1619 project. The Super PAC's name is a nod to an advisory committee launched in 2020 by Trump, partly in response to the 1619 project. I know, this is just one story, right? Peace, love. There's a million stories like this. But we need to know it's happening right now, right? Like, this is so current. Trump's 1776 Commission sought to support a patriotic education in schools and oppose lessons that teach students to hate their own country. In 2021, the 1776 Project PAC backed 69 school board candidates in 8 states. 55 won their seats at its website claims, including all 15 candidates the PAC endorsed in Texas. The 4 Can Do More candidates were the 1776 Project PAC's first endorsements of 2022. Jerdusky did not respond to multiple requests for comment regarding the decision to zero in on Cherokee County candidates. In May, 2 of the 4 Can Do More candidates lost their primary bids to incumbents. The other 2, Kaufman and Lynch, advanced to a June runoff. Another familiar face in the anti-Lewis effort also made it to the runoff, Cahayan, the paralegal who told parents in the clubhouse how to prepare for an appearance on Tucker Carlson's show. She's running for a seat in the Georgia's House of Representatives. Even before any political shakeup or potential shakeup on the school board, some changes have already arrived in the Cherokee County School District. Among them is a ban on the word equity from any district initiative. We had to stop using the word because the word was redefined by people, said Jacoby, the Cherokee County Schools Communications Director. And so we had to take the word out of the equation and say, okay, fine, access. There's no way around that access is important. I can't. After moving back home to Maryland, Lewis continues to work in education, although her role doesn't primarily focus on DEI. I may not have the specific acronym tied to my official title, but I am committed to celebrating diversity and promoting equity and inclusion, Lewis said. She also noted that even in the face of increasing attacks, educators should not lose sight of their value and the difference they can make in children's lives. No one can take that away from us.
The work still needs to be done. And it's not called CRT. It's called access to any and every support that any child may need. And they might not get it from home. So we are accountable with care. You know, I said that in my statement. We're charged with doing no harm. There is not an educator out there, I believe, in this world who would intentionally harm a child. And if they do, based on a choice or whatever, you know, bad decisions that's made or bad judgment, then they're held accountable. But that's not what we're in this business for. This is a heart business. This is a hard business, but it's so worth it. And I just hope that educators around the world who are being attacked and not questioned, it's okay to question, right? Lead with a question, but know that you're valued and the impact, the difference that we're making, no one can take that away from us. They can yell at all they want. They can accuse you of whatever, as long as you are standing upright in best practice and what's best for kids as a whole child, you know, we're going to be okay.
Today, the metal detectors remain installed at the entrance to the building where Cherokee County School Board meetings are held. A staff member is permanently assigned the task of evacuating students in attendance should the need ever arise. And an increased number of security officers are strategically placed throughout the meeting room and beyond. Standing in line outside the building before a recent school board meeting, mothers identified themselves to each other as a Marjorie, meaning a proponent of the speaking style of Marjorie Taylor Greene, known for her provocative and unfiltered claims. A little while later, once the meeting was underway, a man who described himself as a school bus driver and grandfather stepped to the microphone during the public comment period. This is not California, New York. This is Cherokee County, Georgia. We can choose what and how our students learn on a local level, said the man. I was raised in a different era in the 50s and 60s where we were equipped to survive and succeed. Marjorie? That's right. Let me, oops. We're going to go to that next, actually. Let me just do that. Let me give you this copy of this article. And then we'll do something else. Marjorie. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that was a thing. All right, let me see here. Where do I begin? Oh my gosh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. ProPublica. I don't know. I don't know where we are. Okay. That's the link to the article that I just read. Again, it's from 2022, but it came up on my timeline yesterday, and I thought, wow, this is a really important story. And it's not over, right? It's not over. Boy, I would want that woman. If I were a school administrator, I would want her to be a principal. I would want her to be head of school. I really would. Like I can hear in her voice how she is as an educator. You know how you can, I've hired a lot of teachers in my life, okay? And I've also fired some teachers in my life. I'm telling you right now, I can just tell by listening to that woman for just a little bit that she is absolutely the person you want in that classroom. Abso-fucking-lutely. And so it's so maddening to me that we have completely abandoned our children. That we're not, I feel like I actually might look at, I would run for school board, but I smoke pot. You know what I mean? There's plenty of stuff to point at me and go, oh, she can't be a school board member. But I would love to be a school board member to try and backstop some of this nonsense. Even here in Southern California, we have really contentious school board meetings. We have the same stuff happening here. There's some really, really horrible bigots. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, that was some story. She's in Maryland now. So I hope boy, I would love to visit her school. I would so love to meet her. Wow. I can't imagine being completely vilified without even understanding what you're being vilified for. And absolutely stalked. God, I know she is better off, but it exists. I'm curious to see. She really does. She really does seem like she cares, and she really understands. She talks about kids in a way that it gives me hope. So hopefully she's doing well. Well, actually, I'd like to check and see how she is doing. Hold on, let me see. Let's see. There we go. Calvert County Public Schools. Let's see. Here we go. Let's have a happy ending to this, huh? Why not? Let's have a little happier ending anyway. All right, here we go. Southern Maryland Newsnet. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to just go right in on that. Hi, how do I get to the... Okay. At the April board meeting of the board... wait, this is 2023. At the April board meeting, the Board of Education of Calvert County Public Schools approved the appointment of Miss Cecilia Lewis as the Director of Student Services for the 2023. She'll begin. Was grateful. She began her career. That's great. So she got a job. I hope she's still the Director of Student Services for the district. That's amazing. Actually, that's a really... bye, Neil. See you later. That is absolutely a great position for her to be in, Director of Student Services. That's really like an oversight role, and it's a very important role to kind of the whole child. So that's what a great outcome for Calvert County anyway. So if your kids go to Calvert County, it looks like you've got a good administrator there. Bye, Neil. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day. All right, I'll take that off and then I'll link that too. Yeah, so how is everyone? Hi, Oomph. I saw Oomph come in. Carla. TFG calls. Oh, really? Where's that? Oh, fuck, man. I didn't see that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, the Archangel Michael. Yeah, I did see that. Jim had posted that too, where he... Wait, I have one on this. Wait, I have something on this. Hold on. Wait, I had something on the Michael. Damn it. I can't find it. It's going to be too long. But yeah, exactly. Let's see. Okay. Where's my bookmarks? Yeah, so this morning, oh, darn it. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. This morning, I wanted to also, before we go to Tina Peters, yeah, it was a while back. It was right around when that came out, so it would have been around the 28th. I think it was the 28th. The Bad Tina's thing starts at 8:30 Pacific, 9:30 Mountain, etc. I'll find it, Carla. I'll find it. It was pretty funny. Lady at Trump rally, retired teacher. We're all living out revelations. Yeah, well, rapture faster. Rapture faster. All right. Yeah, 8:30. Okay, here we go. These are my bookmarks. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. These are my bookmarks. Welcome to my bookmarks. I bookmarked a lot yesterday, and frankly, oh boy, it's so overwhelming. It's so overwhelming what's in this goddamn filing. Oof. I just was like, when it came out yesterday, I'm like, I'm just going to sit back and wait because frankly, there's so many smart people looking at it right now that it doesn't make sense for me to even start like thinking about it. But I will, let me see those. I want to go over this first. Hold on. Wait, where's the, oh, here we go. I think this is all of it, right? Open. Okay. All right. Oh my God, there's a lot of people on this. Oh my God. Okay, wait. So that's that. Hold on. I'm just pulling up the little someone had tweeted out like who they thought everybody was. Okay, so I want to go over that first. Okay. How do I do this? Let me see. I think I can do it this. Well, what if I did this? Oh man, everything's just so. Why is everything so wide? Oh, there we go. Sorry, everybody. Okay. This is worth the wait. Oops, that's the wrong thing. It's worth the wait. Oh shit. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Where's my other one? Where's my 49? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on. I'm not ready yet. Oops. This is going to be so perfect. You're going to love it. Okay. All right. Whoops. Shit. What? Oh no, that's not what I want. Why does it do this? Ah! Why are you doing this? Why? Why? It keeps switching. I don't know why. Fucker. Okay. It's just not something you need. It's just not something you need. All right. I know this is impossible to see, but this was what I printed out yesterday. Oh, here's the micron. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my God. Let's get it. Gal's on it. Oh. I love this one so much. Hold on. This is my favorite GIF of the entire world. I'm telling you right now. Whoever that little girl is, I absolutely love her. Okay. So this was my this is mine, Carla. This is the tweet. Hold on. It actually does get to Jim's. It just you have to see mine first though. So wait, here we go. So let's see. This is DW. PSYOP administrator sells books about deception and allegedly how to protect yourself from being deceived. Doesn't want his anons to actually know how to research. He just wants you to trust him. You've been sold a bag of rotten potatoes. General Flynn, bitch. A live update page on NPR keeps the same URL, but the content changes as the day progresses. This allows people to what? What the fuck? This one. Oh yeah, this isn't Jim's. This is mine though. You see, Michael, Archangel of 7 Dominion voting systems. We've been watching you the whole time. Archangel of the 7 Dominion voting systems. I fucking love that. I'm so glad that I have laughter in my life. I can't believe it. General Flynn, bitch. What does I say? Where's Joe? He's giving Lolo a blowjob. Oh, Joe Flynn. Oh, Joe Flynn. You're a great. Joe Flynn is a great. Great 7 Dominion voice. up so much, but it does. Sorry. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. There's Tina. Oh, wait. Actually, no, I don't want to show you Tina. I want to show you something else. Okay, so I found this, but I don't know. I don't know if this is actually right. Oh, hold on. Let me just see if I can. There, we can make them a little bigger, I think. These were the names I saw someone. I can't remember who put these out, frankly. I didn't really recognize the account, I don't think. Otherwise it would make more sense to me. But this is who I heard. Okay, so and I'll read it cuz it's so fucking tiny. But CC1 is Rudy Giuliani, CC2 is Eastman, 3 is Powell, 4 is Clark, 5 is Cheesebro, 6 is Boris Epstein. I'm so happy Boris Epstein. You know who Boris is going to flip on? Bannon. Boris is going to flip on Bannon. Guarantee. I mean, almost guarantee. I'd eat my hat if he doesn't. All right, so P1 is Bannon. Bill Stepien, you know the guy from Fox. Justin Clark. 4 is Jason Miller. 5 is Mike Roman, the guy who said, make them riot. That was Mike Roman. 6 is Roger Stone. 7, they think is Hope Hicks or some other female campaign. Blah, blah. 8 is Mark Short, which is Mike Pence's assistant. 9 is Eric Hirschman, that hot lawyer that told people to get a fucking criminal, get a good lawyer. Good old Joe DeGeneva and Victoria Tensing, who were Rudy Giuliani's buddies. Jenna Ellis, Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, Nicholas Luna, Ducey, Governor Doug Ducey, Governor Brian Kemp, Rusty Bowers, Christina Bobb, Corey Langhofer, Mark Meadows, Eric Christman, a male campaign attorney, they think, another Trump private attorney, maybe Jackie Pick, Gabriel Sterling, Chris Carr, David Perdue, Kelly Loeffler, Shay Moss, Ruby Freeman, Kurt Hilbert, Cleta Mitchell. Cleta is number 32. Cleta is number 32. Brad Raffensperger, Jeff Duncan, Ryan Germany, Gabriel Sterling, Robert Cheeley, Mike Shirkey. I'm just going through. 39 is Ronna McDaniel. 45 is Dan Scavino. 48 is either Bernie Carrick or Mike Codre. 50 is Chris Krebs. 51 is Tucker Carlson. 52 is Bill Barr. 53 is James Trupus or Kelly Ward from Arizona. 54 is Hannah Salem. 55 is also Boris Epstein. Oh, boy. Let's see. 59 is Patsy Baloney. 60 is Kayleigh McEnany. 61 is Karen Fann. I think she's also from Arizona, right? If I remember her correctly. Maybe not. Ken Paxton, Texas. Eric Schmidt, 63. Carolyn Wren, 64. Carolyn's a little bit of an operative. She's down, she has worked with Carrie Lake. I think she's probably on Carrie Lake's Senate committee, if I'm not mistaken. But she's a big fuckwad here in the Southwest. Let's see. Julie Fancelli. Dustin Stockton, they're an idiot. Sheila Rankin. Raheem Kassam works for Steve Bannon. Raheem Kassan. Peter Navarro. Ivan Raiklin is number 70. Well, there you go. 72 is Pam Bondi. And then there's a couple of people that I don't know. So these are the lists of people that I thought, or that somebody had put up as to identify. Everybody got an abbreviation except a senator and a representative and staff who were only identified. So, yeah. Who's who? It's the who's who of criming. Hi, Grace. How are you? DeGeneva and Tensing, or however you spell it, both very important to the Russia conversation. And Lev Parnas, that's right. Lev talks about them. He met with them a lot. That's right. And check this out. And check it out. Hey, check this out. Yeah. I mean, this is the... please go to Gal's stuff and read it. Page 5, perspective from President. Oh, wait, let me move this to where you can see it. Oops. I think it's, where am I? Nope. Okay, fine. Sorry. Hold on. I need more screens. I need more screens. I need more screens. I don't know where this is. Where did I put this other window? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, wait. Okay, this is really upsetting. What's going on here? Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm not able to find where okay. Period. Try this. Okay. All right. Here we go. This is what Gal shared. All right, so let's see. Oh my God. What year was this? Oh, look. Oh, look. It's December 21st, 2021. Good morning, Teresa. How are you? That is a huge report about the 2020 election from Economic Room. If you scroll up, it might explain. There's another PDF worth taking a look at. December 8th, 2020, report by Kevin Freeman. Do we all remember who Kevin Freeman is? Yeah. At the Economic War Room and everylegalvote.com. PDF is 143 pages long, so I pulled some for reference and will link the doc. And this is it. Oh, the Economic War Room. God, I remember you guys talking about this so much. Kevin Freeman. Okay. Oops. Oh, man. Okay. So this. I don't know where my glasses are. Fuck. Okay. Doesn't matter. Let me keep a check of time. Okay. We got time. Economic War Room. Election Fraud Truth Summit Special Report in partnership with the Citizen Coalition. Everylegalvote.com. Election Fraud Truth Summit. It's the Election Fraud Truth Summit. All right. Boy, they were busy little bees, weren't they? Little busy bees. December 1st, 2020, Kevin Freeman and Economic War Room hosted Patrick Byrne. What? Get out
Back
of
in
town.
1961, Ronald Reagan warned we would face such a moment.
But freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. The only way they can inherit the freedom we have known is if we fight for it, protect it, defend it, and then hand it to them with the well-taught lessons of how they in their lifetime must do the same. And if you and I don't do this, then you and I may well spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it once was like in America when men were free.
Wouldn't you rather tell your loved ones that you helped keep America free?
Oh, what?
Welcome back. Where we left off with Dr. Byrne, we were discussing the
Doctor?
findings of his forensic
Doctor?
research and the analysis that he's done that said, it's like winning
Doctor?
2 Powerball lotteries in a row to get the outcome that the media is telling us has happened.
Okay, and then, it says, I will also note that it seems during the interview with Kevin Freeman and Economic War Room, Patrick Byrne looks to have been at the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. Is it just a still? Damn. He's at the Trump International Hotel. Oops, sorry. Page 5, perspective from President Trump's legal team, like Joe DeGeneva. And this is, it's a little hard to read, but yeah. I'm going to check out this because I can't read those things. But basically, know that these names are not new. These names are ridiculous. And thank you, Gal, for reading shit that nobody else would think to read or want to read. And yet, here we are. And all of these people are fucking Russ Ramsland. Oh my God. Garland Favorito. Oh my God. Okay. So I unfortunately, I cannot read the little print. Their website only opens to a statement regarding January 6th. Oh, interesting. wait, this is April 29th. Glenn Beck sits down with Kevin Freeman, who is one of the world's leading experts on economic warfare and financial terrorism. He has been consultant for the CIA, FBI, SEC, as well as several foreign governments. Is this also just a picture? Oh, shoot. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, definitely. This thread, gal, has like a who's who of the underbelly, right? Like the underbelly, the people that you don't actually get to hear about, you know, like we don't hear all their names, but they are so there. They are so right there. It's a ridiculous thread, but it's a fantastic thread. And I think this is the thing, you know, some of these names, part of the strategy, I think, in this entire, like, you know, in their world is that many players keep reinforcing those messages through many different funnels, right? Or kind of pathways, right? So you've got the economic war room people, you've got the Glenn Beck people, you've got the Chicks on the Reich people, you know, you've got all these different feeders, but of the same information. They feed the same information through down to people. And while, you know, this level of like economic war room kind of really obviously text heavy, very detailed, you know, very whatever, and that works for some of that MAGA base. Others don't, they can't take in all this information, right? So it has to be repurposed and repackaged simply for other parts of the base. You know, it's just fascinating to me, this kind of communication ecosystem that has learned how to share similar messages, but in different levels of detail and format, but overall just the same lies and the same kind of bastardization of different things that are happening, whether it's economics or education or whatever it is, right? So it's so fascinating to me. This is the part that has always gotten me, is how are people reinforced in their beliefs? Yeah, that's the thread that put a lot of the network in view for me. It still goes all the way down into Gaffney, Frank Gaffney and Ginny Thomas. God, man. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, that's a good one. That's a really good one, gal. I like it. Okay, and let's see. Then what did I want to do? Hold on. Sorry, I've got too many windows open right now. Got too many windows open right now. Okay. Oops, that's not right. Sorry. One of those mornings. It's one of those mornings. I said, my dear, it's one of those mornings. Yes, it is here. It's one of those mornings. Wait, where do I want to go? Where am I going? I think I'm going there. There we go. We'll make Tina real big. Real big. Anyway, let me check in with you guys and smoke some weed. They've been building this for a long time. They just found their idiot. Yeah. And it was kind of a multi-pronged approach, right? And it was a lot of different takeovers. I think that's the interesting thing for me, is that over the last however many years, you know, I think a lot of people, it seems a defining moment. Let me put it this way. It seems a defining moment in the takeover of the Republican Party was the rise of the Tea Party. And granted, all of these seeds were planted prior to, you know, with the Council for National Policy, and whoever, oh man, that man's name that I can't remember right now, who was like the father of the CNP or something like that. Yes, creep weed and yard work. Yeah, easily. Yeah, Kevin Freeman is the Council for National. So it seems to me that, even these people that are, driven by bigotry, driven by, it has its roots in the desire to segregate, right? This movement, this MAGA movement, has some deep roots in believing that segregation was correct. And so there's some deep racism embedded in the transition or whatever, the takeover, I guess. I mean, the Republicans were always kind of whatever, but the kind of extremism of the extreme racism, the extreme bigotry, the extreme hatred, the extreme working against the interests of people, etc. All of that has been amplified as a result, is rooted in racism. And then I really feel like the engines got turned on when the Tea Party rise really kind of grabbed people's attention. And again, gave the more bigoted people kind of an outlet of, well, look at these are my people, And then you add in all the fringe groups that now find a place in MAGA, right? The men's rights, the whatever, the anti-vax, the other people. And it did seem like a first serious wave of insurgency. Or, I mean, I'm not a historian, so I hesitate to speak I'm just sharing what my limited information and observations have been, but and the work of others. Newt Gingrich was really part of that. I think we need to go back and watch that. What was the movie? Oh, Bad Faith. That's the movie we need to watch again. We need to watch Bad Faith again. Because that also, for me, really captured a lot of the description of how we got to this place. And I think it's such an important story. Yeah, no problem. Well, actually, you didn't. Nuke Ingrid is actually exactly how it should be spelled. And I knew exactly who you meant. Peace, love. So it doesn't matter. But I think, it's, I don't know. It's really, I didn't do it. Oh, also people you may know. Yes. I mean, there's 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 documentaries we need to watch again. Yeah. Anyway. Heard about the Peckerwoods. Have you ever thought of their gang name, humor experience members? I don't know what the Peckerwoods are. I don't know what the Peckerwoods are. I don't know what that is. Yeah, so I don't know. It's very interesting. This is all very interesting to me. Oh, sorry. We were going back to the analysis. Let me go back to my bookmarks because actually there's some good shit in there. All right, so I had bookmarked this story. Now, these are in no order, unfortunately, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. So Jackie, love Jackie Singh. If you're not following Jackie Singh, please follow Jackie Singh. She's one of the smartest women I've ever encountered in my life. And I really deeply admire her work. She is really an expert in cybersecurity. And again, please, Hacking But Legal is her handle. Hacking But Legal, all one word. So please follow her on Twitter because she is hardcore. Yeah, she's hardcore. Data and disinformation. Oh, it's called Data and Disinformation now? I didn't know that. So I'll just traipse through the tulips here a little bit in terms of our friends and how they have how they view this. Where is my cursor? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. Let me move this over a little bit so I can see. All right. The below tweet is major evidence. It helps Jack Smith prove Trump knew there was zero evidence after the 2020 election was rigged because he disgustingly fired Chris Krebs for tweeting a letter led by Matt Blaze, signed by 59 InfoSec industry pros affirming the same. White supremacist group, that 42 members. Oh, the Peckerwoods. Oh, the LA, the Southern California? Is that that group that was? Yeah, I read a little bit about that. Good. I'm glad, man. Fuck, man. It's about time. Why don't we now move on to the LA sheriff? Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. Okay. Okay, I want to read this. This is the Chris Krebs. In case you missed it, on allegations, this was November 17th, 2020. Chris Krebs tweets, in case you missed it, on allegations that election systems were manipulated, 59 election security experts all agree. In every case of which we are aware, these claims have either been unsubstantiated or are technically incoherent. Do you hear something else? No. Okay. So this was Chris Krebs, whatever. And this says, other evidence of the defendant's knowledge and intent. The government intends to introduce at trial additional evidence to prove the defendant's knowledge and intent. These include, 1, public statements by federal officials that the defendant did not direct to be made, specifically public statements by Attorney General Barr and CISA Director Krebs about the lack of election fraud and foreign interference, evidence that the defendant was reviewing Twitter and watching television throughout the afternoon of January 6, and 3, the defendant's post-administration statements. None of this evidence will involve testimony from the defendant's executive branch staff about his official actions. On November 17th, CISA Director Krebs tweeted a link to an open letter by 59 election security experts and touted it as an effort to promote public confidence in the elections infrastructure. I need my glasses. I need my glasses. I don't know where those are, but okay, I'll wear these. All right. Sorry. I know. Nerd. On November 17th, a tweet a link to blah, blah, blah. This was similar to what he had done 5 days earlier on November 12th when he had published the joint statement CISA issued with the National Association of Secretaries of State, the National Association of State Election Directors, and other organizations declaring the 2020 election to be, quote, the most secure in American history, and that there was, quote, no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised. On November 17th, Krebs promoted the expert report on his own initiative and, as he later learned, contrary to the defendant's wishes. The defendant promptly fired Krebs the same day by tweet. The government does not intend to introduce any evidence about the defendant's removal of Krebs. Rather, as with someone's public statement, Krebs' public tweets were not official actions by the defendant and thus are not protected by presidential immunity. So there. Okay, I have to go back to my bookmarks. Tina! Oh my God, I also want to read that thing about Texas. I forgot. Okay, gal back from 2021. Oh shit. I don't know. I didn't see that name, Carrie. I didn't see the name Moon on the list. Well, who's that? I guess we'll try this again, Gal says. The Claremont Institute, along with the Texas Public Policy Foundation and others involved in the attempted coup and their 79 days war game scenario report, electors, and an attack on the counting of electoral votes was in the war game. This is the 79 days report that the Claremont Institute created, which we have read before. The Claremont Institute shared their 79 days report on November 5th, 2020, their violent and anti-democratic post-election strategy to overturn the 2020 election with John Eastman. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here we go. The Claremont Institute's pre-election war games have proven prescient so far. Read the 79 days report in full. I don't wanna. But I'll show it to you because you should see I can also link it. But this is the 79 days report. And this is what they did in 2020. And I'll just show you some examples of how they used it. I need to keep an eye on the time. There you go. There's a link to the report. La 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 la. How come it's not showing me up there? Okay, doesn't matter. All right. So basically, this things would say things like the executive summary. There is no shortage of polls or pundits offering predictions on the outcome of the 2020 presidential election, but outcomes include more than simply election results. Who is gaming out how America and the world will respond? We are. Let's see. What do we have? The team foresees 3 basic scenarios, one of which was gamed out in detail. A clear victory for President Trump, winning 32 states and 322 electoral college votes, better than the 304 Trump won in 2016, but due to the massive use of mail-in ballots, especially in the 5 states in which counting cannot commence until Election Day, victory likely won't be formally declared until days or weeks after Election Day, as Trump would only have 248 electoral votes known for certain. A clear victory for President Biden, winning 26 states and D.C. for a total of 342 electoral college votes. Again, because of the 6 states that cannot count mail-in ballots until Election Day, even in this scenario, victory won't be known for certain, as Biden may only have 268 electoral votes late until election night. An ambiguous result, with several states' final election results delayed and subject to intense court fights, resulting in a struggle right up to the January 6th joint session of Congress, where the electors' ballots are unsealed. Uncertainty could extend even beyond this as decisions for both the presidency and vice presidency are battled out in Congress and before the U.S. Supreme Court. It is this last scenario the team simulated in detail. The key takeaways from the effort included, my God, I don't understand this world anymore. I don't fit anywhere in this world. Regardless of the outcome, the winner isn't likely to be known on election night. The large number of mail-in ballots may prove hard to validate in many states, as systems have not been prepared to process the ballots and count them, while tremendous pressure will be brought to bear to bypass safeguards against fraud and produce results. When employed, the legal system will be up to the task of adjudicating disputes over election results. There's a significant chance for unrest, stoked by a major media in which the American people have lost trust by domestic opponents to America's constitutional system and by foreign powers, mainly the People's Republic of China and Russia. Further, major media and the internet giants, Facebook, Twitter, Google, will actively shape and suppress news. Let's see. There is a heightened danger of international adventurism by the PRC, Russia, and the leaders of which, misperceiving the nature of American governance, may think that post-election uncertainty gives them leave and opportunity for military action. If the contest doesn't produce a majority, 50% plus 1 of the votes of the seated electors by January 6th, there are clearly established constitutional procedures to determine a victor. There are 2 areas of uncertainty at the late stage of a contested election. Each house determines the final election results of its membership. This means that the Democratic majority in the U.S. House might decide not to seat a duly elected Republican members so as to prevent the Republicans from holding a 26-seat majority in the state delegations in the event that state delegations, each with 1 vote per state, are used to determine the president in the event no candidate has the needed absolute majority of seated electors' votes. Given that the majority's power to determine the membership of the body, House or Senate, is absolute, the sole check on its use of absolute political power is the potentially dire consequences of its abuse. Should the results be undermined through January 20th, Inauguration Day, the Succession Act would suggest that the Speaker of the House would become president. Should the results be undetermined through January 20th, Inauguration Day, the Succession Act would suggest... Oh, whoops. Did you repeat that? They did. What? Until one is determined, and if the House cannot decide, then elevating the vice president, even if selected, out of the Senate. What? Okay. So anyway, you get the point. Assholes. That's what the point is. This will apply again in 2024. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This will apply. It is applying now. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. I need to smoke some weed. Oops. Oh boy. Hope I'm not losing this. Come on, baby. There we go. Oops. I think this is stuck. Well, I think it's stuck. No, that's not going to work. Okay. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. You're rocking the boat. I should, yeah. Yeah, I feel like there was a lot of good stuff. Let me go back to my bookmarks. Hold on. Because we have a little bit of time. Actually, no. I'm going to sit for a minute. No. I'm not going to fill every second with my voice. They know what they're doing this time. Yeah. See, this was... Who said that yesterday? Who said that? Oh, you know what it was? It was... oh, shit. Who was it? Somebody was saying, you know, they know what they're doing this time. God, weren't we listening to someone who said that? I don't know. Yeah. Oh, they do. Oh, no, they have enough idiots on the ground. Yeah, no, they do, Carrie. Don't worry. There's no lack of supply of idiots. I mean, these people sit on these shows now, today, and talk about the fact that the election was stolen and this and that. And it's endless. And it's endless. And you know who did it? Mike Lindell did it. Mike Lindell is an enemy of the United States. I think it's treason. I think it's treason. I think it's treason for them to fool voters, and that they have been the ones who have done the most damage. That's what I think. I think they, I don't know. I don't know why, I don't know why it's taken so long. I just don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, you know, all I want is for things to happen the way they're, like, I don't know. I don't know what I want. Doesn't matter, actually. It doesn't really matter what I want. How about that? Haberdashery. Haberdashery. Why don't you just sit there? A domestic supply of idiots. A domestic supply of terrorists. Yeah, I wonder, I don't know what you guys think, but when I look at these names, you know, I kind of wonder, is anyone else have anything to say to prosecutors that would lead us to the planners? I mean, do we do anything about the Mike Flynn's of the world, or do we just let them continue to, like... So is what Mike Flynn is doing is okay? Is that what I'm supposed to understand? Is that what I'm supposed to take away from this? Like, people like Mike Flynn, just not Mike Flynn. I mean, Steve Bannon. And did you guys see, I didn't see the whole thing, which I really do want to watch. Did you guys see Peter Navarro on MSNBC last night? I don't watch, like, the shows, so I have to pick up the clips when they come on, like, YouTube and shit, but why are we acting, like, why should, I I don't know. I just don't know. Like, I need to watch that. What the fuck is Patrick Byrne doing? I was listening to part of his space the other night, and he's going off on his like addled, ramble about, well, then the CIA did this and so, and then they did thus and so gave someone a package, and then someone gave someone else a package, and then there was another package, and then this was another package. And I was listening to it, and I'm like, I can't even listen to this anymore. It doesn't make any sense. It is fucking a guy on fucking pills who's out of his brain, who probably has syphilis or something that has infected his brain. And these people are like listening to him as if he has like insight. Well, you know why he has some insight to something? Because he fucking did it. Because he fucking funded it. Because he was the other Lindell. He was the other idiot who spent his own money for them to all do this shit. So, where are those guys? Because I'm going to tell you right now, they're in the midst of a lot of these ideas that Trump had or whatever. He didn't have the ideas, by the way. Everybody around him had the ideas. He is self-preservation. Trump is a self-preservation. That's all he's interested in. Period. Full fucking stop. If he had to run over one of his children in order to not go to prison, he would do it. Period. And if you don't believe that, well, then you should sign up to be his doormat. I can't with this. So I think I need Merrick Garland to come out and say to us, Mike Flynn did nothing wrong, you guys. I don't know why you're up in arms about this. We're never going to look at him, so just stop it. Because at this point, that's what I think is actually happening. Or my wildest dreams will come true. And through this list of, what, I see 77 names on this list. No, more. Yeah, about 77, about 80 names on the list included that are mentioned in the new filing from Jack Smith. Are some of them, do they have stories to tell? Are they going to tell stories? Is Cleta Mitchell going to tell a story? Is somebody going to flip on Cleta? Why is Ken Chesbro a free man? Why? Yeah, exactly, Carla. I have been the strongest Merrick Garland stan these last few years. I have not engaged in the distress talk about him until lately because I don't know what's going on. And I need someone to say, you know what, Lolo? I need someone to tell all of us, not just me. It's not about me. I need someone to tell everyone, okay, guys, just, this obsession, that's not, whatever you think is not part of the truth. Because I think if he came out and said, this is why these, no. I don't know. Flynn's rallies are really weird. I wonder if the Moonies... Well, actually, I'll be honest with you. You have someone in the room. Gal has actually been to a Mike Flynn event. Gal spent hours at a Redress America event or whatever. Renew America before it's expired or something. I don't know what. Yeah, days. Actually, days. So you have someone who has actually been up close and personal with, Mark Robinson? Wait, Gal, who did you share a cab with? Mark Robin? No, it was the other guy. I can't remember now. I can't remember who. Yeah, I mean, it's just like Pastor Burns, Mark Burns, that's it. She shared an Uber with Mark Burns. Like, I have to tell you, it's such a weird world. Roger Stone's dude, that's right. Yeah, because hear about Garland's first comment concern. It's so late now. My comment on here about Garland was my first comment of concern. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm telling you, it's just, I don't know. And I, as I'm saying, Garland should come out and say, stop looking over there. Of course he's not going to do that. Yeah. Oh, that's right. He was on his way to the Diamond and Silk funeral. Oh, shit. That's right. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Man, you know what? The more that comes out, the happier I am. If this filing really upsets people and gets and lights fires under people's asses to call out all this shit, I could not be happier. That's an informed public. That's an informed public. All right, I want to find that fucking, all right. Hold on just a second. Just a second. Okay, wait. Let me see if it's from yesterday's. 14. Okay, I want to hear this. We're not going to have time for the whole
We got
thing.
a new filing that's unsealed.
Yeah.
And you got out of prison. You can tell us about that if you choose to. Steve Bannon is in prison right now. You mentioned earlier, and yes, fact check, you both refused a lawful subpoena and the court process.
Based on the constitutional
Yes, and you have your reasons, but the court process.
Principal's position.
Yes, but the court process resulted in these prison sentences. That is, as you mentioned,
Should have been released pending appeal, and you know that as well as I do.
That's separate.
Yes.
From
Unheard
the
of.
underlying coup case.
And
I want to play, wait, I'm going to let you respond, but I want to play the
You
Bannon
fucking
podcast, which you've
idiot.
also worked on, is cited in this new filing. Some of this is unsealed, and it's cited as evidence that Donald Trump, through this plot, was trying to illegally overthrow the election. And they cite some of this sound, which we're now going to play.
The vice president's got a lot of power, and that's very important to recognize.
Are we to assume that this is going to be a climactic battle that's going to take place this week about the very question of the constitutionality of the Electoral Count Act of 1877?
Well, I think that a lot of that depends on the courage and the spine of the individuals involved.
Vice President Mike Pence? I don't want to.
This is criminal evidence, and I'm going to let you respond. But this is criminal evidence, newly unsealed, in the case against Donald Trump. You know how it works. If he loses the election, this federal trial will proceed. Your report is briefly mentioned on page 136 as an example of what they call deliberate and fraudulent efforts to lie about the election. So I will give you some time right now, having gone through your prison stint on the subpoena and looking at this filing. Don't you understand that much of this material has been disadvantaged to Donald Trump as a defendant and could be part of what gets him potentially in trouble? We'll see what the jury says if there's a trial.
There's a couple of things to say here. First of all, this is election interference, pure and simple. This drops 30 days out from election day.
Because of Trump's lawyers' delays.
When it never should
Supreme
have come
Court.
before it.
Don't you think that the American people deserve to hear this, though?
Well,
They should know.
I'll go to Peter and then to Sarah. But not unlimited
First
time.
point.
Yes,
This is simply election interference. What's interesting about this as an issue now, I did a little polling. This is interesting. Crosstabs from a Rasmussen poll show that MSNBC viewers see the two top issues as democracy threats at 46% and abortion at 28%. For Fox, it's immigration at 49%, inflation at 32%. And for the general election, this democracy threat is at 6%.
Okay.
Which is to say that I get it why you want to talk a lot about this. But the last thing I want to make a point of, the Electoral Act of 1887, Ari, was used in 2000 in the Gore-Bush thing by the Democrats, in the next one by the Democrats. Kerry used it, Clinton used it. That's all that was going on.
Okay, that's
with Trump.
All right, and I'm going to give Sarah time. Sarah, go ahead.
So I think that's going to be the common argument from supporters of Trump and Republicans on the Hill probably is going to be that this is election interference. But my counter argument to that is, shouldn't the voters in the 2024 election know if one of the candidates on the ballot tried to overthrow the 2020 election. I think that they deserve to have these facts presented to them. It's a shame that this won't go to trial beforehand. I wish that there had been more time on the calendar. There's a lot of people you can blame for that, whether that's Merrick Garland dragging his feet or even maybe the Senate should have voted to convict Donald Trump. We wouldn't find ourselves in these positions.
And I want to show, Ambassador, I want to show something. I'm going to bring you in. I want to show you people remember you as a star impeachment witness. You got a subpoena.
That was much ado about nothing, Ari.
Well, you got it. I showed it. You said at the time it was a quid pro quo. You confirmed it there.
As I said to Peter a moment ago, I had a quid pro quo this morning. I went to Starbucks and I gave them my American Express card, and they gave me a cup of coffee.
Right, but a commercial, under law, a commercial transaction is different than a quid pro quo, which I think you know because you were at the center of that. And after January 6th, we saw what Ms. Matthews did. Let's listen to where you drew a line in the sand.
Completely in, even with all of the foibles that everyone has already identified, and I don't need to go through them again, until January 6th. It was a no for me after that.
A no for you after that. Why was it important for you to say no more Trump because of his January 6th conduct? And do you stand by that?
No, I don't stand by it. And I'll tell you why. I've now lived 4 years under the Biden-Harris policies.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And I have to say that those policies are not only becoming an existential threat to our country's way of life, but to our allies as well.
What?
So when you,
Ambassador,
I'll let you finish, but this is so striking. You said it was a no for me after that, after January 6th.
I did.
And here we are right now.
I did.
And you're saying it's a yes for you.
It is a yes for me. It is an absolute yes for me. That is how badly the Biden-Harris team have prosecuted their job.
But the whole point you seem to be making was that January 6th and that kind of attack on democracy is bigger than any policy difference.
I am seeing so many attacks on democracy that eclipse January 6th.
What?
So I want to ask Sarah.
If you want to ask me what those are, I'm happy.
Well, I'm going to go Sarah in the back.
See you
but this is, I appreciate.
Ask Kamala Harris why she flip-flopped on 16 things.
Look, I appreciate everyone being here. Sarah, I'm curious your reaction to someone who, like you, has participated, and I say that positively, Ambassador. You, as a government official, were asked to testify, and you did. And then you drew a line at Jan 6. And then, Sarah, we see this with certain people, and I say it respectfully, who say that, he's at the table with you, and then tell us years later, never mind. Can you explain that, and what's your response to that?
A couple things I want to hit real quick. First, Kamala Harris, I think we should give her grace that she can moderate her positions. If J.D. Vance can go from calling Trump America's Hitler to now being his running mate, I'm going to give her that grace that she can moderate her positions too. Two, the ambassador said that he's concerned about protecting our allies. Well, what about Ukraine? Donald Trump has basically said that we should give parts of Ukraine away to Putin. And on top of that, he has openly invited Putin to invade some of our NATO allies. So those are things that concern me about a second Trump term that have nothing to do with democracy.
Peter, I'm going to enforce time.
Okay, we'll come back to that. I just want to make sure we don't miss anything in here. Oh, wow. I hadn't heard that. Oh, I don't know. I'm Whatever. What's going on? Why isn't this saying anything? What's going on here, people? God damn it, you fucking idiots. Oh, my God.
Case law is clear.
Thank you.
That the court can consider a broad amount of information in sentencing.
God damn.
And the information that is offered by the people is very much in line with the type of information the court may properly consider for the purposes of sentencing. Mr. Case, whenever you're ready, we can begin with your presentation. The sides requested 1 hour each. I gave you an additional period of time, so I'm going to expect the parties to adhere to the 1 hour on each side, because I'm going to need time too to make whatever comments I need to make and formulate my thoughts.
Well, Your Honor, I misunderstood. I thought we would be going second.
Nope.
So we can start with Ms. Peters and we'll get
No. Ms. Peters goes last. So the way this works is you make your sentencing argument, then the people make their sentencing argument, then I hear from Ms. Peters, then I issue my sentence.
All right, but we have other witnesses who want to address the court. And
Sure.
We thought
I
we'd
wonder
be
if
allowed
Doug's
an
there. He
hour,
said he
and
would
I
be.
told them we'd be starting at 11 because I thought the people were going first. They're all close by, so we can get them here pretty quick.
Okay.
So I apologize, I wasn't ready. I just didn't know the order of things. My fault.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's get him
Muskie,
here.
and
then
porn.
Can you make your argument
What is
otherwise?
next?
Can we be productive
Vibrators?
with our time? Because
Sure.
this is it.
While I'm getting the witnesses, Mr. Administrator will make the argument.
Very well. Mr. Administrator, whenever you're ready, sir, you can begin.
Thank you, Judge. May it please the court, counsel. Judge, thank you for the opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation. We've done so. Believe that it's thorough and complete. Interestingly, though, it does not make a recommendation. I believe that the statutory fact.
And just to let you know that they don't make recommendations in this jurisdiction. I know that they do that in the 9th, but they don't do that here in the 21st.
Sure, I get that. Nonetheless, I would just indicate that as you've indicated to us just moments ago, that you've reviewed that and you've reviewed all the other sentencing materials that we provided in an effort to show our client is one who is worthy of some consideration relative to probation. I recognize the fact that this has been a highly politicized and volatile and
No, it's actually
publicized,
criminal. It's just fucking criminal,
prosecution.
bitch.
However, I would indicate, Judge, that the statutory factors that are in play here relative to her,
Think about it. I got physically attacked
relative to
because
her
I was asking
qualification
questions.
for probation,
Think about that.
I believe mandates such a treatment. I would indicate
Like
also
physically attacked.
that our client, Ms. Peters, has been, as you indicated, free on bond. She has, throughout this prosecution, has traveled many times out of state. As the court required, we filed a notice of travel. In each of those instances, she complied with the court's orders. She's here today. She's always been in court when required. And I would indicate that she is absolutely not a flight risk. I'm sure the people have some dispute relative to that consideration. However, I would indicate
She ran.
that
She stayed
is
on the
not,
run.
and She is certainly
She evaded
a person that would
service.
merit probation as opposed to any sort of sentence of
She's already
incarceration, be
she's
that
already
locally
flown.
or in the Department of Corrections.
Ugh.
Not sure.
Can I fucking testify, Your Honor?
just have one
Because
more.
I
Sure,
seem
take
to
your
know
time.
more about her fucking movements than anybody here.
Pastor Brian. Where is he? As Mr. Case indicated, our time is short. We have several people who'd like to speak on behalf of Ms. Peters. I'd like to start with Pastor Brian.
Very well. Come on up.
Thank you.
Please to the lectern.
No, Max, I don't remember that.
If you could state your name and then spell your last, please.
My name is Dave Bryan, B-R-Y-A-N.
What would you like to share with me, sir?
I'm sorry?
What would you like to share with me?
Oh, well, I would like to share my observations of Tina Peters. Let me say this. I've pastored the Church Glad Tidings in Yuba City, California for 38 years. There we have done extensive work in
Could it happen
community
now?
impact and rehabilitation.
He's dressed for court.
I've overseen drug
He's dressed for
rehabs,
Vegas.
including the Feather River Men's Center, the Faith Project, the House of Ruth. We've done those kind of things for 40 years, which has given me a lot of experience being
Yuba
in
City.
and out of the
Yeah.
courts.
Right there. There you go.
Often go to court and give opportunity for people to come out of the penal system based on our judgment that the penal system serves neither them nor the state. And we put them in programs at the Church of
where do you
Glad
put 'em?
Tidings and the Embassy of Heaven, and have done that very successfully for very many
great.
years. It has given me a great deal of experience in working with people. And I've known Tina Peters since she entered the political realm in Colorado some years ago, and have followed her very closely. That's caused me to reach out to her years ago, invite her to the Church of Glad Tidings, where she's well loved and has visited
There's a lot of
several
church
times.
names in this little statement.
And watching the case as it's unfolded here in Colorado, it's been obvious that there is a great divide on the issues. Of course, this case, because of who Tina Peters is not just followed here in
is
Mesa,
that it?
but is being followed internationally.
Really?
And there's a wide disparity in views
No,
as
there
to
isn't.
what happened
No, there
and why.
isn't. Nope.
And
No,
it
there
surely
isn't.
will be followed up.
No, there
in
isn't. She was convicted,
subsequent,
you stupid
trials
fucking
and
douchebag.
become even a bigger hairball for the state of Colorado and for this office. But I would like to suggest that we can be a peacemaker in this whole thing by offering a solution to you and to the whole state of Colorado to remand her to our custody in Northern California. We've done this for 40 years. We're very able to do that. We have facilities on a 40-acre campus to take care of that. One thing that is exceedingly clear to thousands of people who are viewing this case is that it serves no purpose for Tina Peters to spend even a single day
it does
in
actually.
custody.
It serves a
She
lot
is
of
not
purposes.
a threat to the community. She's not a threat to the state. She's never been a threat to any other human being. And it could only smack of political vindication.
No, it's
and
actually
cause
just rule
the
of law.
divide over this case
It's just
to be
rule
wider
of law,
and wider.
honey.
However,
Yeah.
for
Jury
her
by
to
your
be
peer, you know.
put on probation in California would solve lots of those
I want to go
problems
live
and
on a
certainly be,
40-acre compound in
welcomed
Yuba
by
City,
us.
too.
I think that the case has been made very strong that the state of Colorado is not interested in Tina Peters or her political philosophies or her value system. But you could...
She has a place in California? I don't think so.
You could have a solution here,
Dick
Your Honor,
face.
that really calmed the storm in many, many cases. It's my observation that the storm is just really getting started with this sentencing.
He wants her part of his
particularly
cult.
if it's seen to be political vindication or
It's a tie-dye cult.
anything that is above and beyond just a simple, straightforward case. And so I just
They
would
were not
like
ready.
to recommend that
I would
to
be
you.
so pissed
We would
if I
be
were
more
her.
than happy to take this big, audacious
This
hairball.
bitch. That's what I thought he was going to
California,
say.
And I could guarantee
We'd be
the
happy to
success
take
of
this
that.
bitch.
Again, we've done it before many times. It's a great solution in terms of putting this behind you and behind the state of Colorado.
Yeah,
Tina
Judge, don't you want
Peters
this to
has
be
learned
put
her
behind
lesson.
you?
She'll not be involved in the state of Colorado
This is
politics
just about
anymore.
moving on.
And I think it could be a win-win solution. And so I would just like to
I wonder
submit
when we're
that
going
to
to get
you
it
as a
48 hours on
possibility.
the Yuba City
Thank you,
cult.
sir.
This is great. I love it. Oh, I love it. Good job, Brian.
Your Honor, we have 3 more lay witnesses to
Sure.
address the court. Dallas
Fantastic.
Schroeder's on the way.
Okay.
And we've called, we're trying to reach Dr. Frank and Christine Chaveras. So I'm pretty sure we can have them here before our time's up if the court would allow us to do that. Ms. Peters, of course, is ready to...
I hate being right about everything.
Right. I don't want her to have to go before the prosecution, so I'm going to let her, as I would typically do, always do,
All right.
speak before me, the last person to speak before me. So what I can do, because you don't have your witnesses ready, is see if the people had witnesses they intended to call. Anyone speak for the people, and then I'll let you make your argument after the witnesses for the defense have had a chance to get here and speak. So if there's just people who wish to address me, let's see if we can get them out of the way now, so that way
We talked about
we're not
doing a compound.
sitting in silence.
Our own
Thank you,
compound.
Judge.
I don't know if
First,
we
the
talked
people
cult,
would
but,
offer
you know,
Gerald and
whatever.
Wendy Wood.
All right, Mr. and Miss Wood, come on up.
All right, Gerald and Mrs. Wood. The people that Tina wronged.
Come on up here to the lectern, please.
She ruined our lives.
Let's just go one at a time if you wish to speak individually. So then, Miss Wood, state your name, please, and spell your last.
My name is Wendy Wood, spelled just the last, W-O-O-D.
Go ahead, ma'am. What would you like to tell me?
Thank you, Judge Barrett and D.A. Rubenstein, for affording us the opportunity to speak today on behalf of my family and as a private citizen of Mesa County. I'm very thankful to our law enforcement who have handled this case with honor and care. Thank you to the DA's office for your thorough and carefully executed investigation. And thank you to our Mesa County Commissioners Janet Rowland, Cody Davis, and former Commissioner Scott McGinnis, who had to step up to help cover our clerk's office, and to the employees there who were left picking up the slack at a very stressful time 3 years ago. I have composed this statement in my head 50 different ways and with varying degrees of emotion over the past 3 years. I don't stand here today to be seen as a victim of Miss Peters, although we were victimized by her. I stand here as someone who serves as a witness to the chaos, the injury, and the twisting of events that happened in Mesa County and in our lives, as well as using my voice to speak the truth because it truly does matter. As I stand here today in this courtroom, I am saddened that Miss Peters let it get to this point. I'm truly grieved to see the 68-year-old woman who often uses the name of God as her guide continue down this pathway of unrepentant and callous disregard toward anyone in authority without humility. I am grieved that Miss Peters did not stop at any of the red lights along the way and say, "I'm in over my head, I made a mistake, help." Instead, she took the bait, the idea of the feather in her cap, where the end justifies the means. Our family was the means. I am appalled that Sharona Bishop had no qualms about using Miss Peters, my husband, and others along the way, whom she treated as pawns to move around on her chessboard, also while using God as her coverall. God sees through Sharona Bishop, though, and he knows the truth, and may he judge rightly over her. I am utterly amazed that still to this day, after the trial, after the guilty verdict, after their own admission of guilt, neither one of these women have shown any remorse for the people they have victimized, nor offered any apology to anyone. I grieve for the people who were deceived and follow a woman who changes her version of the truth every time she goes on air. Truth matters, Miss Peters, the actual truth. I have grieved for our public servants, our elected officials, including clerks across this state, and the private citizens who truly care about election integrity, who uphold the rule of law, who have had to endure ridicule and public slander. I am sickened that death threats have been leveled at some of the people in this courtroom here today. Has Miss Peters denounced any of those? I have grieved for our children, 3 of whom are in this courtroom today, who endured the shock and trauma of having our homes searched for hours on 2 separate occasions, which resulted in the loss of our computers, tablets, and phones, most of which have yet to be returned to this day. I carried the heartache of the concern they had that their stepfather could go to prison. I have hated that Miss Peters and Miss Bishop have betrayed so many of my friends, some of which were friends with both of them at one point. Personally, I endured a public filleting where accusations were pointed at me and lies were spoken about me and my family in a political forum, including the insane idea that we were working covertly with the FBI. As a pastor, I had to explain to our congregation why our names would be in the news and the public scrutiny that we and possibly our ministry would be under. Some of our congregants are here today showing their love and support. I have grieved the most for my husband. Jerry is one of the most honest people I have ever met. He passionately loves this country and is deeply burdened by the concern for our country's elections, that they be conducted with honesty and integrity. It was both shocking and heartbreaking to me to hear Miss Peters and Miss Bishop slanderously use Jerry's name to destroy his reputation in national and local interviews simply because they saw him as a tool rather than a human. Miss Peters claimed to have no knowledge of ever meeting Jerry, but later changed her story to claim my husband was in on this ridiculous scheme from the beginning. The implication that my husband would willingly hand over his life, sacrificing his family, our ministry, his livelihood, to someone he had barely met made me sick. It was gut-wrenching to think there were people who, never having met my husband, might think these awful things about him. I want you and those listening today to know about the hours my husband spent studying the 3 reports generated by Miss Peters' people with the intent of finding the truth. Jerry spent our own money to investigate the voter rolls and sat down with the clerk's office and one of our commissioners on more than one occasion to investigate every single anomaly that came up from the 2020 election rolls. He has worked as a software engineer for 33 years. He knows what he's doing, and he knows internet security. And even at the risk of being wrong, he was willing to investigate to find the truth. This is who Jerry Wood is. He is not a braggart, a fool, or someone who was ever seeking notoriety. He was and still is a patriot who loves God, country, and the truth. Today is the eternal biblical feast day called Trumpets. It's a day in which the warning shofar is blown. It is a day which calls for judgment to the unrepentant, but deliverance to the repentant. My prayer for Ms. Peters is that she chooses to be among the repentant. I will end this with the declaration in Hebrew and in English. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Dayan Amet. Blessed are you, King of the universe, the true eternal judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, please state your name and spell your last.
My name is Jerry Wood, or Gerald Wood, legally, and last name is W-O-O-D.
What would you like to share with me?
Thank you, Judge Barrett and D.A. Rubenstein. Thank you for giving me the time to speak freely about the impact of the crimes Miss Peters has committed against us. When I was approached by Sharona Bishop and Tina Peters about helping them preserve records, I operated in good faith. But in return, they, in league with others, lied to me, stole my identity, and committed crimes in my name. These crimes, using my identity, put me and my family in jeopardy under the microscope of investigation. To this very day, I appear to be still under investigation by the FBI, all because of what Miss Peters did to me in the pursuit of her own fame and fortune. She caused my name to become national news linked to her crimes, and she has repeatedly dragged my name through the mud with her lies and direct slander, putting any future job applications at risk when any potential employers do a simple web search on my name. My family has endured 2 multiple-hour incidents where search warrants were served. We were prisoners in our own home for that time, while every inch of our home was searched, and $12,000 to $15,000 of equipment and paperwork was seized. Most of these things have not been returned, and we may never see them again. Her selfish and willful disregard for anyone but herself has placed my current job and my reputation with my customers in danger. I work in the software security industry, designing, writing, and supporting software that millions of people across the world depend on daily for their life and safety. Thanks to Miss Peters, anyone who searches my name will be faced with a flood of her slander and security breach allegations. As a result of Miss Peters' actions, my wife and I, who are pastors of our church, stood in front of our congregation when this all first blew up to tell them that my name was national news and I was completely innocent of the allegations. We are fortunate to have a church family that knows us well and did not believe the news stories at the time. But Miss Peters' lack of care for anyone else put our entire church ministry at risk. During this trial itself, I was again subjected to false evidence that was presented in an effort to discredit me to the jury, community members, and national news. When I left the stand, Miss Peters' own attorney committed fraud for all to see, attempting to illegally serve me with a blank subpoena form, claiming it to be valid service. Time and again, Miss Peters has appeared on camera to slander me and attempt to drag me into the pit with her. She has never, not once, shown an ounce of remorse for the things she has done. Instead, she continually doubles down on her lies. As recently as this past week, she has gone on talk shows slandering the district attorney and other county officials, claiming to be the victim, a patriotic hero, and asking for money to be donated to her Give, Send, Go account, where she asks for help saving America. I ask you to look that up. It's there. She has allowed herself to be painted as a hero victim in the public eye instead of owning up to her own actions. She has claimed to be pro-law enforcement, all the while bad-mouthing police, the sheriff's office, and literally kicking at officers doing their duty. Throughout the trial, and even today, she has her sycophant entourage here believing her lies and holding her up as their hero. She has spent the past 3 years spreading her lies about what she was on trial for, and then claiming it is the DA and the state of Colorado that is to blame for the chilling effect on clerks and recorders around the country for standing up for election integrity. The truth is, Ms. Peters, Sharona Bishop, and all her compatriots have done more damage to election integrity here in Mesa County and across the nation than anyone else could. They have conducted a scorched earth campaign in county after county with their grifting claims of proof of election fraud, using smoke and mirrors to present partial truths and tidbits of information, all to increase their own fame and fortune. Across this nation, they have driven a wedge between constituents and good elected officials. Here in Mesa County, we can't push for any real investigation of election integrity concerns because the bridge is so thoroughly burned by Ms. Peters and her partners. I don't personally see Ms. Peters having any sobering change of heart unless her fundraising assets are seized and she faces serious penalties for her crimes. She should not be allowed to enrich herself on her criminal misadventures, future book deals, or any other method of profit from her actions. Her money raised should be instead used to compensate her victims and reimburse the county for her damage she has done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
I have the
Certified
URL for her
badass.
GiveSendGo account if you would like to look at that.
I'll leave that to the DA if they wish to share that with me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Rubenstein.
Judge, if the court could check with defense if any of their witnesses are here.
Mr. Case?
That was good. Jerry is probably a true believer a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
But not bad. Obviously, very well said, both of them. Very emotional. I'm so glad. That must have felt very good. Because they really, their lives have been completely destroyed. Now, I still think that Jerry might have known what was going to happen, but maybe not. Maybe not. So whatevs. And I'm glad he said what he said, that they have done more damage to election integrity in this country than any
everybody's on the way, but not
lies,
yet, so
any of the lies that she propagated.
And
oh, so you have no witnesses?
So I have subpoenaed Brandy Bance and
What?
Officer Yan, and because of the court's rulings, I'm going to release them.
Okay.
What?
Next, the people would ask Mesa County Commissioner Cody Davis to speak.
Okay. Mr. Davis, come on up to the lectern and state your name and spell your last, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Cody Davis, D-A-V-I-S.
What would you like to share? Oh, I'm sorry. What would you like to share with me?
I'm a Mesa County Commissioner, and I'm here to make an account of the cost of Mrs. Peters' actions to the taxpayers of Mesa County. I've had staff working last several months to try to calculate what that cost was. It's hard because there's a lot of unseen costs, there's a lot of opportunity costs, but we've done our level best to calculate the cost to Mesa County, to the Mesa County taxpayers. It comes out to $1.4 million and change. For some of the examples of the costs to the county, while Ms. Peters traveled the country on her elections tours, she continued to receive her salary for 16 months, despite being absent from her duties. Simple things like attesting to meetings and contracts, we had to get a court to force her to perform. The Board of County Commissioners was forced to step in as de facto clerk and recorders, diverting staff and leadership from their primary roles. In 2021 and 2022, because of the actions of Ms. Peters, there was a lot of mistrust around the elections. And in 2021 and 2022, the Mesa County staff and commissioners decided to hand count all of the paper ballots in 2021. We also counted all of the ballots using Dominion as well as Clear Ballot. We then proceeded to put all those images of those ballots online for everyone to see as a means of transparency. We felt forced to do so to show the people they could trust their vote here in Mesa County. We also, in 2021 and 2022, had to hire...
What happened with that?
We had to hire... Say what?
No, what happened? You You did a hand count. Is that what you just said?
Yes, we did.
So I want to know what was the difference?
The hand result, the hand count result, the Dominion result, the clear ballot result were identical.
And how
There
many
was no
thousands
fraud.
of ballots? How many thousands of ballots are we talking about?
We're talking 90,000 plus ballots in the 2020 election. And then in 2021, it was close to 60,000. So
No material difference.
no material difference whatsoever.
Hand counted.
Hand counted. And we continue to use
yeah.
paper ballots,
Fuck yeah,
which are
Judge.
audited and balanced against the official record every single year. In 2021 and 2022, we had to hire designated election officials, which is what the clerk is supposed to fulfill. So while Ms. Peter was gallivanting around the country, we had to hire outside sources to come and be our DEO. One of the largest components was our legal fees. And this isn't counting what the state of Colorado or the DA has had to put forth, but the county alone has borne significant legal costs in both civil and legal cases. The impacts on county operations. Staff time has been redirected to manage these issues caused by Ms. Peters. We've had HR issues. When she was serving still as clerk recorder for those 16 months, staff felt intimidated or pressured by Ms. Peters and her supporters. She would call in and pressure them to say certain things or not to say anything at all. And we were forced to put many of those employees on paid leave during that time. We've had deferred legal work. Due to legal complexities and the work on Ms. Peters' case, internal tasks had to be outsourced to external counsel. And just the overall resource drain in the county. And those are all the calculable costs. Then there's the incalculable costs, Your Honor. The opportunity cost.
No, this
If you look
is
around,
the,
you'll see many
he's the
attorneys that are
commissioner.
paid by Mesa County in this room. You'll see sheriff's officers that are paid in this room that are not out doing the work they're supposed to be doing for the community, arresting criminals, prosecuting criminals. Instead, we're stuck here. Resources that could have gone to public infrastructure, whether building roads, filling potholes, hiring caseworkers, or hiring new sheriff's officers, are now diverted to this case, or to backfilling the responsibilities that Ms. Peters had. And then, the biggest cost to me, Your Honor, I'm a 5th generation native. My kids are 6th generation natives to this valley. I love this place. I went out to Missouri for college and couldn't wait to get back to this community. This community has a lot of pride. We've got the Grand Mesa, the National Monument, Rattlesnake Arches, our Palisade Peaches, our bike riding and fruity, you name it. We have a lot of pride in this community. But our reputation has taken a hit. People from across Colorado and other states now associate Mesa County not with our natural beauty or agriculture, but with the infamous actions of Ms. Peters. Her behavior has made this county a national laughingstock, overshadowing our accomplishment and our values. Your Honor, Ms. Peters' actions represent a betrayal of the trust placed in her by this community. She has caused immense harm, and this is not who we are as a community. We now face the daunting task of repairing the damage she has caused, both financially and reputationally. Your Honor, we ask that you consider the full weight of these impacts in your judgment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Really
All right,
well
looks like there's some
said.
folks here for the defense. Mr. Case, your
This
first
case was
person
so
to
well
speak.
executed.
All right, sir, if you
There's
come on
my
up here to the lectern,
favorite.
state your name, spell your last.
Say again, please.
State your name, spell your last.
My name is Doug Frank, Douglas G. Frank. My last name Frank.
What would you like to share with me?
I'm the person during the trial that was referred to as Dr. Frank. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak to the court today. Thank you for this. Since first meeting Clerk Peters in April 2021, I've interacted with her on dozens of occasions, both remotely and in person. I've observed her behavior in a variety of situations, and she's always behaved with the utmost integrity. I've been investigating election fraud for almost 4 years now in 48 states, and have met in person with hundreds of election officials. When confronted with systemic problems and fraud in their elections, most officials panic. They are afraid to speak up or ask difficult questions of their state officials. They say, I don't want to be Tina Petered. I have a family to feed. But not Tina. Faced with life and career threatening decisions, and despite great personal fear on her part, she has stood. As far as I'm concerned, she's not only a Gold Star mom, but a Gold Star patriot. No one is paying me to do this. I bought my own plane tickets and paid for my own hotel room. I'm proud to call Tina my friend and to stand beside her during this ordeal. During the trial, I was described as the math teacher from Ohio. There's nothing wrong with being a math teacher, but more accurately, I'm a PhD physicist with 60 scientific peer-reviewed publications. In 1990, I was nominated for a Nobel Prize in Chemistry for a breakthrough discovery that was featured on the leading journals in the world in science. 1996, I helped establish a school for extraordinarily gifted youngsters in Cincinnati, Ohio, where I served as the math and science chairman for over 20 years. These are amazing students. If you put 10,000 kids in a room, only one of them would have an IQ like the kids we have at our school. I've also been designing electronics and writing software and computer programming since I was a teenager. I'm one of the first 300 people on the internet. I'm no stranger to math, science, and technology. I've been mathematically modeling elections since the 80s. So when I was asked by members of the Pennsylvania State Legislature to investigate their election, I was able to reverse engineer the algorithms that were being used to manipulate our elections.
No,
it was
he
this
wasn't.
work that caught the attention of Mr. Lindell, who made a documentary movie about my work called Scientific Proof.
Nope.
It was during the filming of that documentary that I met Conan Hayes, the hacker that was referred to during this trial. I also became good friends with him and Kurt Olson during that time. During the trial, I was surprised to learn that there were recordings made of my first meeting with Clerk Peters. I didn't know about that in April of 2021. Unfortunately, only the shorter recording was played during the trial. If the jury had been allowed to listen to the longer recording, they would have heard exculpatory evidence that at all times Clerk Peters was concerned about transparency, integrity, and following the law. She was asking us to bring her the evidence that we were gathering so that she and her staff could investigate it. There was no discussion of personal fame or plane rides, rather concern on Peters' part regarding reprisals from the State County Clerk Association and the Secretary of State. In fact, I was present at the meeting many months later, just prior to the cyber symposium, when it was decided that we would send Mr. Lindell's plane to retrieve Clerk Peters. Until then, she wasn't even going to be an attendee. It was someone else who exposed the fact that there were forensic images made of her systems, not her. And the tiny bit of information that was publicly exposed was blurred and unrecognizable by anyone except someone from the Secretary of State's office. There was no harm done. In other words, if the Secretary of State's office had said nothing, most people had never even heard of Tina Peters, and she would not have been thrust against her own intentions into the limelight, and we would not be here today. But instead, the Secretary of State panicked. The whole notion for my recorded phrase, "it would be a feather in your cap," was also misconstrued by the prosecution during the trial. Across the country, election officials are understandably concerned because the public...
Dr. Frank, you're suggesting that we're here today because of what the Secretary of State did?
Yes.
And not because Ms. Peters took the video in the first place and gave it to someone who then put it on the internet? That's your suggestion? You can go on. I don't need an answer.
Right. Across the country, election officials are understandably concerned because the public has been blaming them for the election fraud that occurred in 2020. In the recording, I was heard assuring Clerk Peters and her staff that if they discovered any fraud in their elections, and if they made it public, it would actually make them look good. They would be doing their jobs exceptionally well. Instead of blaming the election officials, it would be seen by the public as a feather in their cap.
This is not helping.
Clerk Peters already had sufficient evidence to be concerned. She knew about the laws about preservation of election data, and she had an official directive from the Secretary of State to perform the necessary backups. She knew that she needed to preserve the election data for further investigation, but her own IT department refused to do the backups. And when she sought a local IT professional to do them, he was not able to obtain the necessary equipment in time.
He thought he was going
Clerk Peters was out of time. The trusted build was imminent, so she called me for help.
Really?
I connected her to a world-class, federally licensed white hat hacker that I had just met.
Really?
He agreed to help on short notice to preserve her data and to observe the update, but on condition of anonymity because of the critical nature of his federal work.
Right.
Clerk Peters even verified his credentials and checked with state officials to make sure that he was permitted to be president.
Talked about that.
This demonstrates that at all times...
What state official?
Thank you. Yeah, what state official?
What state official did she communicate with?
She testified that she contacted the Secretary of State's office to find out how many people and who could be present at the update.
No. You said she spoke to a state official that said he could be present, and I'm wondering who that was.
I don't recall that from the trial, but I remember her saying that she called the office.
She didn't testify at trial.
Yeah, it is.
Well, who was it?
I thought that is something she said to you, and I'm wondering who that was.
No, she didn't say. I listened to the trial.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry. So,
Oh my God.
good question. Good clarification.
Fuck.
Let's see here. Let's see where okay, here, yes. But Clerk Peters did verify his credentials, I'm aware of that, and checked with state officials, and that's what we just talked about, to make sure that he was permitted to be present. I remember the discussion about 2 people could be present during the build. It was that part of the testimony.
Okay.
This demonstrates that at all times, Clerk Peter was striving to be law-abiding. I've since helped to arrange election systems evaluations and penetration testing in several states.
Oh, good.
This is ongoing.
Yes.
It is important to understand that during such evaluations, one does not inform the staff of what and when certain things are going to happen. You know, what's the sense of announcing that you're about to do a security test to everybody? No, the idea is to test the security of the system without people knowing you're about to do that. Thus, this is not a conspiracy. This is standard practice. Banks, businesses, government institutions perform these sorts of cybersecurity evaluations all the time. For example, soon after my meeting with Clerk Peters in April 2021, I helped to arrange a similar evaluation in Lake County, Ohio. Look it up. When the results were presented to the Ohio Secretary of State, he also panicked and called the FBI. After the FBI investigation, there were no charges made because nothing illegal happened. Just like in Clerk Peters' situation, a federally licensed white hat hacker was asked by county officials to help evaluate their election systems. And both evaluations exposed the fact that their systems were out of compliance with federal standards. In the state of Missouri, their new 22 election laws require such testing on a regular basis. This shows that Tina Peters was not only behaving responsibly, but was actually ahead of the curve in terms of election integrity and security. Because I've been involved in this situation from the very outset, and during many critical points of the way, I am uniquely qualified to evaluate Clerk Peters' state of mind and intentions. I've also seen her courageous behavior during simultaneous, amazingly stressful life events. Some, I believe, are deliberately exacerbated by government officials trying to make an example out of her in order to intimidate all election officials around the country into unquestioning compliance. Tina Peters is no conspirator. Tina Peters is a patriot. Tina Peters is law-abiding. Tina Peters is not a threat to anyone except perhaps some government officials who have something to hide. It boggles my mind and shames our country that a Gold Star mom has had to endure this ordeal. She should not have to endure one more minute of this tyranny. As Jefferson said, when the people are afraid of the government, there's tyranny. When the government is afraid of the people, there's liberty. I implore the court today, restore Tina Peters' God-given liberty. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Frank. Mr. Case.
Alex Schroeder, please.
All right, Mr. Schroeder, come on up. Good morning, sir. If you could state your name and spell your last.
Oh my God.
Dallas Schroeder, SCHROEDER.
Fantastic.
What would you like to share with me, sir?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
As a note of, just to bring you up to speed on my experience, I was the Elbert County Clerk and Recorder, appointed in September of 2013 through the rest of that appointment from a resignation from the previous clerk, and served 2 4-year terms on my own as the Clerk and Recorder. Currently, I serve as an Elbert County Commissioner. The question today before us is, why was Clerk Peters singled out by the SOS
This guy
to
also
send a message to the rest of the Colorado County clerks? And I'll explain what I mean by that, because I experienced it firsthand. What are we supposed to do as clerks? That the message is being sent? Don't question anything. Follow the SOS blindly. Follow the edicts from the SOS without question, or else. Or else what? Be attacked publicly. Have punitive punishment extended from the SOS in conducting your elections. Be publicly maligned by misstating exact facts in press releases by the Secretary of State.
Tina Petered.
How do I know that this is what the goal is?
just dropped a
and what has
link.
happened to Clerk Peters? I also know because it happened to me. I also was the object of the Secretary of State's fury. I also made illegal, forensic image of the Elbert County voting system. Not just the server, but also the 2 ImageCast Central computers, as well as the adjudication computers. I voluntarily disclosed that information that I had the image to the Secretary of State in another legal proceeding, in the hopes that we would be able to use that image to prove or disprove the allegations that were being put out about Dominion voting system. The goal always was to find the truth. The Secretary of State was not interested in working with us on that. Instead, they sued us. And the court ruled that we had to turn those drives back over to the Secretary of State's office, which we complied with the law. But as I said, the goal all along was for my images to either prove or disprove the allegations against Dominions. I've challenged publicly the Secretary of State to use those images to prove or disprove the problems that may or may not exist within the Dominion system.
That don't exist.
Nothing has been done.
They don't
To my knowledge,
exist.
nothing publicly has been done with my images that we
Your
turned
images,
over
that
to the
that phrase
Secretary
right
of
there,
State's
dude,
office.
is the fucking
And
problem.
that leaves me with no other conclusion.
Oh,
and that
I
the
do.
SOS
I
is
hope this is played
intent
at
on
Doug Frank's
preventing
trial.
evidence of deficiencies of Dominion
Hey,
voting
Doug,
systems
run.
and that system should not have been certified. Well, what happens when a clerk and recorder, such as Clerk Peters, who has the most pulse on the ground, understands what's going on with her electorate, understands what's going on within her system, when something is off, when something doesn't quite make sense? What is she to do?
Maybe
Well,
one of the
obviously
supermoms
start
will
asking
take 'em in.
questions and start
Keep 'em
making
in
an
hiding.
investigation to see what may or may not be wrong there. The problem is that Clerk Peters gets no help from the Secretary of State's office. From the moment after the 2020 election, the Secretary of State's office continually referred to the voting system and the voting standards in Colorado as the gold standard. There was no help from the Colorado County Clerks Association. Their continued mantra was that any allegation had already been debunked with no evidence of such debunking.
Oh my
Mr. Schroeder,
yes,
you heard, maybe you weren't here
Yeah.
when Commissioner Davis was at that lectern. Were
Yeah.
you here for that?
I was not.
And he said that the county undertook a hand count of the elections that had occurred, I believe in 2020 and 2021. Was that right, Commissioner? 2021. And that the hand count was identical, or there was just no difference between what the machines calculated and what the hand count showed.
Yes, I'm familiar with the process.
Yeah.
There.
So,
but that would have been after the system configuration that was used in the images that Clerk Peter used after that trusted build for a new system that was a new configuration that was placed on the system.
So
Maybe
what?
After the trusted, well, so what? We don't
So
know what
what?
the original one was. And so
What?
to have that information is vital to the integrity of the election.
What?
The numbers were the same.
They were the same.
I understand. We've done hand counts in Elbert County as well, and,
Uh-huh.
and done that as well.
And were they the
But
same?
the point is, if we want to really evaluate what the system is
Oh.
doing, we have a clean copy of an image that the
So what?
Secretary is unwilling to look at.
That's
You
not
want
true.
to evaluate it
Oh my
in a
God.
clearer
Your
way
copy,
than
the
actually
one
going
you
back and
doctored,
looking
you
at what the
mean?
machine told you the results were and then counting the ballots yourself?
I think it makes sense that we have the opportunity
Oh
to
my
see
God.
everything that's going on within the system.
Hi everybody. My name's Lolo, and I've been talking
Carry
about
on.
these dick faces for about the last 3 years. How are you?
So no assistance, no help from any officials or associations. And most clerks at that point would just fold up their tents and go home. But Clerk Peters continued to search for the truth.
Continued to break laws.
In my opinion, Clerk Peters should not be incarcerated for searching for the truth. Local election officials must have the freedom to evaluate and test their voting systems.
Not to give it to third
When
parties.
questions
though, sir.
arise, they should be able to verify those questions.
Not
In
with
the
third
incarceration
parties,
for Clerk
sir.
Peters, since the message that the effort of the clerk's resources to call on issues and affect things provides a chilling effect if there's future problems and future concerns that clerks have. Instead of raising their hand and say, we may have an issue here, they will stick their heads in the sand, fearful of the Secretary of State, the serious ramifications, and has serious ramifications
you know, what's holding
for the
you back
integrity
from
of our
being
elections.
afraid? That's
Clerk
what I would
Peters
like
should
to know.
not be incarcerated because she was the only clerk in
No, it's
Colorado
just their
to loudly
there's
talk
like
about
character witnesses,
arguably
Carrie.
criminal conduct of the SOS deleting
Character
records
witnesses.
in the trusted build process.
No, go figure.
That is the core reason why she is being prosecuted, to keep clerks in line and bully clerks.
It's like
and to
John
not
Wayne
speak
Gacy
out.
said, hey,
And I
my
can tell you
friend
that
Jeffrey
that has
Dahmer is
happened
about to speak
during
on
our
my
legal,
behalf. Thank you. Jeffrey, take it away.
confrontation with the Secretary of State's office on 3 separate occasions, once on a phone call, once by an email, and once the person was so scared of the Secretary of State that they used a letter through the snail mail to inform me, all 3 of them, that they supported me standing up against the Secretary of State's office, but they were unwilling to go public because of the potential ramifications of what may come down from the Secretary of State's office if they spoke up. That's a chilling effect. That is tyranny at its worst when people are afraid to be able to stand up and say what they truly believe and to investigate things. And for that reason alone, I believe the message should be sent that clerks need to be able to stand up, say what they think is going on, right or wrong, in the election world, and not be punished for it. Thank you.
I couldn't think
Mr.
of
Schroeder, I did have one question. You said you did a hand count in your jurisdiction as well?
Yes, sir.
And what were the results of that?
They showed it was in Elbert County, it was counting correctly.
The machine did its job?
Correct, yes.
And then you were able to do that through some statute or rule or collaboration with the Secretary of State's office?
So after the election has been certified.
Yeah, it just goes back like a half hour or so.
All
Start at the
election
court.
material is in custodian of the clerk and recorder. And so we absolutely have the right to pull those out and
No, you
verify the count.
And
No, you don't.
when you say you had the right to do it, did you have to ask the SOS for permission to do that?
No, we did not.
You didn't. You could just do it. All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Case, anyone
Oh,
else?
Dallas.
Ed Arnos, please.
Okay.
You poor stupid fuck. You poor. He's already been. There's a link up above where I put about his background. So please take
Good
a look
morning,
at the Daily
sir.
Beast story on.
Good morning, sir. If you could state your name and spell your last, please.
Ed Arnos, A-R-N-O-S.
What would you like to share with me?
My background for 45 years is in managing and creating hardware and software for computer systems.
Oh yeah, you look like a real tech
supporting
bro.
and responding to problems that have occurred in them. I'm sort of not an expert in any one area.
Right.
I'm more of a
No, we know.
Renaissance computer
We know.
person covering many areas.
Okay,
the
yeah.
thing
There's
that
a
I was
word for
asked
that.
to speak to is it was anticipated that the county might assert that they had to replace the computer system because of the breach that occurred when an unauthorized person came into the computer room. And I objected to that strongly because the Secretary of State has provided in the rules the hardware diagnostics that will confirm that the hardware is working according to specifications, and that the Secretary of State doesn't normally provide it, but at the time of the trusted builds, a version of the software that's certified to conduct elections is available. It's my assumption that the Secretary of State would have that, and restoring
Ding, ding,
that
ding.
means that that computer
That's where you
system
went
is
wrong,
usable.
sir.
It's certified by
Sit
the
down.
Secretary of State. I hope that point is made clear. He didn't reference that expense, but I want to add, not prepared to say this, but I'm doing it extemporaneously. 2 things. One is the fact that the election is confirmed by a hand recount and running on another system is not sufficient to justify not taking an image of the system that's being used for the election. In particular, not taking it when the election is being conducted. If you allow any interval of time after that, somebody may have modified the software, and you don't have a copy of what was taken, what was used during the election. The significance of that is if you do have the copy, Dallas Schroeder referred to it, if you do have that copy, you can restore that to the computer system, and it will produce not just a close approximation of the election results, identical results to the vote. We don't take advantage of that. In fact, we're precluding a clerk from doing that, which is one of the reasons that it wasn't available from Dominion on the system that we have. We pay a lot of money for that system, and that tool is indispensable. The reason Tina has been involved with all this stuff is that tool was not available to her. She had to go and get it when she realized that the Trusted Build team was about to wipe out all the existing software on the system. There, I'll be quiet. That's not a common activity.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Case?
Our next witness, Christine Chaveras, has not arrived yet, so we yield to the prosecutor if they want to put.
When is she
somebody
going to
else
get here? Where?
I'm told any minute. She left at 10:05.
From where?
She wasn't supposed to be here till 11. She wasn't supposed to be here till 11.
I don't know her home address.
Well, I'm not looking for the address. From Delta? From Montrose?
No, she lives in Grand Junction.
Oh,
and
okay.
her office is over at First and North.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
But she didn't think she was going to be here.
Mr. Rubenstein, do you have another witness you'd like to call?
I do, Your Honor. The people would ask former Congressman and former Mason County Commissioner Scott McGinnis to speak.
Mr. McGinnis, if you would like to come on up here to the lectern. If you could state your name, sir, and please spell your last.
Yes, sir. My name is Scott McGinnis, spelling MCINNIS.
What would you like to share with me?
Well, first of all, thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to put forward my opinion as a former county commissioner who dealt extensively with this matter. I concur with the remarks made previously by Commissioner Cody Davis. With the defendant in this case, Your Honor, this court has before it a significant breach of trust, deception, and clear dereliction of duty. In Mesa County, the defendant, when elected, joined a team of community-supported and trusted elected officials who led 1,300 employees of this county. This would include the clerk and recorder's office, the sheriff's office, the DA, the commissioners, the treasurer, the assessor, etc. Excuse me. The team also, in a broader sense, included many, many employees in departments like health, personnel, legal, etc. The community counts on this team, and our community has high expectations, not only for the employees, but mostly for the elected officials. The defendant was welcomed to this team and seemed to have a strong start. The previous clerk, Sheila Rainier, left that office in excellent shape. But soon after the clerk's office and the clerk began to require more and more attention from the commissioners, legal and personnel, not a big problem, but it wasn't normal. Then what got my attention and made me a little skeptical was when out of the blue, sometime around when the gentleman Franks held a local conference about elections, the defendant came to a weekly commissioner meeting and demanded, without reasoning or reasons, that the board break the contract with a company named Dominion, which would cost the county at least a couple of $100,000 under the terms of contract for breach. We denied the request, but I was curious. I wondered, where did this all come from? And then all of a sudden, from that point, Your Honor, the train began to derail. The defendant seemed to have taken on a role as the leader of a pack alleging that a massive voter fraud occurred in Mesa County and had taken effect in the elections. And the evidence that she, quote, discovered, unquote, existed in our Dominion computers that would prove the stolen election theory that was making the rounds in the United States. The defendant's actions then began, Your Honor, to rapidly cascade to a crisis level. Our constituents, fellow clerks, and people across the nation heard over and over many allegations, statements, studies of the Dominion fraud.
Oh, no.
For example, statements coming right out of our court hearing room, statements that 5,000 dead people voted in Mesa County, that the Chinese had hacked the city of Grand Junction's elections, that the paper ballots and even the envelopes these ballots were put into would prove this fraud. The defendant and her following believed the commissioners and the Secretary of State were complicit with Dominion. There were heated meetings, and as a result, and the elected officials, as a team, we were seeing our trusted capital with this community that we have built with this community crumbling before us.
Is this a Dominion
The county
guy?
felt a duty of due diligence to check out every allegation
Oops,
they made.
no.
We checked
Never
out
mind.
every one of them, and it cost us a lot of money. And along this line, we looked at other things too, but we did what we should have done, and that's the due diligence. And the people that came and made these comments, they were entitled. These are good people. I know some of these people. They're good people. And we felt an obligation to make sure that we followed through on this. But I want you to know, Your Honor, as of this moment, as of this day, this hour, this moment, they have never produced not one fraudulent vote. Your Honor, not one fraudulent vote in Mesa County. Despite all these allegations, despite all these studies, despite the clerk repeatedly ferrying around the nation about Mesa County being kind of central for the country to break out the fraud that in the election that occurred.
What about vote flipping?
What's that?
What about vote flipping?
We had no fraudulent votes proved in this county, no fraudulent activity. I will tell you that it's possible that a
think it's
dead
gonna be-
person
I'm a
can
true
vote in an
believer,
election
sir.
because of early voting. So you may have
Don't-
somebody who votes.
You gotta let me
those
fly.
votes are mailed
That's what her
in,
excuse is gonna
and
be.
those
It's gonna be,
votes,
I was just
are
doing my
counted, as I
patriotic
understand it.
duty.
I'm not a clerk. And by the way, we had very little experience on elections.
But did you find that?
She doesn't think she's
Pardon me?
stupid.
Did you find that? Did you find that to have occurred?
We'd have to ask the acting clerk.
Okay.
I don't know, but it's a good question. I did understand that it's not uncommon for 2 or 3 people to have died during the early voting process.
Yep, it
Which I
happens.
think our process starts here in the next couple of weeks and goes for the next.
We're not saying there
up to
aren't
election.
any anomalies. We're
So
saying
they were alive when they
don't
voted,
amount
Oh,
and then they
yeah,
died.
they were
That's
alive when
that's
they
what you're
voted.
saying. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have made that clear.
I understood it.
And we certainly didn't have 5,000. That you get the point.
I do.
Yeah, okay. Then the night the cameras went off, and an important point there, Your Honor, best of my knowledge, having visited with previous clerks, no one ever recalled, except when from the point the cameras were first installed, that those security cameras had ever been shut off. The Dominion computer then was hacked by the person that we least suspected would hack it. None of us ever thought the clerk would go in late at night on a Sunday, obviously to avoid recognition or attention, shut off these cameras and hack our computers. We never had any kind of suspect that would occur.
Took a copy and shared it.
It
but
sure
yeah.
did, and it was by this defendant. One should consider that the defendant, she had all of the, and we heard from previous witnesses, we heard that, suspicious of this, suspicious of that, she reached out here, she couldn't get help there. Your Honor, she never went to the Sheriff's Department, she never went to the DA's office, she never went to the Secretary of State's office, she never went to the Attorney's office, she never came to the Commissioners. She didn't go to the CBI, the State Patrol, you get the point? She didn't ask for outside
she's
help.
laughing.
She could have easily gone
She's
to any of
laughing
these
right now.
agencies who have investigative
She's laughing.
authority.
So she's
and
not
asked
remorseful.
for assistance in this.
She is
these
not
things
remorseful.
that she's come up with, but she didn't do it. The next thing that happened, the passwords got out, and complete chaos overtook us. The leakage of these passwords resulted in not only decertification of the election Dominion computers, but many demands by the Secretary of State's office and almost full-time attention of the legal department,
Just
the
hold her
personnel
accountable.
department, and the IT
Just
department.
give her the same
The
sentence you would give
commissioners had to
someone else
step in
who
and
has
take
done
charge.
this.
And I guess, Your Honor, that combined, we probably had cumulative about 3 minutes of experience in running a campaign. I mean, not a campaign, excuse me, an election. We were forced to step on because, you know what happened to the defendant? She's in another stage, in another state, on the stage with the pillow guy. I call him the pillow guy. Right after that, she went on the run. She went on the run.
She
Now, if
did.
you don't mind if
They talked
the
about it.
I can hear her laughing.
I have
I can hear her
tapes of it.
Okay, good. She went on the run.
I have
mean,
tapes
literally
of it.
went on the run. And I can tell you, she left the team.
She talked about it
And
that
she
way.
went on the run for weeks and weeks.
That's right.
The defendant left the team and the folks, her own employee at the clerk's office, when we needed her most. And that's when we needed her. This is a crisis going on.
She laughed
We
when you
couldn't
talked about the
communicate with
agencies
her.
that she
She
could
would
have
not
gone
call
to
in.
with her concerns.
We had no idea. We did know she was going to different spots around the country. At one point, we did receive a message from one of her supporters that she was afraid of her life or worried about security. So we said, we'll get word back to her. The sheriff's department will provide whatever security is necessary. Come home, Tina. We had a public meeting, several public meetings. At the beginning of the meeting, Your Honor, I would say, some of you out here may have communication with Tina. Please call the clerk.
I remember
Ask her
all
to
of
come
this,
home.
yes.
Ask her to communicate with us. We need her help. But she didn't. She was AWOL. And those 4 or 5 weeks were critical. Your Honor, it would take me hours and hours to go through the hardships, the lawsuits, and the significant problems, as well as the costs that this defendant has cost the good people of this
He
county.
did say that?
County.
He noticed?
And we all know what's happened to our reputation, which will take a long time to put it back together. We are a county of trusted elected officials. We are a county of good people. We're not a county with high crime rate. And we're not a county in the history of this county, the best of my knowledge. Well, let me take that back. I think several years ago, one person voted twice, here and in another state. Other than that, I have no recollection of any voter fraud occurring here. And again, Your Honor, they did not produce one vote. Even Schroeder, we said, just show us one vote. They never did, and they haven't still. The defendant broke her trust. She broke her trust with departments. She broke herself with the clerk's trust with the clerk's office, and maybe even the good people who believed in her. The defendant is a disgrace. She has not brought forth that vote, that fraudulent vote. She has no proof of her allegations. She brought forth this disgrace, her breach of duty to the office. She brought forth the breach of her oath to the office. Her misstatements brought breach of duty, in my opinion, to her office. Her abandonment from the office and the employees, and abandonment from the community. She has brought costs easily exceeding, as you'd heard earlier, $1 million. And these costs would not have been incurred but for her actions. She brought disorder to this community. Your Honor, even in a couple of days after her conviction by her peers, right after the conviction in this courtroom, she publicly came out and said, no, the conspiracy is now out of Serbia. It doesn't stop. There was an article last week in the Sentinel where another location for this conspiracy and this Dominion stuff. She damaged the reputations of many people, and you've heard from a couple of them today. Her actions brought to this community nationwide negative bad press. And throughout all of this, while she was wanting to be a national self-proclaimed hero about solving the election that they claim was stolen, she knew the damage she was creating. She knew the damage that was happening to people in this community. She knew the damage cost-wise. She knew the damage to a lot of different things. It isn't somebody who innocently fell into this. Your Honor, with all due respect, in my opinion, the defendant should suffer for the consequences of her action. Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, is she here?
Well said.
Yes. Okay, great.
Christine Chaveras.
Good morning, Ms. Chaveras. If you could please state your name and spell your last.
I'm a host of
It's
Pampered
Christine
Chef
Chaveras.
Parties
It's
across Mesa County. Mesa County.
R-A-S.
What would you like to share?
Tina's great.
I am just here to share my personal relationship with Tina and her family.
We run Pampered
just to
Chef
speak on her
parties all
behalf.
over the
I've
county.
not been present in any of these hearings, and I have kept my relationship with Tina, not of a political one, but as a personal one. I first met Thomas Peters, the late Thomas Peters, her husband, in 2018.
The one she stole the house
a local
from?
mortgage broker and financial advisor, and I handled his purchase of a home at the time when they had gone through a separation. Tom was sick, and he had Parkinson's, and was on the decline at that time.
Oh my
and it was
God.
soon after he purchased that home that Tina came into our lives, and I met Tina. And Tina and Tom had actually a very loving relationship.
Oh my God.
We developed our friendship with them over the years. My family, I have 3 children, ages 37, 35, and 30, all married with grandchildren. They've all been a part of both Tom. And I'm sorry. both of Tom and Tina.
If you need some tissues, they're right there.
Oh,
So this has been
let
very
me
close
let
to
me
our
show you
hearts.
Tina's
So we
loving
stand with each
relationship with her
other's-
ex. Oh no, it
Tina
gets
is
better.
very much so a part of our family.
Oh,
We
fuck.
spent a lot of time together. We spend our holidays
Fucking
together.
read that. Just read that.
She's a part of my kids' life.
Tina's been
We
sued
spent
by her
time up at,
ex-husband's
her
estate
property in
for
Coburn with
fraud
the
or
kids.
something. I shit
And
you
so
not.
We became very close. When I worked with Tom, Tom's decline was more than what I could handle. He became a personal friend of mine and my kids, and we helped take care of him. And when Tina stepped in to start helping back into his life, I helped her and Tom with his care. When she could no longer provide care for him, we made sure that he went to the VA. Tina and I would go and break him out and take him for dinners and take him up to the property and spend as much time as we could with him. Family dinners. He looked forward to football at our house. My kids would go over and set up his TV. And I'm here today just to say that, again, I haven't followed this on purpose because I've kept it very separate from me. But I can say that Tina is such a big part of our family, and she's never been off the radar in my life. And so when I heard that last testimony, no, I've always known where Tina is. Tina's always been there for me. Her integrity is incredible.
Have you heard
for
about
our
the civil
family. She has
case?
supported us through our losses over the past few years. And I've supported her back through her loss, watching Tom's demise and watching him
Watching his estate sue her?
basically lose his life, and the life just coming out of him has been
What?
Something that we've shared many tears and, comfort for each other. So
Uh-huh.
my
Okay.
relationship stems back to 2018 up till now, and Tina's always been very present in my life. Her integrity, her support, her love for our family.
Excuse me?
Is something that I really don't want to lose. And so I'm here today to just
Oh,
plead
well,
that
I'm
whatever
so
the
sorry.
case is, that
You're gonna lose a
probation
pampered
is
chef buddy.
considered, or
I don't know.
that she's not taken from our family. And so I
oh
just
my
wanted
God.
to speak on her behalf and our love for her and support today. And
That's true.
hopefully
Just
that-
visit her in
that
jail.
It's our hope and
Okay,
prayer
great.
that she's
You're
able
not
to
losing
stay,
her. She's not dying.
very present in our lives.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, sit down.
Mr.
Stupid.
Case?
No further witnesses other than Ms. Peters.
Yeah, no
Okay.
shit.
And that's the end of the argument from defense, other than what Ms. Peters will tell me. Is
You
that
have
correct?
no argument.
I just want to be sure, because that's the way this works. Like I
Yeah.
said before, I hear first from the defense attorneys, then I hear from the prosecution, and then I'm going to hear from Ms. Peters. There's not going to be rebuttal.
So,
Excuse me.
I think Mr. Administrator will.
He did speak. Mr. Administrator did make a sentencing argument earlier.
All right.
But I just want to make sure that there isn't, there's no confusion about when you say you're done, and then I'm going to hear from the prosecution, and then I'm going to hear from Ms. Peters.
Okay, I need just a moment. to
Yeah.
confer with Ms.
Sure, take your
Thank
time.
They didn't prepare. They didn't prepare. They did not prepare. He has no closing statement. This lawyer didn't prepare a closing statement for his client who's about to be sentenced, including prison time. He did not prepare. I think it was up to 10 years. I'll check that again because I might confuse them with each other. But I don't even know what's happening here. This is the biggest clown show. I don't know. Tina should be like furious, but of course she's fucking stupid. So, whatever. Hold on. Let me find out. Tina Peters. Jail sentence. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Let me see. She was found guilty of 7 of 10 counts. Some of them felonies, some of them misdemeanors. Hold on. I just want to make sure I'm right about the... Oh my God. Peters faces up to roughly 20 years in prison. She was found guilty of 3 counts of attempt to influence a public servant, 1 count of conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation, 1 count of official misconduct, 1 count of violation of duty, 1 count of failure to comply with the Secretary of State requirements. She faces up to 20 years. I thought it was 10, but she's going to jail for all these penises. Patrick Byrne, of all people. A pill addict. A few pill addicts. Actually, might be the whole fucking lot of them. I know, the lawyer did suck. He was totally a joke during the hearing. Highly recommend watching the Tina Peters. I have a playlist on my account. If you go to my playlists, there's a playlist of, yeah, she'll go to the hippie bros ashram in Yuba City. 20 years there? Wow, that's going to be weird. Handmade. Not very, no, she'll be, what do they call those? What are us oldies? The ones who can't bear children anymore? What are we called in The Handmaid's Tale? I think we work in the quarry. But anyway.
Mr. Case.
We have no further presentation.
Oh my
except for
God.
Ms. Peters, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Thank you, sir. Mr. Rubenstein or whomever for the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. My final witness is Matt Crane, Executive Director of the Colorado Clerks Association.
Okay, Mr. Crane, if you can come on up here to the lectern, please, and state your name, spell your last.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good
My
morning.
name is Matt Crane, C-R-A-N-E.
What would you like to share with me?
Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I am the Executive Director of the Colorado County Clerks Association. I've worked in election administration at both the state and local level here in Colorado since the year 2000, including serving as the Arapahoe County Clerk and Recorder from 2013 through 2019. Along with my duties here in Colorado, I also serve as an election subject matter expert consultant on election processes and security across the country. I feel
There's
a heavy
link
responsibility
to the
today
summary of
as I
her
speak.
convictions and
I
what
feel
I
this
just read
because
from.
I know I am speaking for the amazing individuals who serve Colorado as county clerks and their teams, as well as the thousands of Americans across our
take any,
country
'cause I'm
who work
thinking-
in elections. On their behalf, I want to start by saying it is not possible to overestimate the damage done by Tina Peters.
I don't want any
In
fucking
a real
home
and
arrest
specific
either.
way, her
Fuck
actions
that
have
shit.
led directly to death threats and general threats
There you
to the
go,
lives
Tina.
and the families of the people who work in our elections. She has willingly aided individuals in our country who believe that violence is a way to make a point. She has knowingly fueled a fire within others who choose threats as a means to get their way. We have many examples of Colorado clerks who have experienced directly what Tina has brought to our state's doorstep. These are clerks deeply rooted in their communities, many of them for their entire lives, who now are called out in the grocery store or places of worship. I've also experienced this in my life. In my role, I have received death threats and most painfully have had individuals motivated, at least in part, by Tina's actions threatening the lives of my wife and my children. While her actions and the direct threats they have inspired while her actions and the direct threats they have inspired are tangible and need to be acknowledged, I wanted to speak about the less tangible results of her actions today. When you serve as clerk and recorder or work in elections, you treat this work as more than just a job. You understand that your work is a part of a sacred trust shared with all Americans. You know that your efforts underpin our entire democracy. Without the ability for citizens to safely and accurately elect their government, democracy does not exist. It is this foundational element that Tina has willfully chosen to undermine. In part, I believe she did this because she simply doesn't understand her job. Managing and running elections is complicated. These processes are very specific and require great attention to detail. I can assure this court that Tina never even attempted to master any of these procedures. For instance, she left our association's training opportunity for new clerks early. She never completed the work to become a certified Colorado election official, which is something required of all clerks and people who work elections in Colorado.
Oh, fuck.
I've listened
So how is
since-
that possible? If she didn't complete it, how did she get to continue to do her job? Is it because she was elected, and that's just the way it is, or?
No, it's a great question, Your Honor. There was no teeth in the law before this for clerks who were negligent in their duty like Tina has been. Since then, we've adjusted the law here in Colorado so that if you don't get certified within 6 months, then you can be removed as a designated election official in your jurisdiction.
And out of curiosity then, how common was it that someone who was elected as the clerk and recorder wouldn't get so certified?
I think after very uncommon. I think Tina, through 2 years, I know she didn't get her certification, but I think it's very uncommon.
By uncommon, like 1, 2 out of the?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, probably 5 or less, if I had to guess.
Okay, that's all. I'm not going to hold you to it.
Sure.
Thank you.
I've listened since she was exposed publicly as having violated her oath of office to her talk about her responsibility to preserve election records. And I've come to believe that she doesn't understand what that means. That's why when her actions came to light, I was not surprised that the bad actors that populate the election denial movement in America found an easy mark. Now, that comment may present Tina as a sympathetic figure who was taken advantage of, but I want to be clear, that's not the case. She was a willing participant in this scheme. Had she wanted to follow the law and retain non-required records like computer operating system logs, she could have done what Larimer County did in 2021 when Republican clerk and recorder Angela Myers called the Secretary of State's office for guidance on backing up those files along with all required election records. Tina instead chose to undermine the security of her office, sneak someone in with credentials that were not their own, and turn off the cameras, which, as we've heard earlier, had been cameras being on here in Mesa County Elections Office had been the standing operating procedure for at least a decade. Her actions were treacherous, certainly not honorable or heroic, and the actions of someone who, nor were they the actions of someone who were duped, but rather someone who was willingly participating in an orchestrated plot. In real terms, her misguided actions have done the following. 1, they served as a fuel for a national movement that threatens the very heart of our democratic processes. 2, created an environment of distrust for election workers across America, and particularly here in Colorado, which in some cases has led to death threats and intimidation. 3, she made the version of her election system that she compromised more vulnerable and less secure. With the voting system out in the wild, any bad actor can study that image and look for ways to undermine the system should they get direct physical access to each component. 4, she contributed to the loss of thousands of honest, hardworking men and women across the country who have worked in our elections for decades due to constant harassment and threats her actions have helped inspire.
This is amazing.
Here in Colorado, we've seen longtime clerks choose retirement
tears.
due to the flames that Tina has willfully fanned. Excuse me. She's created an environment in our state where county clerks spend far too much of their time and effort countering lies created by the individuals Tina sought to help, and theirs perpetuated by Tina herself. 6, she cost Mesa County over $1 million of taxpayer money, as we've heard earlier, to purchase, test, and retest systems that she undermined. Number 7, cost Mesa County and voters across the nation trust in their system of government for no reason. The current clerk and recorder here in Mesa County is working hard to repair this damage, but it's an effort that she shouldn't have to spend. I'd hoped that following her conviction by a jury of her peers in this courthouse, that Tina would have finally come to understand the real impact of what she had done. Instead, she seems to have doubled down on her lies and her willful ignorance about how our elections work. I have seen her ongoing posts on social media and am aware of her ongoing speaking efforts. All of these are aimed at continuing to undermine election processes and the individuals who manage our elections. Sadly, they also appear to be a means of income for Tina as well. The only positive outcome of Tina's unlawful actions is one she didn't intend. Her actions awaken the network of individuals, these men and women across the country charged with protecting elections, to the real and present danger of insider threats. Her callous disregard for her sacred oath has strengthened our resolve and our processes to guard against someone inside an election office taking advantage of their position to undermine our most cherished right to free, fair, and yes, secure elections. Being a county clerk, Your Honor, it's not a glamorous job. People don't run for this office because they want to be famous. They run for the job because they want to be of service. These people have had their jobs made immeasurably harder by what Tina Peters did and her ongoing efforts to fuel the machine that continues to spread lies and disinformation. But most importantly, her actions have contributed to millions of Americans developing a distrust in their elections for no reason. This undermining of the trust placed in our elections by Tina and those she aided is the most dangerous outcome of her willful disregard for the federal and Colorado laws around elections. We cannot maintain a democracy when the governed do not believe the government was fairly and accurately elected. It is for this, Your Honor, that we believe she deserves the harshest penalty this court can deliver. I urge this court to consider all the impacts of Tina's actions, as well as the fact that she had no remorse for the incredible damage she has caused as you contemplate her sentence today. I want to be clear, Your Honor. The only illegal activity and fraudulent activity around Mesa County elections was orchestrated by Tina Peters. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. Mr. Rubenstein.
That's wonderful.
Thank you, Judge.
Wonderful.
Judges, I've listened to the various people speak for the defense. I've heard several times that this was Ms. Peters being singled out by the Secretary of State. And I think Your Honor knows this already, but I want to make it very clear. The Secretary of State has played absolutely zero role in any decision that I have made in bringing this prosecution. Like Ms. Peters, I was elected to represent the County of Mesa, the 21st Judicial District, which is a single county district. Like Commissioner McGinnis and Commissioner Davis, who spoke, they were also elected to represent this community. And I know from speaking to my community and speaking to the commissioners who also represent this community that this is being brought on behalf of this community. Some of the people I asked to speak today, Mr. Wood obviously was personally impacted along with his wife, but the commissioners to speak about the impact to the community, and Mr. Crane to speak about not just the impact to the community, but to the state and to the country. And it is for that reason that her actions are being singled out for prosecution, because she and she alone caused those things. When it comes down to it, Your Honor, this country is founded on checks and balances. The Constitution is founded on checks and balances. The oath that Ms. Peters took, that I took, that Your Honor took, that talks about upholding the laws of the state of Colorado and the Constitution of the state of Colorado and the Constitution of the United States, is about checks and balances. There are 3 branches of government that check each other and balance each other. Even single branches of government have checks and balances. Different elected officials in the executive branch have checks and balances. Here, the Secretary of State had the passcodes, the clerk had the computers, and the independent vendor had the software. Her entire goal in this case was to subvert the checks and balances that are so fundamental to what it is to be an American, the security of our votes. And she keeps repeating it. She keeps saying, I alone have the authority. I alone have the decision as to who goes into that room. All things that she keeps repeating, and she keeps repeating in our podcast, but that's not true. There is a process. If you don't like something, you report it to law enforcement. You go to the district attorney who has the authority to investigate and who has investigated. You go to the county attorney and you bring a lawsuit for a declaratory judgment about whether or not you or the Secretary of State is right about your ability to perform your functions of the job. But instead, Ms. Peters shuts off the cameras. She's dishonest with everyone to cover it up. And this case is only an example of her repeated dishonesty to undermine the process. Throughout this case, she told each person what that person needed to hear to manipulate them. Brenda Moore, who testified, she's the head of HR. She obviously knows that Conan James Hayes is not an employee of the county. So she goes to Brenda, and she gets the head of HR to give a badge for somebody who's going to do consultant work for computers in the name of Gerald Wood. David Underwood, who has to give computer access. She tells him what he needs to hear. What does he need to hear? He was the one that gave state access to a prior person during what's been referred to as Ballotgate. So what he needed to hear is, oh, this is a state employee who's coming in. Gerald Wood, they needed Gerald Wood's cooperation to get a badge. So what did they tell him? We're gonna hire you to do some consultant work, go get a badge. And when he does, they take the badge and say, thanks, we'll call you when we need you. Danny Casillas and David Romero, what did they need to hear? They needed to hear that Gerald Wood or Conan James Hayes was Gerald Wood and that he was a county employee. For each person, she had her own act of dishonesty. James Cannon, she lies to James Cannon on the phone when he calls to find out what happened, and she acted like it was preposterous that anything like this could have happened, knowing full well that she was the one that orchestrated this, that set this up. But all of this related to this case is just an example of her pattern of dishonesty. She lies to manipulate people to get what she wants, to get what she wants them to do, so she can be in the spotlight and cost the Americans confidence in the election process. She was found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the contempt proceedings. She lies to the police about whose iPad it was. So what makes Ms. Peters' situation different than others? At the time that all this happened, she was an elected official. She had an audience, and she still does. She took an oath to uphold it. The exhibits I filed with the court for sentencing show the way she manipulates the truth, refuses to acknowledge any role in any of this, and she uses that audience to shape people's view of the courts, of police, of court orders. We live in a community where cops are challenged, where we have officer-involved shootings, and she is on podcasts talking about how you should mistrust the police. You shouldn't follow court orders. Court orders don't mean anything. Search warrants don't mean anything. For more than a year, we had people showing up at the commissioner hearings, yelling at the commissioners like they were the enemy in this. Our elected leaders are not supposed to be the ones who are making up lies to turn people against their government officials. Our elected leaders are not supposed to be the one telling others to disregard court orders. She was removed from being the designated election official in a 22-page order from Judge Robison with extensive findings of her dishonesty, and she continues to disregard the court's authority, even showing up at the clerk's office on election day when she has a restraining order prohibiting her from doing that, and bringing a crew to film it. So why is this significant, Judge? Because we sit before this court today for sentencing, and the statutes give out the purposes for sentencing. The statutes, 18-1-102.5-1A, says that the sentence should punish the convicted offender in relation to the seriousness of the offense. Here we have an attempt to influence public servant charge. Usually when we have those charges, it's somebody who lied to their probation officer that they did their community service. Not much harm comes of that. We correct it, but they still get prosecuted for it. This is by far the most aggravated attempt to influence a public servant's charge I have ever seen in my career. By far the most aggravated one I've seen across the state ever in my career. 1B, to assure fairness and consistent treatment. Again, the most aggravated version should yield the most aggravated sentence. 1C, to promote respect for the law. I don't think anybody in this room would even make a straight-face argument that Ms. Peters has demonstrated any respect for the law. Further in C, to provide a deterrent to others who will likely commit similar offenses. There was a motion filed by the defense saying that this happening before Election Day would have a chilling effect on other clerks. The statute actually directs, Your Honor, to consider the chilling effect that this should have on other people committing the same crimes she committed. Mr. Schroeder got up and said, we don't want to discourage people from raising their hand and saying we may have an issue here. That's absolutely true. We want people to raise their hand and say we have an issue here, not commit a bunch of crimes covertly to try to figure out if there's an issue. To promote rehabilitation, the defense has argued for probation. I would submit that Ms. Peters has demonstrated repeatedly that she does not think she did anything wrong. She submitted a statement to the court in the pre-sentence investigation report, giving excuses, giving justifications, but never once acknowledging that she did something wrong, that this was not the way to handle this. What does every 12-step program start with? It starts with acknowledging you have a problem, and she has not done that, and there's no purpose in rehabilitation for somebody who does not think they did anything wrong.
She made a podcast out of it.
Subsection 1F says that the sentence should be one that promotes acceptance of responsibility and accountability by offenders and to provide restoration and healing for the community. As Your Honor has heard from the other witnesses that spoke, Ms. Peters has made this community a joke. She's made respecting law enforcement a joke, made respecting court orders a joke. She's not accepted any responsibility and considers this a badge of honor. So as the elected official on behalf of this community, I am asking Your Honor to sentence her to the Department of Corrections on each count for at least the midpoint of the presumptive range, but I believe a maximum sentence would be appropriate in most, if not all, of the counts. I would not object to the 2 counts with the Secretary of State victims running concurrent to each other, but I would ask that the court run consecutive the victim groups. Gerald Wood, the county official, and the Secretary of State officials. And I know it is unusual to ask for a jail sentence to run consecutive to a Department of Correction sentence, and the appellate courts disfavor it in most situations, but in this situation I believe it's appropriate because the county citizens are the victims of the official misconduct charge, and that is a separate group. And I would ask the court to sentence her to the maximum sentence of jail to run consecutive to the Department of Corrections. We are not asking for restitution in this case, despite the representations of the commissioners as to all that she has cost this county, because Colorado's restitution laws are so restrictive on the specific conduct and whether or not that restitution is the proximate cause of the specific conduct for which she was convicted. But we are asking for the cost of prosecution that we filed with the court of $2,409.97. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms.
The
Rubenstein.
Truth Matters with Tina Peters.
Ms. Peters, you have the right to address me before I impose any sentence upon you. You do not have to address me, ma'am, and in fact, you retain the right to remain silent, and if you choose not to address me, I will not use your decision to not address me in any way against you. But if you do wish to address me, you can tell me as much or as little about you, this case, or anything else you think I need to know in order to impose my sentence properly in your mind. I would just ask that you stand when you address me.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. May I take the podium?
Yes,
Is that
the
okay?
lectern, yes, you may.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. It's with a heavy heart that I hear the vile accusations and the anger levied against me for what I did to serve the people of Mesa County. You know, maintaining my innocence is not disrespect for the law. I respect the jury verdict based on the evidence that they were allowed to hear. There's much that they weren't allowed to hear. I never intended a video of the trusted bill to be made public. I did not authorize it to be made public. I asked questions about Dominion violating election laws.
Did you connect dots?
One moment.
Did you lose your place?
Judge, I'm asking for probation. Since 2022, I've been on restriction, and now I have an ankle bracelet that I've been compliant with that.
You ran, you bitch!
Oh, are we doing something on the screen? Oh, I
Yes,
didn't know that.
yes, Your Honor.
I need to know that.
Oh, we have a video?
Sorry. Thank
That's
you.
all right.
Is she going to show her arrest?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Judge, I've never lied to you. Can you zoom in on that, please?
Yeah.
Mr. Rubenstein accused me in court of recording on my iPad. I did not record on my iPad. This was the transcript of that. He says, I've now seen the screen, and indeed, it's recording.
What is happening?
Then later, Rubenstein admitted he didn't know if I was recording or not. I have no idea if it was recording or not.
What is going on now? Are we retrying the case? It's not asking for
In my
forgiveness?
eyes,
It's not asking for mercy?
Mr. Rubenstein lied to you, Judge, which resulted in me being seized and now wearing an ankle bracelet for contempt and lying to you.
Oh my
The
God.
ankle bracelet is for your contempt or for your conviction in the obstruction case?
Well, all of those two cases were a direct result of that day in court that the DA got up, interrupted a normal proceeding. I didn't interrupt the proceeding to get up and cause a big stir.
God, I love
Judge
this so
Dunkelman
much.
found otherwise, but
She's
I guess we could
Karening.
just disagree on that. I understand
She's
what you're saying.
parking.
Go ahead.
She's doing this in the
They
parking lot.
kept the
y'all.
iPad for 15 months.
She's yelling at the Your Honor for parking too close to her car.
They never searched it. And when my attorneys had it transferred to a lab,
When my attorneys
they said
had it transferred
there was no recording
to a lab.
ever on it.
Really?
None of the 66
don't
videos were
say.
deleted. You can go back down or go
Wow.
up. No.
What happened?
The report states, wait, stop.
Do you
Go
mean
up a
you were
little bit more.
set up?
Thank you.
Are you saying
66
you're set
recordings
up,
were extracted
Tina?
from the iPad. None of the 66
Is this a Columbo
videos
moment?
were deleted. None of the videos were recorded on February 7th, 2022.
What?
There was never any recording made, and my iPad proves it.
No, you're.
I want to take a break here and address some of the accusations, the vile accusations that have been levied against me with such anger and vile. As a Christian woman and as a gentle person, basically, that stepped
You want to
up
get to the point, mister. Now, what is it? What are you
run
trying to tell
for
us?
county clerk and recorder because we had 3.5-hour wait times from the prior, who is now the present clerk, who was the manager of elections. 3.5-hour wait times. I looked at that, Judge, as a business
No,
owner.
sir, it's no mistake.
I could have minded my own business. I could have stayed living a great life, my husband and I. But instead, I stood up and I said, I can fix that. My son said in his SEAL Team 6 paperwork before he died, I read it after he died. He
Did you guys
said,
hear that?
describe
Wait,
your
hold on.
mother.
You want to get to the point,
He
mister.
said-
Now, what is it? What are you trying to tell us?
She fixes things. When I see something that needs to be fixed, that's good,
I downloaded some
I
Dragnet
believe
sound effects.
that everyone should
I
do
haven't
that.
put them on the board yet, though. Hey, Bunny.
I ran for clerk and recorder, and I'll get into that part in just a moment. But I'm very taken back by how awful I've been depicted when I was just trying to do my job. The people expected me to do. When I look at the people that have spoken here today
Look at them.
and asking for harsh sentences, I'm just appalled. I feel bad for them because I know I've often said God doesn't like people messing with his kids.
Really?
And I believe I'm a child of God.
Wait, what?
And I believe that
Well, God doesn't like cheaters either.
it was important for
No.
someone to stand up.
Oh,
And
my
I chose to do that.
Oh, please,
As
Judge.
far as Gerald Wood and Wendy Wood,
Uh-oh.
I think during the trial, the text messages that were presented, when at first Gerald Wood said, he said that, yes, I used the name Trebuchet. Yes, that's my phone number. His picture was on there. And then when and the date, which was May 14th, I believe.
There you go.
And then when he started reading that it said, I'm your guy, meaning he was the guy that was going to stand in. He had agreed to stand in and use his identity to protect the identity of Conan Hayes, who had just busted, by his efforts for the federal government, a human trafficking organization called Backpage.
What?
My son was involved in anti-human trafficking. He worked with, as a Navy SEAL, he worked with Texas Rangers, and that's what they did that nobody ever knew. And that's what I believe caused his death. But when he looked at those, when he changed his tune, after he was shown the proof that he was complicit, that he knew that he was stepping up to conceal the identity of Conan Hayes, to see him deny it now while we have proof
really what?
in
How's
text
it make you
from
feel?
him that he admitted were his,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden had a case of amnesia.
Okay.
Here it is, right here.
What? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I've got the tape. I roll tape!
I don't know if I need to turn this on or not, but go ahead and hit
Can you
play.
make that bigger?
Her brain was melted already. She
So
didn't
let's
get
stop
any
right there. Can we stop it?
pieces.
Tina, this is our guy. He says, that I am.
'Cause you,
And then I said, hi, guy.
'Cause you
Nice to
hired
meet
him
you.
to do
I'll
a
call
job, you
tomorrow.
stupid
Is there a
cunt."
good time, early morning or afternoon for you?
This proves
I have
nothing.
meetings, and I explained that. Okay, keep
This
going.
proves not smooth
But this is
brain,
Sharona Bishop
absolutely
saying,
musky.
this is your guy. He gives me his phone number.
Okay.
He says Fridays are generally
And?
quiet for me. If you can stop
Okay.
here.
All right.
And
Because you were going to
that was
hire
May
him to do
13th.
some work. Okay.
Feel free to call whenever's best for you.
Okay. And?
Awesome, will do.
And?
Then he says,
And?
I have my Mesa County employee badge now.
Right.
Now, this is a man who never filled out an employment application.
Okay.
This is, stop right there.
Oh, did he walk into
This
the
is a man
office
who
on his
never
own
filled
and
out
say,
an
"Tina
employment
sent me"?
application, never went through the interview process.
Okay.
But now he has an employee badge.
Is
Don't
this
you think
a-
that somebody like that would
Is this a flex?
wonder? No.
Is this a flex?
Okay, we're getting prepared. I think it would be good to bring in Sandy at this point to strategize before our guest comes.
what are we
Who do
talking
you
about?
think that refers to?
I don't know.
The guest
Doug
comes.
Frank?
So right there, you can see, Your Honor, that Gerald
I don't
Wood
know.
knew what his role in this
No, he
was. As
didn't.
much as he,
Oh my
because
God,
of
she's the
fear or
dumbest
whatever else
fuck
the
on the
prosecution
planet right now.
aimed at him to get to testify
Tina,
against me
man,
for his
You know what? I don't want to say I was right,
freedom
but she should have fucking
and throw me under the
fled.
bus. He says that the give, send, go. They talk about that I lied about that involvement. They talk about the give, send, go, that I've profited from this, Judge. That goes to pay my attorneys. I don't have the money of the Colorado Attorney General's office,
Oh, roll
who is
tape.
represented here, who were
Roll
sworn
tape.
in to be prosecutors in this case and who conducted the trial. It takes a lot of
What?
money to fight the government. Cody Davis,
She's a sob
when he
sick.
got up. So during this time, when the ankle break, when the iPad, when I was accused of recording in your courtroom, just sitting right over there, which I did not do. The next day, I'm at a commissioner's hearing. They see the iPad in
Why
my
are
purse.
you at the commissioner's meeting?
We're sitting there. All of a sudden, 22 minutes, they delayed the commissioner's hearing in order to go get a search
ran out of
warrant
space
for the
on my
iPad they saw
iPad.
in my purse. Unwitting, people sitting there with me. We waited. Then we said our grievances or our what we wanted to say to the commissioners, and then we left. We were followed 1 block away to Main Street Bagel, and that's when all hell broke loose. They came in, descended on it like it was a drug bust. Grabbed the iPad. I don't know what's happening. I grab it back. And then they totally caught me by surprise. And so, yes, I agree. I didn't react normally or because this was not a normal situation.
She's
But
just a,
during that
she's a
commissioner's
Karen.
hearing,
And not a good
and we've
Karen, a
had this
bad
enhanced and we can hear it. During the time they took this break, Janet Rowland bends down and covers the microphone like this and says she won't want to come back here after this. And Cody Davis,
What
that's
are we
sitting right
talking
back
about?
here, said, then you can hear it if you play back the recording, sacrificial lamb. He called me a sacrificial lamb. Cody Davis said 1.4 million. He talked about the salary for 16 months. I didn't want to be kicked out of my office.
Oh my
I would have
God.
gladly.
You
I came in
ran. Oh,
every
bitch, I
single
got that
day
on tape myself.
during COVID.
Stop
every
yourself.
single day. So did my chief deputy. We worked. We didn't stay home like a lot of people did enjoying a vacation. We worked, and I figured out ways to make it so
I
we
hope this
still
judge goes,
provided
"How
those services
dare you?
to the citizens
How
of Mesa County.
dare
As a matter
you?"
of fact, when I first took office, they said it couldn't be done. I couldn't lower those 3.5-hour wait times. And I'm the type person that while somebody's saying something can't be done, I'm doing it. Like I said, my son says I fix things. Shortly after I was sworn in, 1 month later, I started
All of
opening
a
the
sudden, the
offices
ghost of her
in
son
Fruta
shows up.
for
I'd like
$150
to put my
a
mom in
month.
jail, please. Thank you.
And then the Fruta office for 1/3 of what had been paid before. I'd been negotiating that for 10 months before I even took office, being a former real estate broker and also being in the construction business. My staff, when I got there, they were making $14.65 an hour, Judge. I don't know how anybody lives off of that these days. and they'd been passed over for promotions. And, so when Scott McGinnis talks about the big turnover, I had people that would cuss customers out when I first got there, and they had to go. I gave them a chance, and they had to go. One was a veteran, and so yes, there was some turnover, and then there were turnover that left because of the prior clerk. But when they say that I cost the county, when Cody Davis says I cost the county, no, I didn't cost the county. I saved the county money. Scott McGinnis talked a lot about deception and high expectations that the county has for clerks. Talked about breaking the contract and things like that. Janet Rowland, the commissioner, and I had already been talking about that since January, about getting out of the Dominion contract, which only had one more year. She even admitted in an email, and we talked about it, that maybe they could pay off the rest of the contract and go ahead and bring in clear ballot. I was ready just weeks before all hell broke loose for us to sign a contract with a different vendor. But it was interesting that, and Scott McGinnis said that I was not around, that I was AWOL, that I was on the run, is how he said it. No, I called in every single day to my managers.
No, you said you were.
On FaceTime, on our conference
she
calling,
said she was.
every
I have
single
it.
day.
I have like 3 or 4 clips
talking
of
to
it.
them about the program for the day,
everyone, the good
what we were
Tina's
going to
here.
do today,
The good Tina is
asking
here.
how their subordinates were doing, were there any problems, and solutions to whatever was going on. I was present every single day.
Narcissism.
You weren't physically present.
I was present. Where I was, Your Honor, I was, after all this broke, which was by no fault of my own when it broke, because that was not my intent. My intent was just to come out quietly. Let's see if there's a there there. If there's a there there, and then we do something
You
about
ran
it.
to
If there's
Lindell.
not, then we keep reassuring the people. I didn't believe there was fraud here.
What?
And I took people on tours of the office to reassure
You
them.
weren't physically present.
I had been, I was.
And then when did you come back to be physically present to do the job you were elected to?
Let me explain that.
No, I just want you to answer the question.
Okay, I was flown from North Dakota or South Dakota to Texas.
I'm not asking where you went or where you were. You physically weren't present.
One month.
You were
4
gone.
weeks. 4 weeks.
You were gone for 4 weeks.
But I was present every
longer.
day. How did people exist during COVID, Your Honor? They didn't go into the offices
Oh
every
my
day. I
God.
did. They did it by video conferencing.
She
That's how I was running
said,
my
"I'm on
office,
the
and that's perfectly
run."
acceptable. So I was flown to Texas for my safety. 1 week later, my hotel room was physically breached. It was broken into.
You weren't.
After that time, I had 24/7 armed security. I was in a hotel room. The door across from me was propped open, and I had 24/7 armed security until
Oh, really? By whom?
the first report came out.
Who gave you your
When
security?
I brought the first report, September 16th, I believe it was, 16th or 17th, it might have been 17th, immediately we took 3 reports to the commissioners.
Reports of what?
And 1 report to the DA.
Where?
They did nothing.
What?
They did nothing. And while I was gone,
Which
there was
reports were those?
people coming in trying to present, evidence of what was being found.
What
But
was
all
found?
they want to know was, where's Tina Peters?
What was found?
All they wanted to know, they didn't
Because you were
want to know
on the
anything. And I
run,
saw
you
Merrick
stupid
Garland
cunt.
on, because I was tuned in. I was tuned in on my security.
Which reports were they? And who paid for your security?
My security officers'
Who were your security officers?
computer. And I could see who was there, CNN. And that was an open records violation law. That was the Sunshine Law violation.
Come on, baby.
All the public should have been
Spit it.
able to see that.
Now's
But that's a
your
whole
chance.
nother story, and I won't go
Say
there.
what?
Oh boy.
When commissioners are meeting together, it's supposed to be an open meeting. This was a closed meeting, but there were other
They're
people
allowed to
there.
have executive
Merrick Garland, was
sessions.
that a
Fucking
commissioners
hell.
meeting?
No, on this Zoom meeting. I know it's hard to believe that this has gotten the attention
it is hard to
across
believe
this
because you're
nation
lying.
because of what we've discovered. So Scott McGinnis said that
Lock
They have
her
not seen one
up.
fraudulent vote.
Now I'm saying throw the entire book
But I
at
would
her.
say, I would argue with that, because just because you don't acknowledge and you're blind to the truth, it doesn't mean that the truth is not there. Can you hand me that?
Do you deny that the hand count?
I'll get to that.
No,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just wondering. Do
No,
you
I'll
deny
deny. I'll get to that.
Sure, I'm interested to
So,
hear.
so, Your Honor,
This is great.
on
This
September
is the best ever.
17th, well, this is dated 15th of September, I took one of these copies to every commissioner and to the DA. They did nothing. Did nothing. There is expert reports. There were 29,000 election records that you can see on here in orange that were deleted from the People's Mesa County election system when they compared the first image that was taken and the second image. Gone, deleted. The only record we have is the record that I have. So you wonder why, when Scott McGinnis says that there's never been any fraudulent vote found, it's because they replaced the machines. They took the evidence out of Mesa County Dominion voting system and put new machines. And you know what I told the candidates that year? I said they were running. A lot of good candidates were running for school board. I said, you don't have to worry about this election. They are not going to cheat during this election. So all that hand counting, all that stuff, I knew they weren't going to cheat. But we have the evidence that they did. Here's the other thing. February 28th, 2022, brought another report. You know what this report showed? There were 36 wireless devices. So when you hear Dr. Frank talk about wireless devices in these machines, they're there. As a matter of fact, now they admit that there's wireless devices. And Matt Crane with the Colorado County Clerks Association and the Secretary of State just says, well, just turn them off. I was never taught, none of the other clerks, I'm sure Dallas Schroeder can testify, were never told to turn off, because these machines cannot be certified if they have wireless devices inside or have the capability. And then report number 3 came out after I was indicted.
I think she needs
March
to be
19th.
committed.
Oh, by the way, back up.
I think she needs to
November,
be
after
committed.
after I brought this report out, I was raided on November 16th by the FBI. November 17th,
Let's hope Merrick Garland has some shit
an
on
attorney that
This
is
is
well
insane.
known to the DA went into the nursing home and had my husband, who was a veteran with Parkinson's, sign a divorce decree.
Oh my God!
Not only did that take my husband, it took all my VA benefits. I found out a month later, 1 month before we would have been married 35 years, Your Honor. I had taken care of that man for 35 years, and I actually went to save him, which I'll show you in just a moment.
She stole
So report
her
number
dying
3 came out. You said,
ex-husband's
you asked
I just
if
linked it
there
up
was...
above. She's still facing that
and
civil trial.
Probably none of these people have even read these reports that I gave them. So report
Oh
number
my God.
3, when that ballot goes in to the tabulation machine, we've already proven it in report number 3.
No such
There's
thing
a
as
second database that's created. So there's an image. So when they say, well, we'll just count the images. Don't worry about the paper ballots. We'll just count the images. After ballots go in, there's a second fraudulent database that's created, and it's all documented in here. There's an image taken of that ballot. Then the ballot is changed, and we know it's been changed because it's lacking the .sha file,
hundreds and
and it goes through
thousands of her.
adjudication differently, like it's a completely different ballot.
She defrauded
This
her
is what
dying
report number 3
husband.
is. So when you ask, were there any fraudulent votes?
She's going
They
to
haven't
face
read it. They
a
don't
civil
know.
trial for that.
All right, I'm
But
going to
was
move
only
along.
on hold because she
Sorry?
was facing
I'm not gonna
criminal
let you
charges here.
Okay,
go
that's
on
fine.
about things that are completely irrelevant to the sentence.
This is
No, it's not. I've let you go on enough about this, but the votes are the votes. You still didn't answer the question. If this is my ballot and I put it in the machine, whatever it tabulates is whatever it tabulates.
No, it doesn't. It changes.
You're not letting me finish.
Okay,
Whatever
please.
it tabulates is whatever it tabulates. My hand vote, my ballot remains the same. They counted those ballots.
I
Did they
understand.
not?
I understand what you're saying,
Did
Your
they
Honor.
count the ballots?
No, the ballot images were changed, and that's what the total shows. Okay, I'll move off of this because I can see that I would encourage to read the report number 3.
I've read them. ma'am.
You've read all of them?
I've read those reports. They were given to me at some point, I believe.
Good, good. Well, so you know what I'm saying
Oh my
is true.
God! Please,
All right,
stop
let me move
her.
on.
Stop.
It's not funny. My life is on the line here, Your
Are
Honor.
you fucking
you're the
kidding
one
me?
who's making
You were laughing.
This allegation that one,
It's
I think
not
is
an
funny,
allegation.
and two, that I know it's true. You're saying that as if I believe you, and I did not say that.
Okay.
That is
All
why
right.
I made the sound, because it's insulting to me for you to just put that in a record in front of all of these people that I believe something to be true.
Okay, and I apologize for that, Your Honor. That wasn't my intent. I do apologize for that. It gets a little fiery when your life
That's
is
all
on the
they do.
line, and I
That's all they
apologize.
do. You know what? They just like, oh yeah, I didn't mean that.
But I told the candidates they didn't
kidding.
have anything to fear because they had brand new machines that they'd taken out the bad ones, as the clerk alluded to. The truth does matter, you know. The fact that
the name of
Gerald Wood
our show.
lied about his part in this is unforgivable. Cody Davis calling me a sacrificial lamb, and then what happened next, and we'll show that in just a moment. But you know, Matt Crane's wife has worked for the voting system for 2 decades. Did you know that? Not many people know
my
that she's
God.
worked for Dominion for 2 decades.
So what?
So when he gets defensive about the voting machines, there's a reason.
Really? Wow.
All right.
She's fucking
Let's
up.
go on
I love
to,
it. I love it. You know what? Go fuck yourself, girl. I
So they
hope
kept
you
my
really
iPad.
suffer in prison. Now I do. I didn't before, but now I do.
Judge, I'm an honest person,
Oh, you're actually
I
not.
made a promise
It's
to
been
conceal
proven by a
Conan's
jury of your
identity,
peers,
yes.
You stupid cunt.
but I'm an honest person. And I have 50 letters here that prove
And she did it at her
from
birthday
people
party.
that say, and we had many more letters, but these are 50 letters here from people that say I'm honest, plus the 5 that are in the pre-sentence investigation report. The first letter is from one of my doctors, Scott Rollins.
What is this?
Can you pull that up?
What the fuck is
Okay.
this? Is this their notes?
I'll keep going.
Is this
Oh,
their
while he
notes?
pulls
And
this
I've
up.
read the, I
I
have
can't
read the
believe
letter.
this.
I've read all of the letters.
Okay.
But yes, you can
Just
certainly reference
thank-
them if you'd like.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you reading the letters. Can you get it? Okay. 50 letters here, plus the 5 that are in the pre-sentence investigation report. The first letter is from one of my doctors, Scott Rollins. I have health problems that would not be treatable in the Department of Corrections. First
What,
of all,
Botox?
I need a magnetic mattress. I've been on that since 1995. I was in
What?
2 rear-end collisions in
Are
84
you
and
kidding me
2010.
right
It was
now?
pretty severe. I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia. I don't know if you can zoom in a little bit, and chronic fatigue as a result. And I had to stop working for the airlines in 1995.
Are you on disability?
I was up all night because I was in bed all day. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't control these
So you
symptoms
don't
until
have-
I got,
You don't have control
believe
of
it
your
or not, a
faculties?
magnetic
Wow, we
mattress
should have known
of
this
which
before
I
you
still
were
sleep
elected.
on. I will not have that at the Department of Corrections.
Yeah. Does she put silver
Also,
up her yin yang?
I had lung
That's what I
cancer
wanna know.
and had surgery in 2016, 1 year before I ran for office and 1 year before my son died. They
here
took
we
out
go.
a third of my right lung, and as a result, I get short of breath. So I can't do a lot of strenuous physical activity.
Magnetic mattress for when you just can't stay in bed.
Okay. My first attorneys asked me to take a polygraph as to why I created an
not
image
guilty. I
of the
am too
Mesa County
frail.
server.
I was right. They are guilty.
And I said
Chris
it
got
was to preserve election records. And the
Also,
polygraph
I need a
showed that's
Mypilo
true.
topper. They're only $14.88.
Page 2, please. If you've never been through a polygraph, it's a pretty strenuous
Oh
test.
yeah, boy, that's
Keep going.
man. Jesus.
I know it's
Hard
inadmissible.
labor,
We're not in court right
polygraphs.
now.
I don't
We're at my
know which
sentencing.
one. I don't
Thank
know.
you for that, DA. Were you truthful? Wait, stop. Go down. Were you truthful? Keep going, please. Were you truthful when you told me you had the voting equipment data imaged
Your Honor,
because of obligation to preserve
please
unaltered
have
data?
my pillow
Answer,
slippers?
yes. Were you truthful when you told me you had voter equipment
Oh, is
data
this her
imaged solely
polygraph was
to
right?
uphold your
Damn.
obligation to preserve unaltered data? Yes. It was shown that I told the truth in every question they asked me. The government has
Well, then I guess you should have
the
testified.
government has
you
accused me of
stupid cunt.
profiting by them prosecuting me because they said I got
where's the Donald
free
Trump
plane rides on Mike
recommendation?
Lindell's
Back there.
plane and other bennies. But I reimbursed Mike Lindell for every plane ride I took
Really?
on Mike Lindell's plane,
Where'd
and
you get
here's
the money
proof
to
of
do
it.
that?
And you can go down.
Where'd
show
you get the
those.
money to do that? Really? Where'd you get the money to do that, Patrick Byrne? Where'd you get the money to do that, Patrick Byrne?
This right here,
This is
let's go
not-
back
oh
to when
boy.
they
She was
came
pretty strong
down
when she
on
kicked the
me
cops.
for
Yeah,
the
right,
iPad in the this is my wrist. Yes, Main Street Bagels. This is a picture of my left wrist, which happened when the officer who arrested me on February 8th, 2022, made the handcuffs too tight. And they also accused me of kicking a cop, which I didn't do because when they put the cuffs on too tight, they pulled me sideways on my left wrist, and my right
You
leg
kicked
came
him.
up. And I've done
You
this with
kicked him.
numerous people that to show them exactly how that's possible.
You
And I'm
kicked
going to
him.
just show you now.
No, you kicked him. We're not doing this, are we? Are we really doing this?
Did
somebody
think that was funny? Did you hear that back there?
I didn't.
Okay.
But I
Somebody's
doubt
back
it.
there laughing because I'm. Okay.
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you.
And I will admonish that, as I've done it before for everyone. But
Thank you.
I'm
I
just
appreciate
trying
that.
to get through this, so go ahead. In terms of
This is
everyone
me.
remaining calm.
This is me and my mom 2 years ago. She's now 95.
Wow, she looks fantastic.
And lives in Virginia. And she needs me emotionally.
Well, why aren't you there for her, you stupid
And I want to be
cunt?
near her emotionally. And I talk to her and visit her. The last time I saw her
I think you can talk to her
was
from
on
prison.
Mother's Day. I arranged with the court to be able to go there.
I'm pretty sure.
So that's
Well, why
another
didn't you
reason
go
I would
there when
ask
you
for
were running away
probation,
from
so
your
I can be
job?
with my mom. She had a heart attack recently and has 3 aneurysms because the doctor says because of all the stress
3 aneurysms?
this is causing her. Here's
I'm
my
sorry, I'm
dad
not laughing
and
at
me.
the fact that she's sick because I don't want anyone to be sick. Oops.
Who died
That was your
the day I
points?
was in jail,
Oh.
in the Mesa County Jail in the sheriff's office here.
Uh-huh.
I found out the next day.
Is this
I
your
didn't get to be
ex-husband?
the one that said goodbye like the other people in my family.
Oh, you know what?
I found
didn't
out the
get to
next
say
day
goodbye to my
before
mother
court
either, so
where the
oops.
prosecution asked
But I
for a
wasn't committing
$500,000 cash bond. I don't
just
even
happened to
know
be far away.
murders and drug dealers
Mm-hmm.
like the one that the DA prosecuted that he gave probation with 26 pounds of fentanyl. And the reason I know that the DA prosecuted a man
pounds
with
of fentanyl
26
did
pounds
you
of
have,
fentanyl
though?
because my attorney at the time was representing both of us. That man got off on probation. And I have had to pay the price.
Yeah.
For what? Influencing a public servant? Is that really
It happens.
that bad
unfortunately, rightly.
that it deserves me to be
Sucks balls.
incarcerated?
But-
This is my late son, Remington Jordan Peters, walking off as he graduated as a Navy SEAL. I tragically lost him 9 years later at 27 years old while I was running for office of the clerk and recorder because I wanted to make a
Which is
difference.
tragically sad.
I'm what any mother or father never wants to be in that club. That's okay, just stay on the picture above. A Gold Star mom. I didn't even know what a Gold Star mom was until I became one. On November 2nd, 2021, I got an email from Zach Reams. And Mr. Reams explained he was resigning as the lawyer of me and my husband because the DA was investigating whether I had abused the power of attorney that I had for my husband, Tom.
Which she's about to face
I had
civil
not abused
charges
that
for.
power of attorney. I always only did what my husband
Still an
asked me
open
to do.
case.
I would take my husband after in 2021 that I could no longer lift him
Mm-hmm.
and take care of him because he would fall a lot. He went into the La Villa Grande, and that's where
I believe that
That
her trauma
vile
has definitely led her to be more
man,
vulnerable to
attorney, went in
manipulation
and had him
other
sign a
things. That
divorce
is
decree, took
human.
him to
Doesn't excuse what she did.
Wells Fargo,
Period.
and had my husband draw out $4,000 to pay the attorney that he signed something into. He told me the day after I was raided by
You're
the FBI.
about to be on trial for that.
He said, "I
one
think I
too,
did something
sweetie.
wrong."
I have a problem.
And I said, "Honey, what do you
have a
think you
problem,
did?" He says,
actually.
"I don't know, but it was not good." He said, I said, "What do you want me to do?" And he said, "Call our attorneys." He didn't even know what he signed. The investigation, though, came to nothing. I loved my husband. I was married for 35 years and would never have done any harm to him. However, like I said, a lawyer named Drew Moore, who I understand is a friend of the district attorney, converted our decree
People know
of
each
legal
other?
separation to a divorce, and my husband had never had any dealings with Drew Moore prior to that. I lost my VA benefits and my husband. After the divorce,
Wow, you said the benefits first. Weird.
my husband's brother, who him and his sister had never come to see us, enticed him to come live in Arkansas.
Not crimin.
And they got a power of attorney in October, and they wouldn't let me see my husband. This is a revocation of the power of attorney that I was able to get. They moved him out of the VA living facility to Arkansas, and then when he was in Arkansas, he wasn't cared for. And I told him that too much medication, he hallucinates, and too little, he falls. So then they put him in a nursing home. Here's a picture of me and Tom when 3 months before before he was taken away from me. Now this picture right here is us at the ale house. I would take him out. We would go have dinner, have a beer, go have ice cream, go visit Christine Cherveris that you've already heard speak, and other friends. Take him up to the property, wherever.
friends?
We would have date night and things like that.
All right, there's a re-drop of the civil suit information about
This
her.
is
A
my
little bit of
husband when I
background on
found
it.
him. A 280-pound man, barely 90 pounds, at the hands of the people who took him. Wait, hang on. He was severely dehydrated.
Horrible lawyers.
They would put a cup on the thing, but he couldn't reach it. He had no food. This is the way I found him. And I just laid my head on his chest and I sobbed. I said, "Honey, I never left you. They took you from me." I was busy the next 3.5 days feeding him and giving him water. And the next picture is after 3.5 days of just giving him water and food. And he's holding onto my arm, and there's a little smile there, you can see him. We were reunited again. The police came once the brother found out that I was there because they believed this stuff, that 700 above the fold articles that the Daily Sentinel has put out to defame me and lie about me. And I've taken
Your
it
Honor,
and taken
none
it.
of this is my fault.
The police were called. They took him out. A month later, he was dead.
This woman is a sociopath, okay?
Your Honor,
she is a sociopath.
I'm not a criminal. I've lived my life with honor.
That's basically
and
not
honesty.
true.
I took care of my husband faithfully even after he got sick in 2010. It took me 6 years to get him 100% disability, which did pay for the VA's care of him, which I'm very grateful. But I'm not a criminal. And I don't
I wish we could
deserve
see her
to go into a prison where other people
Not to
have
be
committed
morbid.
heinous crimes.
Oh.
The only crime that I did, and some people have said I'm not remorseful. Yes, I'm remorseful. Yes, sir, I really am. I never expected
I never expected to get caught.
doing an image which was completely legal before and after the trusted build would have landed me here. I thought it was going to come out quietly. I could look and see, okay,
could have
is there any
flipped.
proof? Is there anything here? I could
She
talk
could
to
have
the
flipped.
constituents and say, listen, we've done an investigation. Everything is good. This is the gold standard, which I'd believed before. I've never done anything with malice. to break the law. I wanted to serve
Why'd you
the
tell your
people
employees to get
in Mesa
burner
County.
phones?
And I'll just tell you
And
this.
not to talk to anybody but them.
With my other attorneys, there was an attorney getting me ready for trial, and he was trying to be the prosecutor. You know, play
so
that
she
role
fired her original attorney.
to toughen me up. And he said to me, I mean, he kept trying to provoke me and provoke me and provoke me. And he says, Tina, I can't, and that's why I should have testified, probably. But
she made her
I
staff get
said,
burner
he
phones.
said, Tina, I can't get to you. And I said, I'll tell you a secret. I'll tell you how you can get to me. Talk about the citizens of Mesa County.
What?
Talk about the people that you served. I said, that's what'll do it. And as I'm telling him, I'm starting to cry. I really do love these people. And whether they recognize it or not,
Oh, she's just sorry she got
I
caught.
did my best to serve this county.
Honey, you could have flipped on Patrick Byrne
And I
yesterday.
hope that you'll find it in your heart to not sentence me to, and I haven't cried in front of these people because I don't want them to get the impression that they were getting to me.
Right. Yeah, that's why you laughed.
But I don't deserve to be
that
in
why you
prison.
laughed?
I can do a lot more good.
Is that why you laughed?
A lot more good.
Really?
Out helping people.
What was your show
which is
yesterday,
what I'm good
Tina?
at doing. If you tell me I cannot talk about the elections
you
anymore,
start
I won't
going
talk
to the
about the
good
elections
part?
anymore. I've done, I've done my job
damage.
here. If you say that, if you allow me to go to Yuba City and live quietly, helping with trafficked women and children, I would like to do that.
No.
I didn't need to be in the center of attention. And it's interesting
No, you
when I took
You
the job
could have
as clerk and
actually
recorder.
discussed who actually set you up to do this.
Staff would come to me and they say, the press is outside. They want to talk to the clerk. And I said, don't we have somebody on staff
That's right, black
that can
hair.
do that kind of thing? And they said, no, they want to talk to the clerk. I had to tape a little piece of
Stay the
paper
fuck
up
out
on
of
the
our state,
tripod
you stupid
with
cunt.
bullet points because I wasn't used to being in front of a camera. I don't like being the center of attention. I never have. But this is
Really?
This is
It's funny, you
uprooted
have a
my
show
life.
on Rumble. I'm having a hard time with that
And
one.
for that, I'm sorry. I really am remorseful that it
oh,
came
really? You
out
don't want
that
to
way.
lose all the stuff you've got?
And I ask you
Right.
for leniency
Remorseful
and
for
probation.
what?
I check all the
What are you
boxes
remorseful?
on the leniency. Don't have drug problems. Don't have
What are-
alcohol
oh, well.
problems. You know. I don't know if you've ever seen as clean a past as I have.
Yeah.
Or
I mean, I was the best
President in the history of the
but I did
United
not
States.
do it. I
That's
did
right.
not do
I
it,
was the
Your Honor,
best.
to disrespect the court or the law.
Right. Except I did.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I do want to take just a few minutes to collect my thoughts. When I say a few minutes, 5 to 10, so I'll reconvene
'Cause he has new
before the noon
information.
hour, certainly probably closer to 11:55 or so.
All right.
Thank you.
So, yeah, okay. So that's about 10 minutes from now. All right. Wow. Wow.
This is what I said, if you want to put it in your...
Oh, damn. I want the hot mics. Hot mics. Hot mics. Let me make this a little smaller. Wow. You know what? That actually was much different than I expected it to be, believe it or not. I don't know about you guys, but I did expect her to be just a little bit more demure, perhaps mindful. Please follow Jules LeBron on TikTok. Jules is the founder of the Demure and Mindful statement and should get all the credit for that bit. It is her bit, and I love her for it. Yeah, Judge goes for 10 deep breaths, maybe 10 more. He's like, well, now I have a whole nother set of information that I wasn't thinking about until you brought it up, stupid. I heard someone talking about watching her activity online. Wonder if they're watching her daily show. I don't know. I hope they're watching what she does because she's still very prevalent all over Rumble and right-wing media. So she didn't slow down one little bit. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to pull my fucking clips from 2021. I'm going to pull my fucking clips from 2021 when she was on the Shamposium stage, when she was talking about the fact that she was on the run after the Shamposium. I'm gonna put up you know what? I'm gonna make a movie. I'm gonna make a Tina Peters movie. of all the shit that she's said over the last few years that proves to me beyond a reasonable doubt that this woman would do it again in a heartbeat if she thought she could get away with it. And she's perfectly willing to be the hero of MAGA and take the fall, not realizing that she actually is going to have to go into a prison cell without a memory foam mattress, magnetic. She's not going to have magnets or colloidal silver up her pussy. None of that is going to happen. And I think now she's just realizing that shit is about to get real. And it's not our fault because we told her all through her trial that she should be making a deal to flip on Mike Lindell, Patrick Byrne, Corey Butthole Surfer, Doug Frank, Mike Flynn, who hired Corey Butthole Surfer. So, yep, Mike Flynn's involved there too. You know? Like, for fuck's sake. If she wants to be the poster child for erection integrity fuckery, crack on, McDuff. You're doing a great job. Right? Here you go, girl. Slap a crown of thorns on your head and call you mama. Because they're going to deify you. And guess what? You're the one who's going to be living in fear every day of your life that you are in a prison cell. Because you're unlikable. Okay? Let me lay it out for you, Tina Peters. You are fucking unlikable. So I can only imagine the other women in your prison cell will want to fuck with you just because you're a fucking asshole. So that's not me. You're doing that. So frankly, I'm always like, I don't like to see anybody in prison. I think whatever. No, I actually think this is a woman who could benefit from a little time behind bars, not only for herself, because she's clearly not remorseful and thinks that she did everything right. And then maybe other people would get a little more nervous about the fuckery that they're still engaged with today. Oh, that's right. Last week, today, I was in a room with Doug Frank spewing the same lies about election fraud. They're balls deep. They're balls deep in it, folks. So I think if you don't share my broadcast, that's great. I'll link the original replay of this sentencing in the description of this video after the broadcast, because this video needs to be seen. Because right now, early voting started. These people have spent the last 3 years using the shit that this woman did and others, Doug Frank, who just admitted standing up there that he's been to dozens of places and seen dozens of machines and blur, blur, blur. That is what we are here for. Maybe someone from the special counsel office will visit her during her stay with the state. You know, here's the interesting thing about that, Lee. And if I had not been physically assaulted by Doug Frank's minions and Rusty Testicles from Patriot Farce, California, if I had not been physically assaulted by Glenn Shepard of the California GOP, I would have asked Doug Frank about that. I would have asked Doug Frank about why his phone was taken from him outside the men's room at an Arizona airport by the FBI. And he admitted that this phone was used in this trial, but then that begs the question, gee, Doug, have you heard from the FBI since? Do you think you might? I can't imagine speaking to the judge in that way. I really can't either. Even if I thought I was innocent, right? Even if I thought I was innocent, I don't think her lawyers are advising her, first of all. I don't think her lawyers are giving her good information, obviously. They didn't come up with a summary for her sentencing. Let me repeat that. Her lawyers had nothing to summarize during her sentencing. In fact, they didn't even know the order of presentation. What lawyer doesn't find out what the order of presentation is prior to the fucking sentencing? I don't know what's in her brain, SM, because the thing is, she could easily talk about her connection to Doug Frank, thus the connection to Corey Butthole Surfer, thus the connection to Ron Watkins, thus the connection with Patrick Byrne, thus the connection with Mike Lindell. Literally, her information would have saved her fucking ass. Oh, I see. In light of her statement, I think they didn't have a statement by design. That makes sense. All right, I understand that. Seems to me that could have been presented a little more clearly at the beginning of this, but okay. Their statement would have referred to the crimes and the guidelines, yeah. I mean, I don't know, just anything. Like, oh, our client, while, you know, found guilty of the charges, Your Honor, remains, you know, committed to democracy or whatever. I mean, I would have fucking made something up. Oh, no, she didn't pay for her own lawyers. Are you fucking kidding me? The Lindell Offense Fund did. Oh, no, that's actually what it's called. The Lindell Offense Fund. Yeah, God. I mean, it's probably out of money now, but, you know. Yeah, it's probably out of money now. I'm thinking. There you go. Let's see, let me bring it up here. There you go. The Lindell Offense Fund. Dun, 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 We need your financial help immediately to secure our elections and save our country. Look at me, I'm a carpet farmer. Dominion Voting Machines founder is in store for a painful discovery process. Get on board. Listen to a new message from Mike Lindell. Oh, here we go. VIP voter. Voter identity protection. Early ballot, late vote. I am not even clicking anything on this. The Great Petition. The plan to secure our elections. That's the Erection Summit. And a deal on My Pillows. The plan is a donor brief. Oh, here we go. I want to see that. Can I just see it? I don't want to have to download it. The plan to restore erections. Charlie Kirk, thank you, Mike Lindell and his entire team. Look at Charlie Kirk's face. Oh my God, I wish you could see it a little closer. Hold on, let me see if I can make Charlie Kirk's face bigger. I know, guard yourselves. Maybe I shouldn't make it bigger. You see Charlie's face? Sounds like she directed her lawyer. I guess. I don't know. Whatever. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And then there... Oh! Well, look at who... Why, look at who showed right up there. Why, look at who's written a foreword to the Lindell Offense Fund. Oh, my God. In order for our nation, the United States of America, to remain a free nation, America requires a fair election system. Mike Lindell, through his money, using the Election Crime Bureau, and bringing together, I forgot about that, and bringing together millions of patriots to stand for free and fair elections, has accomplished that and more. Mike understands, as all Americans do, the sacrosanct privilege we have of voting. Sacrosanct. This is what makes us all equal in the eyes of each other and God. I fully support these and other efforts to save our erection. All right, 5 minutes? Okay. I have the sound up, so we'll hear them when they come back. I think. Do I have the sound up? Yeah, I do. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
No, sir, it's no mistake. Marijuana.
That's right. It's marijuana. That's right. That's right, Joe Friday. It's marijuana. I love this one.
No, sir, it's no mistake.
Oh,
Marijuana. You want to get to the point, mister. Now, what is it? What are you trying to tell us?
That's going to be on the soundboard, too. And then the other thing I have... Wait, what's this? I'm not sure. Oh. I'm not sure what this is. Hold on. Oh, you can't open. Okay. Oh, okay. Anyway, I don't know. This has been more exciting than anything I could have ever cooked up. Jesus Christ on a cracker. I just don't even know. No one's leaving the gallery. The minute that bitch comes back, everybody's going to be like wrapped. Oh my God. Yeah, I have some Dragnet stuff. And then some Flight of the Conchords. She wanted to be the savior of the Trump erection fraud. That's the only way I can say that. Since Pence let everyone down. They did. They convinced her. Listen, let me tell you. I played it for you guys during her trial. There's a clip of her at the Symposium when she first comes on. Doug Frank introduces her, and it's like she's the second coming of Jesus. Like she is the Mary Magdalene, right? Mary Magdalene with Botox. That's who she is. Well, and actually, she probably doesn't have a lot of Botox. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little injectable here and there. But anyway, my point is that they told her all along she was the one. Because remember, their red team, the IT people, Phil Waldron et al., had found out that they don't have any data. So they had nothing to present at the Symposium. Enter Tina Peters with her actual machine data. Woo! So they threw her on stage, and then they threw her on a plane, and then she would report on the Lindell report. She'd call in from an undisclosed location for more than a month. Okay, bitch? I'll timestamp that one for you, too. You were gone way more than a month. Honest to God. I hate being right. I hate being right about everything. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not right about everything at all. I was just kidding. But I sure hate being right that Lindell was more dangerous to this country than people were giving him credit for. I'm kind of mad that I didn't do a better job of, like, at least in my own little corner, trying to really document what these guys were doing. I just was making fun of them most of the time, but I don't know. It's just like, I don't really want anyone to sit in a cell. Oh, here he comes.
Thank you. All right, we're here today for sentencing in Ms. Peters' case. Before I get into my comments, I'll enter judgment of conviction consistent with the jury's verdicts as to counts 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10. As it relates to fines, fees, and costs, a $2,000 fine will be ordered as to counts 1, 2, 4, 6. As to counts 8, the maximum fine will be imposed. Counts 9 and 10, $1,000 fines will be imposed. You retain the right to ask me to reconsider any sentence I impose under Rule 35B. You have the right to appeal any sentence I impose. if you want to end this judgments of conviction. If you wish to do that, you need to do it within 49 days of today's date. The protection orders will remain in place during the life of this sentence. Conditions 6 and 7 are vacated. However, you can ask your lawyer what that means. If you are ever sentenced or today sentenced to the Department of Corrections, then I'm required to inform you that the time I actually impose or that may be imposed is not the amount of time you are likely to serve. It can be and very likely will be reduced by your accrual of good time and earned time credits within the department, meaning that the better you do in prison, the more programming you take advantage of, the sooner you'll be released. I want to circle back to the request from earlier today in terms of the motion for a new trial based on a Brady violation. To the extent I needed to make findings on that today, I'll note that 1, the motion could have been filed weeks ago. 2, the information generally was known to the defense prior to trial, perhaps not the specifics, but enough to have at least mustered some questioning of witnesses at trial. And 3, that a Brady violation is one that generally involves, almost exclusively involves, the withholding of exculpatory evidence that may be used by the defendant in a case. When looking at such a violation, the court looks at that type of evidence with through the lens of a defense attorney, not through a prosecutor, such that it's not the prosecutor's job to determine what is or isn't exculpatory. It's the defendant's job to make those decisions. Here, the argument is that back on, I believe, June 25th, Ms. Peters went to the clerk and recorder's not office, but where the ballot box is located, some distance, I don't know if it's 100 feet or not, away from the actual physical office. She went there with at least one camera person. It looks like maybe someone else was also there with her. Apparently she was voting. She had some conversations, according to the affidavit that's been drafted for her arrest in that case, with election officials who would be employees of the clerk and recorder's office, which she was not allowed to have conversations with. Her presence was noted by Ms. Bance, one of the witnesses in this case, who alerted law enforcement, who then did the investigation that resulted in everything I just said being uncovered and ultimately that warrant being drafted. The defense made some requests for that information. Once through the police department, it was denied. According to the defendant, because it was an ongoing investigation, the DA said that they didn't have anything, if I'm not mistaken, but that they would turn it over later when they got it. They didn't do so. Looks like the warrant was drafted well after the trial occurred. So it is well settled that for the purposes of discovery, evidence that could be used to impeach a witness, motivations, the like, would fall under a Brady type of requirement to be disclosed. But as I said earlier, there's quite literally nothing that's been provided to me that suggests anything in this arrest warrant or that what Ms. Bance said, who was an important witness to the prosecution, would be construed objectively or even subjectively through the lens of a defense attorney as favorable or exculpatory to the defendant, particularly where there's video footage of the interaction that occurred between the defendant and the individuals who may have been employees of the clerk and recorder's office. So Ms. Bance's mere reporting of the same to law enforcement is what it is, and certainly in any event, to the extent there was exculpatory value to it, as the case law says, it was incredibly minimal and could not undermine the confidence in the verdict. I'll nevertheless let the people respond to it, and to the extent I might not be divested of jurisdiction to consider it, hold a hearing on the same if I find one is warranted after further briefing. I make that record, just to close that loop for the purposes of any appeal issue that might come up in the future. The purposes of sentencing have been alluded to, particularly by the prosecution. I'm not going to repeat them all, but I say generally the same thing. That is, the purposes are statutory, and they include, but are not limited to, promoting the acceptance of responsibility, That doesn't mean that a defendant has to take responsibility. To the contrary, Ms. Peters has exercised her right to a jury trial. She's exercised her right to hold the people to their burden, and such cannot and will not be used by this court as a means by which, or justification by which, to punish her, but rather the sentence itself is to promote the responsibility acceptance, not to ensure that someone takes responsibility, however, once they've chosen to exercise their right to go to trial. I consider deterrence in sentencing, that is, both general and specific, that the sentence I impose must deter Ms. Peters from engaging in similar conduct in the future, but it also must deter others generally from engaging in this type of conduct. I consider rehabilitation where appropriate. I consider punishment where appropriate. I also must ensure that the sentences I impose are consistent among offenders similarly situated, but I must also impose a sentence that is designed to meet Ms. Peters' unique needs. Here, the defense has, and Ms. Peters in particular, has remained quite defiant, which is her right, but certainly not helpful for her lot today. And in arguing why I should impose a particular sentence, she tells me about her ailments, her loss, her struggles in life. But in reality, for those of you who may have been here earlier this morning and seen some of the folks who've occupied that chair before Ms. Peters, there could be not much in the way of a comparison in terms of the type of sympathy one would extend to Ms. Peters. Those folks didn't have 4 lawyers representing them. They didn't have a team of assistants helping them. They're not getting rides in private jets all over the country. No, the people who sit in that chair suffer, generally speaking, immeasurable trauma in life, struggle mightily with alcohol abuse, substance abuse, mental health struggles, family loss. They come from broken homes. The cards they were dealt were never the cards that you were dealt, Ms. Peters. So when I hear you discuss your husband, who sadly passed away recently, your family struggles, and your son, who served our country admirably and made the ultimate sacrifice, I consider it. And I note, too, that he honored his oath to the country, something that is not lost on me when considering the circumstances under which you find yourself here. Your age, limited criminal history, and the like are certainly somewhat mitigating. Your ties to the community are what they are, but your reputation at this point is poor because of what you've done here and after. Your lies are well documented, and these convictions are serious. I'm convinced you would do it all over again if you could. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen. You don't have those histories of drug and alcohol abuse. There's no lifetime of trauma, not even close to the type of mitigating circumstances I would see from many folks who sit in that chair. No, to the contrary, Ms. Peters, you are a privileged person. You are as privileged as they come. And you use that privilege to obtain power, a following, and fame. And to be sure, there's no doubt in my mind that it's exactly what you wanted, and it defies all sense of common sense to believe when you suggested to me a few moments ago that you didn't want this attention. No, you crave it, ma'am. And there is no one in this courtroom who would consider that to be anything other than the absolute truth. But to get to the point of what it is that you did here, it's my impression distinctly that you never took your job of clerking particularly seriously. You didn't complete the certification. One scandal after another followed you in your time as the clerk. And ultimately, it was a belief that the echo chamber in which you live couldn't be wrong, among other things, that led you to do what you did here. This thought process, unfortunately, seems to consume so many in our country, regardless of race, gender, political affiliation, or the like, that what it is we hear and think can't possibly be wrong. There are many things in my mind that are crystal clear about this case. You are no hero, you abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. In your world, it's all about you. But at bottom, this case was about your corrupt conduct and how no one is above the law. No one in this country has absolute power. Your position as a clerk and recorder, a constitutional position, does not provide you with a means by which to do your own investigation, to not listen to the judiciary, to not listen to the executives higher than you, to not listen to the legislature who sets the law as it may be. This is nonsense. Our system of government can't function when people in government think that somehow, some way, the power they've been given is absolute in all respects. And that's where you fell. You have no respect for the checks and balances of government. You have no respect for this court. You have no respect for law enforcement. And you do not have respect for your fellow colleagues when you were a clerk and recorder who weren't lockstep in your beliefs. Period. Indeed, just weeks before trial, you were apparently doing what I mentioned earlier, that is, over at the clerk and recorder's office where you're not supposed to be, violating the protection order by speaking to employees of that entity with your camera crew in tow. You have no qualms with violating the court's orders because you're innocent, because you didn't do anything wrong. You were just doing your job. You have no problem trying to kick an officer. Your explanation about what happened is preposterous. It's on video. You have no problem lying to officers. It's happened multiple times. They're recorded conversations. It's just more lies. No objective person believes them. No, at the end of the day, you cared about the jets, the podcasts, and the people fawning over you. You abdicated your position as a servant to the Constitution, and you chose you over all else. Yes, you are a charlatan, and you cannot help but lie as easy it is for you to breathe. You betrayed your oath for no one other than you. And this is what makes Ms. Peters such a danger to our community. It's the position she held that has provided her the pulpit from which she can preach these lies. The undermining of our democratic process, the undermining of the belief and confidence in our election systems. It's not about questioning it. No one says you can't question, you can't ask. It's completely different. And if you don't understand that distinction, then there's nothing I can say or do here today that will change your mind. So the damage that is caused and continue to be caused is just as bad, if not worse, than the physical violence that this court sees on an all too regular basis. And it's particularly damaging when those words come from someone who holds a position of influence like you. Every effort to undermine the integrity of our elections and public's trust in our institutions has been made by you. You've done it from that lectern the voting public provided you with. Everything you've done has been done to retain control, influence. The damage is immeasurable. And every time it gets refuted, every time it's shown to be false, just another tale is weaved. So I'll begin by saying I've considered all of those purposes of staying of an execution of a sentence. I've mentioned all of them here generally in my comments already, and I find that a stay of any sentence I impose would be wholly unwarranted. All cases have a possibility of reversal on appeal, no doubt. I'm at peace with all of the decisions I've made here. If anything, I gave you and your counsel far too much leeway at times, but the rulings I made came after much consideration, incredible amounts of internal debate, and I trust in accordance with the applicable law. I consider the sentence here, in this case, what are available to me. Probation. Community corrections wasn't requested, but it wouldn't be an option in any event, and an incarcerative sentence to the Department of Corrections. Probation's focus is rehabilitation. that is for folks who have minimal criminal histories, low LSI scores like you, Ms. Peters, but where punishment isn't really on the table. It's about putting someone back in the community who's not a risk and giving them a chance to correct those things that brought them before me in the first place. Community corrections, which again isn't available, but nevertheless I'll mention, is another option that I could still order. It's much more stringent than probation, but it's not prison. And it's for folks who have even higher needs. Again, drug addicts, alcohol abusers, and the like. And prison is for those folks where we send people who are a danger to all of us. Whether it be by the pen or the sword or the word of the mouth. Prison is where folks go, where punishment is what we're focused on, because the crime committed is so significant that anything less would unduly mitigate the seriousness of the same. I mentioned before there are no mental health concerns. There's no good reason why you're here, Ms. Peters, other than these are all the active decisions that you made that cost our county significantly, but also more importantly, cost you greatly, Mr. Wood, all the members of the county who worked and trusted you when you asked them to do things that they did on your behalf. It's part of your lies. The expense, the toll is immeasurable. So putting you on probation when you have zero needs that would be met by probation is the very definition of unduly depreciating the significance of what it is that you've done here, the harm that you've caused our community and continue to cause. Community corrections is the same, so prison is the only place that duly meets the purposes of sentencing in this matter. And therefore the sentence and judgment of the court is as follows. As to counts 1 and 4, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years in the Department of Corrections. Those sentences will be concurrent to each other. As to count 2, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years consecutive to counts 1 and 4. As it relates to the misdemeanor charges, count 8 is 120 days in the Mesa County Detention Facility, concurrent to count 9 and 10, which will be 6 months in the Mesa County Detention Facility, consecutive to the prison sentence. The reason those sentences are consecutive is because those sentences are, as the prosecution stated, directly related to what it is that you did here in our community, the damage you caused this community, the breach of your oath to the electorate in Mesa County. Your sentence will be followed by 3 years of parole. You have 2 days of pre-sentence confinement credit. Anything I missed? Anything else we need to address?
It's about 7.5, I think.
You missed a sentencing on count 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. Count 6 is criminal impersonation. That's also consecutive. That's 15 months to the Department of Corrections.
Oh, shit. 9.
So it's 8.5 years total, plus the 6 months for a total of 9 years of incarceration.
And I think the only other thing is the cost of prosecution, Your Honor.
Is there an objection to the cost of prosecution,
No
Mr.
stay.
Case? We could set it for hearing if you need to.
Well,
If you need to have time to respond to it, I can give you that as well.
yeah, we do, because we don't understand how that was calculated.
Very well.
Oh, really?
I'll give you 21 days to file an objection to the cost of prosecution. You can consult that with the prosecutor. If there's an objection, we'll set it for a hearing. Nothing else. Mr. Case, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, we have a motion previously filed for a stay, which I believe,
I just denied that.
Yeah.
well, it's
You weren't
pursuant to
listening.
Rule 8.1.
You want her to remain, I already told you in my written order what that pertains to. You want her to, she's going to remain in the MCDF for the next 6 months, less good time and earned time already. Your motion, that rule you're citing to, isn't a stay of the sentence per se. It allows her to stay in the local jail for up to 60 days. And I'm happy to grant that, but she's already going to be doing it because they're going to take her, I think they're going to take her to, they're going to keep her here, and then they're going to take her to prison.
Yeah. In 6 months.
We filed our consent of surety to bond on appeal.
No.
And
Right.
we're asking simply that you allow her to remain under the conditions of that bond until we can get the Court
Denied.
of Appeals to rule on whether she should have bond
Denied.
during the appeal.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have one other thing, and that is I need to file an exhibit that I did not previously provide because it's
No.
under seal from the DC court. It's
No.
an October 4th internal email from Dominion. It relates to Mr. Frontiera. So I wanted to advise the court that I'll be filing that under
Fuck off.
seal to complete the record.
Shove that paper up your butthole.
And that it should be kept under seal. Thank you, Your Honor.
No lube.
All right, we're adjourned. Defendants remain, I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, I think it may be the Department of Corrections that decides the order. Is the court specifically
8.5
requiring
years.
that the county jail
It's
sentence
8.5
occur
years,
first?
Teresa.
Or is the court permitting that to be up to the Department of Corrections?
I'm sorry, I need everyone to be quiet. Do you want her to remain in the MCDF for 60 days pending the Department of Corrections transfer? That is what the rule you cited refers to, Mr. Case. So I need to know that before we adjourn.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
This is crazy.
Sure, they're going to take her away, so.
Yes, we do.
All right, by application of that rule, she is to remain in the custody of the sheriff for a period not to exceed 60 days if she is not already serving her sentence to jail during that time period, pending transfer to the Department of Corrections. She's remained in the custody of the sheriff for delivery to the executive director. Otherwise, we're adjourned.
Love you, Tina. Yeah, fuck you, Tina. Fuck you, cunt. Guess what, Doug Frank? You're up next, bitch. I don't even know how great that was. You know, I've been waiting for that, as I'm sure many of you have. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. And God damn it, I don't want us to stop here. Don't stop here. She was the low-hanging fruit. God damn. Yeah, Doug Frank, you motherfucker. You're next. Hey, Glenn Shepard, who grabbed my wrist last Thursday at Doug Frank's event because you're too scared to answer my questions. How you doing now, Glenn Shepard of the California GOP? How you doing now, Rusty Testicles of Patriot Farce, California, who threatened me? Who threatened me after that event? That's why. They don't want Lolo to talk about it because I know what they're fucking up to, and you guys do too. Yeah, where is Sharona Bishop these days? You know what, Jim? Mr. Pillowhead, he's fucking carpet farming right now and trying to get as high as possible. And Patrick Byrne, I want him too. Arrest the planners. This is great. Great start. That judge was amazing. The entire case. I have a playlist that has every day of this trial on it. I'll add this to it. Please, you don't have to watch me. Watch the trial. Please. Please. This is such an important fucking
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey, Mr. Ross. I'm Judge McBurney.
This is not what we wanted. But anyway. You know, like, I just want people to know this is real. This is like real. It's happened. They're still doing it. They're still doing it. And guess what? They got better at it. They did this in 2021. They did this in 2021. They got better at it. Please. This has to be an important story right now. I know there's a lot of important stories. I know that. But this is actually going to impact our November election. God. Fucking hell. The judge does get it. I'm going to find the transcript of that sentencing. Because that was beautifully stated. So beautifully stated. Exactly. The importance of the destruction of confidence in our elections and institutions is a national security threat. Right. The reprimand should be heard by current crop of clerks. And I felt really good about the people who testified for the clerks and for the other people today who made their statement. I was really pleased with that because I do believe that election officials across the country take their jobs very seriously. And they don't do it based on their party, even the Republicans. But the planners have spent a long time mind-fucking the Republican election officials and convincing them that they could be this hero. Well, I hope they see this. Now, granted, you heard from one today. Bye, Lee. Oh, poll closing day is sad, but I'm glad we had this to balance it out. Anyway, a good day for justice. A very good day for justice. Sorry, Tina. I told you. I told you, girl. I told you to flip like a pancake, bitch. But no, you had to dig in your Talbot's heels. And you had to hold on to your fucking Rumble show and everybody telling you that you were such a fucking hero. And you bought it. You drank all that Kool-Aid and you gulped it down. The party's over. It's time to call it a day. Oh, Tina, you're going to prison. You'll have to stay away from your grandchildren. Hey, Tina, you're not going to see your grandchildren. You stupid cunt. I know. 7 years. Yeah, 7 years doesn't sound too bad. Believe me, Black Bear, that woman has very little resilience in her. So 7 years to her may feel like a lifetime and actually might be just enough for her to absolutely go insane. There's hope. No. You know, I don't wish her ill will. I've been telling her the whole time. I've been her best friend through this whole fucking thing. I've been her bestie. I've been the one to saying, Tina, give it up, man. Don't go to prison for a dick. Come on now. Don't go to prison for penises. What? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. 4's enough. I don't care. She can't get out. You know what? Here's the thing. I don't know, but I don't care. Right now, she thinks she's going to do 9. You know, at the end of the day, if she pays the price that is set out for her by the justice system, I'm okay with that because I want everyone held to the same standard. Now, if she's not being held to the same standard, whatever. That's what I'm wondering, Orrin. I don't know because that was my question for Doug Frank before I was physically assaulted by the California GOP. My question was, Doug, the FBI took your phone. Have you heard from them lately? But I was physically assaulted for asking questions. Oh, well. All right. Thank you so much for sharing this very historic day, very important day. She could still do herself some favors, couldn't she, Muskie? Yeah, the FBI took his phone. The FBI took Michael Lindell's phone at the Hardys, if you remember. So the feds have the phones. They must have some part in this, God willing. Anyway, thanks again for coming. I'll update the description later on with all of the links and all of the articles and all of the this and all of the that. So take a look for that later on. Thank you so much, Black Bear. Great to see you again, my friend. Yeah, let's hold on to this one. I'm certainly going to. I've got a lot of shitty things happening in my personal life, so I'm going to hold on to this as one of the happiest things to happen this week, if not this month. All right. Have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 6:30 in the morning. Yeah, can you imagine one person will ruin all these lives? Yeah, exactly. Dumb fucks. Whatever. Thanks again for coming. Have a great day. Thank goodness you're not Tina Peters. What about that? Thank your lucky stars.